broadcast system. Do not. This is just a test. There is no peril to your life because we already own your soul.
put your name on the deed. Concede your hesitation and embrace the gold. You'll get everything you ask, it only costs your soul. So come on. So come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Sisyphus will see you see rock steady. Arms spreading, one ingredient dagger behind. The sport is blood, the show is live. The chosen weapon is the mind. Doing comedy, yelled out on the Stygian cruise. The buy-in's only 2 drachma. What can you lose? 7 card is his mind, and the joker's in play. We're all killing time, sailing across this river of pain. The bonds are reformation and parading toward, but out there is a game when someone owns the board. So come on. So come on. So come on. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Log on, tune in, get your voice ready. Log on, tune in, get your voice. So come on.
Hello, my lovely, lovely, lovely imps, Silax, Cookie, Ada Stardust, Hissatir, Jazz Dog, Scrambly, Looney, Uncle Gumbald, Lady Kelgana, Jazz Dog, Devious Chillster, 4chan Fox, Gayfesh, Susie Clem, BLM, Pan Sabi, Bread Santa Fan, It's Jado, Hippie Punk, Hexogram, and from the Twitch chat we have Big Orange Jew, Frog and Toad, Dos Capital, Rhodes, Silax, Catch a Butterfly, and from the YouTube chat we have Lotta Apples, Bone Druid Best Dad, Max Sips, Hobo Sapiens, Toranala, V Noir, Furcifer, Pickle and Croissant, Penguin, and actual socialist trash. Welcome to the stream. We have a lot of things to talk about today. Most of them are going to, well, okay, actually that's not true. It's going to be a pretty even balance today between fun things and unfun things. Swan Lake, I did not miss you. I just can't call out every single person. It's just how it goes. But you got it this time. There you go. I don't like anybody being sad. You know that. Oh. You showed up, Phantom Queen May. You're here. You're here. You're here. You're fucking here, aren't you? All right, everybody. We get Cooking Mama today? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll do some Cooking Mama. We're going to do Meme Mama. And guess what? Luna and EJ, when you had someone on stream. What?
You are Adolf Hitler.
True! True! Oh my god, true! Yes. But first, before we begin anything else, I must give you a speech. First, if you are here and you have not liked the stream, like the stream. If you are here and you are not subscribed to my YouTube channel for some reason, please, for the love of God, can you subscribe? I'd really like that. Starshine Dub, you've been called out. There you go. You happy? You fucking happy? We have a lot of stuff to talk about. But the first thing we have to talk about is a matter of very serious business, okay? So hold on, everybody. I need to make sure that we get into the serious business mode. So hold on, everyone. Give me just a second. I need to get into extremely serious business mode. Give me just a second here. You know, just making sure that everybody's got time to like the video so we get everybody in here before the serious news happens. You know, it's important that we're able to deal with these things with the seriousness that they deserve. With the very, very seriousness that we deserve. And, of course, that we continue to discuss all of these, the things like the revolution and everything like that. So, give me just a minute here. We're almost ready. We're almost prepared. Let me get the music going.
Standing on the edge of the crater, like the prophets once said, and the ashes are all cold now, no more bullets, and the embers are dead.
My lovely, lovely imps, I am here to announce to you today that the self-serious statists of tanky Twitter have failed once again in taking me down. Again and again, my enemies have rallied against me. And what they find is that I am much harder to kill than they like to think. In fact, some have said that I am unkillable, that I am uncancelable, that no matter how many times I am canceled, I will return like mushrooms being stomped into the forest floor. But I stand, nonetheless, in the face of their persecution, in the face of their hatred. We proceed. And even though our numbers may be smaller than theirs for now, imps, the strength of our spirit is infinitely stronger. And we have shown that their principles are weak, that their Patreons are underfunded, that their retweets get ratioed. And yet here we are. Despite all of their efforts, we have prevailed. The coup against the rightful queen of hell has failed. The attempt to crush us underneath their joyless shoes has failed. And while we stand over the smoking craters they left behind, we live on, nonetheless. And so, I say to you all, thank you, my lovely imps. And remember, the one order that I give to all of my imps, which is, do not die! And always maintain a sense of humor, okay? Please? Please? Try to maintain a sense of humor. My plan to undermine the internet tanky communist movement moves forward, and no one can stop us. No one will stop us. Our movement will be the only movement, and you can join this movement now by subscribing and donating to my Patreon, sending me money through Cash App, or otherwise giving me gifts and treasures that you would otherwise enjoy. McDonald's, Diet Coke, all of it shall be ours, imps. For we are the heirs of the earth. We are the heirs of the earth, not the Twitter tankies. You thought you could defeat me. You thought you could take me down. I have survived 100 cancellations. I am unstoppable. And you know it. And that's why you quake in fear. Long live the Hell Revolution. Long live the Hell Revolution. Anyway, so like I said, we had some very serious things to discuss. I'm glad that we got the seriousness out of the way. As you know, my show is not political edutainment. My show is strictly a movement for it is the people's movement for the self-enrichment of Demon Mama. I'm a dreadful grifter. I sell my show as the revolution, but it's just the truth. What can I say? What can I say? Well, I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed that. Yeah, look, it's funny. See, I am not a self-serious person. As you all know, I genuinely believe myself to be basically an internet clown who can occasionally teach you things. You know, like Bill Nye. Think of me like Bill Nye. And I do like to do in-depth coverage. I really do. I do like to do in-depth discussions on politics. But if I ever become a self-serious LARPer, like the motherfuckers who've been going after me on Twitter, oh my god, please. Oh my god, please. Holy shit. Yeah, Bill Nye was more serious than I am. But guess what? Yeah, I'm an internet clown who can occasionally teach you things. That's my job. Political edutainer. I actually went back and watched the imposter bit, and it was more funny after knowing the context. The worst criticism you can make is that you didn't find it funny. Not that the nonsense they've been saying tantamount to moral crimes. Yeah, okay, so let's talk about this. Let's talk about this, shall we? By the way, this right here, everybody, you see this? Look, imps. Imps, look. This right here is the last one. I'm not smoking anymore after this. I'm done. At least not regularly. I'm not going to be smoking them regularly anymore. Yeah, no more cloves. At least not for now. I might get them occasionally as a treat in the future, but I mean very rarely. I'm done with it. I've had enough. Yeah, not regularly. No, not at all. Like, I mean, I've been smoking them relatively. What are you gonna do to stem the jitters? We'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I can't smoke weed on stream. I get too, out of it. Anarcho prisons? Yeah, look, we had a lot of funny jokes. I almost want to go back and watch it. Like, people missed the grain, the conquest of grain, or whether we were conquested by grain. You know, there was the conquest of bread jokes. We had Marx Engels Mountain instead of Makeup Peak. It was funny. We had that bit was funny. No, it wasn't bad at all. It was really good, actually. And I went back and thought about it, and I'm like, nah, this was actually super funny. The grain shit was silly. I thought it was great. Old school anarchists, we had that joke. And old school anarchists, like, you know, Kropotkin, you know, we had that one. Puerto Rican musician. I appreciate it. I haven't actually been smoking for very long. I've only been smoking for about a month and a half, approximately, and I think I'll have no problem going off of it. I've just been very, very stressed. The Marx Engels Reserve. Well, see, there you go. That's why it was funny. Okay, so let me tell you. Yes, I am gay. Yes, I am gay. Now, let me tell you something, okay? Are you ready? I'm gonna give you all the rundown of the drama, okay? It's super easy. Are you ready? Are you fucking ready? A lot of people really liked it and I got good feedback. And guess what? I would do it again. I would do it again without a hesitation. I would step up and I would do a bit again. I am not apologetic for the so-called crimes that you have accused me of. But let me show you this. Here's the summary, right? Thank you to Ziggy Richards, our amazing, mod here. So Constance is a shit poster. You should all know Constance is in our chat right now, but Constance is a shit poster. And Constance regularly does parodies of people on Twitter. Like, all the time. Like, Constance has done Destiny. Constance has parodied RGR. Constance has parodied Esha Legal. Constance has parodied lots and lots of people. And Constance has like a small account and just does shit posts that usually last between 1 to 3 days. That's about as long as they go, okay? Like, they're always short. Constance doesn't like inflame harassment campaigns against people, just roasts people for a couple of days and then switched. Aren't Twitter parody accounts a normal thing? Yes, they are. Yes. So Constance saw that American Johnson, aka non-compete, old Twitter was free because American Johnson completely deleted Twitter and didn't reserve the ats or anything, just completely deleted all Twitter. So Constance took the at and decided to do a parody of American Johnson. I got tricked, and I'll show you right now because I want the record to be clear. I'll show you when I got tricked because it's not hard to find, okay? It's actually quite easy to find when the moment that I got tricked. And it was hold on, I can actually find this very quickly. Give me just 1 second here. It was where'd it go? Oh shit. Wait a minute. Now I'm gonna struggle to find it because I didn't have this part ready. But that's okay. It was this is why Twitter is terrible. And also, by the way, if I struggle to find anything today, it's because my Twitter has been completely blown up. And I'll explain that in a minute, exactly what happened. It's messy. It's very messy. Let me just get the original tweet so that we can have the timeline here. Oh my god, it goes so far back. Here we go. Here we go. Here's the one. Ready? Look. This is the account, American Johnson, right here. Oh, so you're an anarchist? You really could have just said you're a bottom, to be honest. Same thing, really. Now, I thought that this was the real EJ account. And I responded with these little funny faces. And then the fake EJ said, hey, Demon Mama, just kind of hop back on Twitter, getting back in my groove. Maybe we should get on stream and talk. And then I said, sure, what do you want to talk about? Well, I've heard echoes of Twitter discourse and trans ears and blah, blah, blah. And then I said, oh yeah, I'm more than happy to discuss all of these topics. So, see, I said I'm more than happy to discuss all these topics. Who Doe was the target of the trans deer discourse. Primarily for the record, hit me up on Discord. My DMs are open and we'll organize something. Word, glad to have made a new friend. And then here, a bit later in the day, as you can see, there's like, so right here is when I got the DM. Right after this, I got the DM from Constance that I got tricked. And I said, oh shit. But the thing is, people were already responding to the fact that I was going to talk to EJ. And so I said, I won't click it, don't worry. And so I said, I said, all right, I'm going to roll with it and we're going to mess with chat. And so the plan was to do a bit where it was not going to be particularly targeted. And if you go back and watch the bit, you'll see that we didn't even do any harsh memes. We didn't even make fun of EJ, really. It was just a joke about me getting fooled. Okay? So that's what happened. And the result was, let's continue. So the @ was free, and EJ, and then Constance tricked Demon Mama, and then Demon Mama tricked chat with a fake debate. Now, Luna and American Johnson are calling for mass flagging of the channel. Yeah, I'm an anarchist, like an old school anarchist. Yeah, like old school, you know? And if you scroll down on my timeline here, you will see a lot of comments about this. And it started right here. You see, this is LunaOi. This is the partner of American Johnson, who got very, very angry that we did this bit. And I mean very angry, okay? Please help me report this live stream. They are harassing me and EJ by talking to a total fake non-compete, and they only allow their followers to chat. It's totally disgusting. Follower chat is incredibly normal when you get raided all the time. So this resulted, by the way, at the time of me screen capping this, an hour after it was posted, it already had 167 interactions and 37 retweets. By the way, the result was that hundreds upon hundreds of people retweeted this with all of this false information. No one attempted to find the truth. No one attempted to find it. In fact, Luna was lying in this tweet here. Someone has managed to hijack my husband EJ's old Twitter username. No, you left it open. No one hijacked it. You left it open. And is impersonating him and spreading false information. No, Constance was posting deep-fried memes that were gently making fun of EJ. This violates Twitter's policy on impersonation, but Twitter allows parody accounts. And guess what? It's not impersonation if you left the @ behind. Yes, and then some people asked for clarification, and I offered to go on their show multiple times. I offered to have them on my show multiple times, and they still didn't accept. In fact, they completely ignored me. And then it got real, okay? That's when the triggering happened, so to say, okay? That's when it got wild. That was when they said that I was a fascist, that I was undermining the revolution, that I was undermining their movement, and that I was serially harassing and bullying EJ. I've never talked to these people before. I have fucking never talked to them. Yeah, it's the you are Adolf Hitler. And then, before we even finished the bit, before they even attempted to reach out to me, before they attempted to find fact of it, they already had posted, as you can see here, as is evidenced by the receipt that I just showed you, that they were already asking for my stream to be taken down falsely, to mass report. So then after that, I got mad, because I think it's a line crossed when you go after somebody's career and livelihood. Yeah, they didn't even try. So, at that point, I said, you know what? These people seem pretty shitty. And somebody sent me an interesting little video. A video that was called Pinkwashing Imperialism, which is a video in which LunaOi accuses the Vietnamese LGBT movement of being a color revolution being puppeted by the CIA. And we reviewed this on stream. We will have our segment up soon so you can see it yourself. And then, now you're caught up on everything that happened on stream. But guess what? Guess what? It hasn't fucking stopped. It has not fucking stopped. And I want you to see the type of comments that I've gotten on here. I mean, it just never fucking ends. It just has not ended. Now, I've blocked a lot of these people because, let's just say that it goes on quite a lot. As you can see, I've got quite a lot of blocks in here. Just so many. My Twitter has been completely useless for the last couple of days. So I just had fun with it, and I tooled on these self-serious motherfuckers. Now, the accusations against me now, and by the way, other streamers have now covered this drama, and they realize that I was not lying about anything. I had people DM me, screaming at me. I'm not kidding you. I straight up had people screaming at me in my DMs that I'm a fake white piece of shit imperialist because I criticized LunaOi. I had people I've never met before say that I'm not their comrade. I'm like, you're not, I don't know who the fuck you are. So I want to be completely clear about something, okay? Everybody, this is a moment I want everybody to listen, okay? Ready? Are you ready to listen? Fuck you. That's right. Fuck you. I don't do what you fucking tell me to do. You understand that? Your fucking stupid ass Patreon-fueled revolution where you let people buy into your central committee or whatever fucking bullshit you make up to grift your fans, to sell them the idea that you're something more than a clown on the internet just like me. Fuck you. You're not my comrades. You're not my friends. Fuck you. You deserve to be made fun of. I hope people continue to make fun of you because you are a self-serious grifter who's full of shit. And interestingly, the videos you put out seem to dabble into a whole lot of anti-Semitism, homophobia. You run with some weird people. You know, it's kind of strange to me that these people, in fact, you want to know, I just want to take a second here. You know? I just want to take a fucking second here. Let's look. Oh, huh. Well, that's a little bit weird. Oh, LunaOi has oh wow, that's a lot of videos that Caleb Maupin and LunaOi did together within the last year. And they're all still up. And Luna's version was fucking praising Maupin, which is super interesting. How strange is that? How weird. And in case any of you didn't know, let me just show you the type of person that Maupin is, okay? Because, you know, thankfully, some internet historians have decided to help me out here, which I deeply appreciate. So let's take a look real quick. Let's look at the receipt, shall we? Quotes from Caleb Maupin's book about Israel, the Israel lobby in the financial crisis, Satan at the fountainhead, the summits in Europe cannot do what the Schiller conferences can do. A leader, these are clips of him talking about, look, let's just read this. Ayn Rand born Alyssa Rosenbaum, the leader of this small cult of Zionist psychopaths. Despite being unique with a specific heritage and legacy, the people of the United States have no independent destiny. The revolt that is unfolding will not be a revolt merely of the people of one country against one set of oppressors. Rather, the coming insurrection is one that will involve people across the entire planet, joining forces against a common enemy, a satanic cartel of prophet worshippers who are threatening the very continued existence of humanity. Listed below is Maupin linking several times the website Global Research CA, a far-right conspiracist website that features, among others, Paul Joseph Watson, about a secret banking cabal that controls the world. In the video shown below, one of the books on his shelf is penned by Lyndon LaRouche. See this above, that's the anti-Semite. On the left, you can see Maupin attending an online conference by the Schiller Institute, one of the principal organizations within the LaRouche movement. So I think we've seen enough of this. I think we've seen enough of Caleb Maupin's years upon years of vapid anti-Semitism. And yet, oh, well, apparently Caleb Maupin is a comrade. So, you know, I I find it ironic that these self-serious people couldn't handle a couple seconds, a couple of minutes of getting roasted. Very lightly, mind you. But they're willing to sit by and collaborate with somebody like this and praise them and say, oh yeah, they're a comrade, they're a comrade. I don't know. A bit sussy, if you ask me. It's a bit sussy. Okay? And the amount of shit that's been thrown my way online has been hilarious. I wish I could, I took some screenshots of the shit, but most of it was this. I want to show you a quick image that sums up the account of one of the people that I was arguing with. This person, look at this. I screenshotted right here. You know on Twitter, you know there's like those image things? You know, there's like, it shows you what their most recently posted media was. This was one of the people who was coming after me's recently posted media. All they do is go and post this Democrat bomb image, and that's it. Nothing else. They posted this at me like 9 times. 9 times they just went bop, 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 bop. Some people who I muted were going on about me for an entire day. And none of them had any of the facts correct. They were accusing me of platforming a hacker or some shit, which is boomer as fuck. And also, it's really funny because the real kicker is that EJ admitted on his stream and showed people how to buy bot accounts. On his stream about me, where they were telling people to report me, he showed people where to go buy bot accounts. And if you don't believe me, go watch EJ's stream. Oh yeah, it's all about the revolution, baby, isn't it? It's all about that revolution. Vamps77 says, Demon Mama allowed NCC's stalker into the imp community. Let me address that real quick before I ban you from chat. This is a complete side note, but the person who says this, Vamp77, by the way, Vamp77 is somebody who added me so many times that I blocked them on Twitter. This is how obsessive these people are. I'm just gonna do a little call out. Demon Mama allowed NCC's stalker into the imp community. By that you mean a guy who NCC has accused of stalking in a drama that I know almost nothing about, came into my chat and I responded to their question without actually knowing what they did or do. That's it. So you're full of shit and you can be gone. I don't want people like you to be around. Oh yeah, and I don't care if you're a subscriber. Vamp used to be a subscriber and has become a hate follower. Whatever, it happens. I don't know anything about Adam Rainstopper. Except now that people are accusing me of, because someone showed up in my chat once, that I'm somehow allowing them to be a part of the imp community. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is wrong with these people? What is up with people? Yeah. So, yeah, you know, just been a fun one. Tankies are the most pathetic, people I think I've ever engaged with on the internet. And yeah, I'm gonna call them tankies. I think that's a useful word. They are a distinct group of people on the internet. They all hang out with each other. They all boost each other's accounts without question. I've talked about this many times before, but online tankies are toxic as shit, and I love making fun of them because they are the biggest grifters on the planet. They're like 90% people under the age of 15, and then the other 10% is a mixture of snake oil salesmen like Bay Area 415, who literally sells personal revolutionary meetings for $50 on his Patreon. Yeah. People like LunaOi, who put out videos that simply just straight up do apologia for the Vietnamese state by framing the LGBT movement as secretly being puppeted by a cabal of intelligence figures. Oh yeah, let's make fun of that too. I want to show you that as well. While I might not have found the bit very funny, I still want you to know I enjoy 99% of your content and I still support you. Of course. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Raincloud. And don't worry, I have a list of to-dos of people that I'm scheduling for next week, for next week, for talks and stuff. Zordon with the gifted 10 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much, Zordon. Thank you. Really appreciate that. And thank you, Andres Aguilar, for the membership. I appreciate that. Yeah, Alexander Dugan, who is the head of the Nazbol party and is actually a fascist. Yes, I know, Moppin is close friends with them. Now, I want to show you something funny. Ready? I've made it, everybody. I've made it to Facebook. I've made it onto Facebook. It turns out, lefty groups on Facebooks... yes, I did, Uncle Gumball. They asked me to acknowledge them via private message, and I did. Let's take a look. I'm in a shitty Facebook group called LeftTube Posting, and the EJ Luna Constance Demon Mama drama came up. The dude who posted it is literally thanked in Caleb Maupin's book. I don't know if you saw, but some trolls associated with Demon Mama have been impersonating American Johnson in non-compete, which is hilarious. What a meaningless statement here. I don't particularly care about the drama, but I think this stream really shows the difference between actual left activism and the stupid reactionary BS and interpersonal clout chasing that is actively killing the online left. Stupid reactionary BS and clout chasing. Brent, weren't you literally cited as an inspiration in Caleb Maupin's BreadTube book? And... yes, imagine thinking Marx is anti-wealth and pro-degrowth. Oh, oop, here you are. And look at that. Brenton Lengel. There he is. The #1 person thanked in this book. That's the type of people. This is what I'm talking about when I say that tankies are an insular group, that they're all identifiable too. They're so stupid that you can easily follow them across the internet. Fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. When someone attacks your income, you get pissed, like Destiny. What? What? What does that have to do with anything? What does Destiny have to do with anything? Destiny, nobody attacked Destiny's fucking... I mean, some people attacked Destiny's income, but not the people he accused of it, and certainly not me. In fact, on record, I have multiple times on video. You can go find them easily. I have on multiple times said that I do not support Destiny being banned from Twitch originally. Actually, I do think he's engaged in some TOS breaking behavior now, but I still don't think deplatforming is the answer. I still don't. And haven't. See, this is the funny thing. This is one of the things, this is some of the funny things that happen when you become a moderately sized public figure. People start to lie about you, and those lies compound, and people have alternate history, like simulacra of you that exist. Oh yeah, he's called for my deplatforming multiple times. I did a video on it where he explicitly said he thinks I should be removed. Wait, really? Maupin literally used an edited photo in order to smear Margaret Sanger? Is that for real? Did he just like put a fake photo? Oh my god, he did. Oh, this photo! I can't even show this on Twitch. This is a Photoshop. He put a fucking literal disinfo in his book. Literal disinfo. Incredible. Absolutely fucking incredible. Yeah, I have a copy of the book. You sent me a meme? Alright, let's see the meme. True! True! Standing on the edge of the crater. True! Damn, that one's going in the meme folder, Posadas John. That one's a banger. Thank you, Posadas John. That's a banger. What's this about a coup? The tankies tried to take down my channel and they failed. They were thwarted. Like the imperialist hogs they are. Goddamn tankies. But what this proves is that they are impotent. That is the funniest thing about tankies. They are impotent. All they can do is swarm your mentions on Twitter. That's literally all they can do, is mass report on Twitter. They're so weak, so pathetic. They LARP so hard, they're like, da 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 da, and they're marching and they're like, we represent the glorious revolution. If you make fun of us, you are undermining communism itself. And then they just complain on Twitter. They're excellent Twitter complainers. I'll say that much, but that's about all they've got. Oh shit, Zordon is doing math questions in Twitch chat for gifted subs. Unstoppable. They are impotent. So yeah. There you have it, everybody. There you have it. That is the drama. That is the summary of the drama. We have a lot more to talk about. By the way, we have a lot of viewers right now. We have 350 YouTube viewers. If you're here, please click through on the video and press the like button. It really helps, and make sure you subscribe and ring the bell. I know I'm a little bit annoying about it, but I really want to grow my channel, so please. Please. Thank you. Now, I want to show off some little stuff real quick, okay? Are you ready? We have a thing to do before we get into the real content. I mean, that was content, but I have more content for you. But first, I need to show off some fan mail. Because guess what? We got fan mail! And I want to open it. Now, one, I have already seen. And this is the one that came, I know who it came from, and I had to check it because I didn't know for sure, but I want to show it off. Which is a motherfucking belt that says champion mama. No joke. Straight up. Look at this. A fan got me a belt because even though the rightful belt was stolen from me, I think I deserved it nonetheless. So there you go. Look at that shit. Thank you. This is like a legit quality belt as well. Look at that fucking shit. This is like, unironically, like look, I can take the wrapping off real quick and I'll show you it. It is a like legit made fucking one. And it's not for Hippy Dippy. Don't mistake this for the Hippy Dippy belt. This is a belt for our own accomplishments. This is for us growing the channel and being unstoppable. Look at that. Fucking cool. So cool. I fucking love it. So it is legit, and I can fucking wear it if I want to. Look at that shit. Strength. The people's champion. So reflected you can see the screen. Isn't that incredible? So thank you very much. You know who you are. You know who you are. Thank you. And we have another one. We have another piece of fan mail as well. And I don't know what's in this one. So we'll have to open it carefully. But it says it didn't have any warnings. So it didn't have any warnings, so I'm gonna open this carefully. And then we're gonna go from there. I love chilling and opening packages. Opening packages is one of my favorite things to do, by the way. It's incredibly, incredibly relaxing to open packages, in my opinion. Opening packages is legit. Unboxing, all of it. But let's find out what's in here. Let's see. You can read this on stream. Hello, Demon Mama. I first found you from Vosh during his New Year's stream, and I've been a faithful imp ever since. I'm sorry about the penmanship. I've never been great at it. It's great. It's super readable. Enclosed inside is a DVD copy of a very cringe Charlie's Angels movie I made in high school, along with a couple other video projects. Also a cringe American manga version of the story of Jesus that I found at my local thrift store. That's amazing! I also sent you some Canadian treats for you to try. The honey dill sauce is great with chicken nuggets or strips and tendies and is only available in Manitoba. Thank you again for all of your great work. Your faithful imp, Jason Sanderson. Jason Sanderson, thank you so much! Thank you so much! And look, it's right here! The anime Messiah! We have it! We have Jesus Evangelion! I'm so excited to read this. I am so excited. I feel like I should do a reading of this on stream. And we got the DVD. That's exciting. The DVD of the movie, which I'm very excited to watch. We got some... Ooh! All dressed ruffles, which you can only get in Canada. We don't have these here. Ooh! Coffee Crisp, Nestle Coffee Crisp. We don't have these in the States either. We got the sauce. Honey dill... Gritalia honey dill sauce. This sounds amazing. Oh, this sounds so cool. I gotta try the coffee crisp. I'll eat it right now. I don't care. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. This is so exciting. Yeah, we made it. Yeah, I don't think we... Oh, really? They have it where you're at? Well, maybe they imported some. I've never seen them here. Look at this. Oh, this looks amazing. It's all chunky. It's got chunky fresh dill in there. Well, not fresh, but it's got chunky real dill in there. That looks incredible. I'm gonna eat this right now, just for you. Holy shit. Oh, that's fucking good. The thing is, American candies suck. I know a lot of people don't know this, but American candy bars suck. Do you want to know why American candy bars suck? Because here, they make them mostly with vegetable oil. And in Canada and other countries, they usually make them with actual cocoa. Non-American chocolate is 100 times better. New character unlocked. What? What's that mean? God, it's so fucking hot here today. I'm really sorry if I'm really sweaty. It is so hot here today, and we're about to get a bunch of thunderstorms, which should cool things down. Glooby, much love to you. I want to watch She-Ra at some point. So that's the stuff we got in the mail, which I'm very, very happy. Okay, I'll see what I can do. DM it to me, Max Phoenix. Not all American chocolate is fake. Like, for example, Dove. I think it's Dove chocolates and some of the other chocolates actually use real chocolate. But like Hershey's, M&M's, all of the candy bars use tons of vegetable oil instead of actual chocolate, which is why you get your mouth feels slimy afterwards and it tastes bad. So bad. But Dove is quite good for American chocolate, but it's also expensive. It's much more expensive. Yes, American milk chocolate tastes bad because of an enzyme used in the production that tastes vaguely like vomit. Yes, but they use that so they can use more vegetable oil. Yes, it's true. Chat is sucking at math, but I still want to give away my excess capital, so take my money. Zordon, thank you! I hope Twitch chat gets better at doing math, because I sure could use your excess capital. Thank you very much. I have one other thing to talk about before we jump into the content for the day, because we need to talk about some stuff. We need to talk about some drama. I haven't. Maybe we could watch it. Striped Kidder, DM that to me on Discord, and maybe we could watch it. Thank you, Zordon. Seriously, thank you. Well, you know what I mean, Good Faith Actor. By the way, Good Faith Actor, please drop your stream, please drop your channel in chat. For those of you who don't know, Good Faith Actor, the regular chatter in our chat, has a Demon Mama clip account called Tragic Hero, which has amazing clips. Stuff that we don't usually put up on our channel. Good Faith Actor puts it up. So go, if you could link that, Good Faith Actor, I'm sure tons of people would want to subscribe to that to catch the clips that we don't post. They're usually short ones. Yes, we're gonna talk about that, big boy. Yeah, Tragic Hero is Good Faith Actor. There you go, there's the link right there, everybody, right there. Go give them a follow. Herenya Hope says, love from Indiana. I'm a queer library worker working for a library with a bunch of other queers and commies. We work hard to create a safe space for our patrons. Herenya Hope, that is one of the coolest things I've ever heard. That is so pog. Thank you so much for the super chat, and holy moly, that is cool. Zordon, you've been killing it. Zordon says, you've been killing it lately. Everyone follow me on Twitter. Go follow Zordon. Thank you very much, Zordon. Really means the world to me. Thank you. Seriously, thank you so much. I've been doing my best. The Pirate Mama bit was one for the ages. I was grinning from ear to ear watching it. You're very welcome. That one, I'm sure, Good Faith, I'm sure, is going to turn that into a thing. There was one other thing I was going to talk about. Oh, yes. This is a stream update thing, okay, everybody? Okay. So many of you know that over the last, month and a half, I've had a very, very, very hard time with my audio setup, okay? Unfortunately, I have been defeated by audio. Audio has defeated me. So, next weekend, I am once again going to be redoing the audio setup from scratch with a completely different setup. And my audio sounds good right now, but it is not useful for me. So, I apologize if I know. But the problem is that while we have a working solution, it's incredibly inconvenient and requires me to constantly move the cables. So we're going to be fixing it. And I think I actually have a solution that's going to work. So just so that you know, we're going to be going back to digital audio, and I'm going to be running audio processing on the gaming computer, which should not be too heavy to affect the gaming. And that should get us the pristine audio we truly, truly desire. Okay? Yeah, because that really sucks. Yeah. It's been really hard. It's been very stressful. The audio sounds fine. It sounds fine, but I want it to sound good. I want it to sound good. Okay? Good. Yeah, I'm using 3.5, but it's fine. No, it's not going to be fixed by next stream. I'm telling you that right now. I'm once again asking you to fix your audio setup. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm desperately trying to do that. I am so desperately trying to fix my audio. You all have no idea. I wish I could tell you how stressed it's made me. How stressed the audio changes have made me. It's been so stressful. Yeah, I got a USB-C one. Am I going to be streaming this Sunday? Yes, I will. We're finally doing gaming. I'm thinking we're going to do Stardew Valley because I need a relaxing game and I'm not quite ready to start Shin Megami Tensei SMT Nocturne yet. So we're probably going to do some Stardew Valley. With mods, not yet, but eventually. Yeah. So yeah. I'm excited for it. I've been playing Stardew to chill lately, and I love it, and I feel like we could have a lot of fun on stream just talking about politics while doing Stardew Valley. Apocalyptic Demon Collector? Well, no, that sounds great. It's just, it sounds intense, and I need something chill. So, this is the last thing before we get into the actual content. Probably Abigail. We'll see. You want to make an NTR mod? Go for it. Okay, go for it. Listen. Okay, this is another thing. I've been fucking stressed lately. All of you know that I have been quite stressed. Well, not all of you. Probably not, actually, most of you probably don't know that. I've been very, very stressed this summer. It has been an incredibly stressful summer. Between numerous cancellation cycles and an unbelievable amount of harassment, I've had to make a lot of changes to my life. And I don't spend as much time on, responding to social media as I used to. No, it was attempted cancellations. But the thing is, an attempted cancellation of a large enough size is very, very stressful and frustrating. And the Thunderdome has been a bit strong. But I need to be able to proceed through this. So I wanted just to say, I apologize if I'm not as active on the Discord as I used to be. I apologize if I'm not as active in the YouTube comments as I used to be. And I apologize if I'm not as active on, I'm kind of active on Twitter, but that's because it's kind of set and forget. I say things and then people get mad and then I go away. Hey, can you guess how many bread pills I can cram into the Cruelty Squad stream? That game lives inside my head rent-free. Anyway, have a happy drama-free Friday night. We love from the Basque. Hey, thank you, JMAA TV, for the $10. Thank you so much. So fucking much. We're going to, I want to play that Cruelty Squad on stream. I think what we're going to do is the next holiday event that we do, I'm going to play, Cruelty Squad on stream with Fawn. Because Fawn is god tier at Cruelty Squad. Like, Fawn is literally, like, has been a part of this Cruelty Squad community since the beginning. Fawn, like, has talked to the dev and stuff. It's super cool. Okay. Cruelty Squad is a psychedelic anti-capitalist shooter game that is super awesome. It's super cool. It is a stressful game, but it's also incredibly awesome. Yeah, it's super based. And it's like very comedic. It has like let me show you some screenshots. Let me show you some screenshots of the game. It's absolutely wild. Like, I mean, look at this. Where else are you gonna find a game that looks like this? Look at this. Your, like, life is a big beating blob heart, and, like, it's fucking wild. It has, like, wild reload systems. You get, like, an umbilical cord that you can hook people with. It's got, like, 3D motion in, like, a 2D environment. It's an absurdist game. And it's amazing. It's truly amazing. Yeah, it's very aesthetic, and it's very, very good. It's also quite cheap to play. So, yeah, I'm gonna be playing it, on stream, and then I'll probably do a review of it. Yeah, because, it's super great. And, the main character was actually put into a couple of other games. Oh yeah, here's the video. Yeah, somebody just gave me the video of Caleb Maupin and Alexander Dugan. Wow, nice. Incredible. Thank you, Posadas John. Okay, so now we have to talk about something, everybody. But before we do that, because it is going to be a heavy topic, I want us to laugh a little bit, okay? Do you want to laugh a little bit, chat? Let's see. Let's do it. Let's do a little poll. Do you want to laugh? Yes or no? Yes? No? Oh, we got some joyless motherfuckers here. I see. I see we got some joyless tours. Live, laugh, love. Girl bossin'. By the way, tomorrow I'm going to lunch with Girl Boss Marcy. And Gayfesh. Gayfesh and I are going out to lunch with Girl Boss Marcy. Gonna be super fucking cool. I'm super hyped for that. I'll post a picture of it if everyone's okay with that, of course. I'm pretty pumped for that. We're getting sushi. All right, let's watch the meme that I've really wanted to share with all of you. Okay? I happen to know somebody from my community made this meme happen. This meme was technically a product of one of the Keffelimps. The Keffelimps. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, okay, never mind. Whew, I was a little scared. I couldn't get in there. Yeah, the Keffelimps. A Keffelimp made it. Hi, Vermin, you're about to watch a wild-ass meme. I hope you're ready for it. The bathroom song, we'll play it, I'm sure, at some point today. But first, I have to show you a meme that made me... Okay, I'm not kidding you. I hurt my throat from laughing so hard at this meme. Okay? I laughed so hard at this meme last night that I literally hurt my throat. So if my throat sounds rough today, it's because of that. It's so good, okay? So we're gonna watch it together. This is a meme that was edited and voice acted by Keffels based on a meme by a Keffelimp. So let's enjoy it. If you don't know who Keffels is, don't worry. Keffels is the little shroom down here in the corner. I'm actually gonna hide the chat for a second. No, wait, no, I don't wanna hide the chat for a second. Fuck it. There's a little shroom down in the corner you can see. See that shroom? See the shroom? That's Keffels. That's the real Keffels. Keffels is a streamer that we've rated a couple times. If you don't follow Keffels, you should enjoy it. Zordon, thank you so much for the $5 tip. Thank you so very much. It means the world to me. Who need they Shrussy 8? True, but let us watch this meme together.
We will now begin the trial as to if Shroom Keffels reproduces sexually or asexually. It is quite simple, Your Honor. Shroom Keffels would reproduce asexually since that is how mushrooms reproduce. That's preposterous. Everyone knows that Keffels would reproduce sexually, even in mushroom form. Think, Mr. Wright. Through the process of shroomification, they become a mushroom. In this Harvard study, it says that mushrooms produce both sexually and asexually. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's bring them up to testify for themselves. Witness testimony. Alright, Mix Keffels, do you reproduce sexually or asexually? Shroom! What kind of answer is Shroom? Answer the question. Come, Shroom! Come, Shroom! Keffels, do you reproduce sexually or asexually? Shroom!
What kind of answer is Shroom?
Answer is Shroom. Answer the question. Come, Shroom! Come, Shroom!
Okay. now, all I'm saying is that Keffels' channel on YouTube is fucking amazing. Fucking amazing. So, here you go. Here you go. If you want to go follow Keffels' channel and leave some love for Keffels, Keffels makes so many absurdist memes. If you love that shit, you will like it. Shroom! Come, Shroom! The stupidest shit you've ever seen? It is, but it's great. It's amazing. Shroom, come, Shroom. You must learn to love it. You must learn to love the shroom. No one. Shroom. We gotta get it. You know what? I would love to get... I think we can add a Keffels emote for when Keffels comes by. That'd be fun. Yeah. All right, everybody. It's serious time. Let's get serious. It's time to discuss something. Okay? It's time for us to discuss something. Okay? And this is going to get a little heavy. Okay? But it's serious time. Okay? All right, everybody? Yeah, we got to talk about Christine Chandler. Yep. Yes, there's tons, Zordon. You're not alone at all. Yeah, oh, that'd be great, Pickle and Croissant. Gladly. Just let me know. We'll make it happen. Okay. We're not going to go deep down the rabbit hole, but I am going to tell you the story of Christine Weston Chandler. Okay. So, you're unironically a Christorian? Well, listen. For those of you who do not know, this is a little bit important to talk about, okay? For those of you who do not know, there is a very, very famous internet figure known as Christian Weston Chandler, or CWC. Some of you might know about this person because of Sonichu. Sonichu being a character that was drawn right here. In fact, I'm gonna just show a picture. Actually, let's see. Can I find the an updated one? Here we go. This is the original one, okay? Here is the yes. Silax, thank you. I appreciate it. I understand. I'm trying to explain for people who haven't heard. I know. I'm doing my best. I know. Thank you. I'm just trying to make it make sense to people who maybe have never heard of this. Okay? I get you. I hear you. I hear you. I promise. Look. This is the original art. This is the original art that that kind of became infamous, okay? Go, Sonichu. Go out and zap to the extreme. Now, you might go, well, why does a drawing of Sonic mixed with Pikachu, like, why does that have any sort of relevance on the internet? Well, there's a number of reasons for that. Some of you may have heard of a website. No, I didn't, Silax. No, I didn't. Silax, I really appreciate you, but listen. Hey, Doe! Great to see you! I didn't, actually. I said Christine, but thank you. In order for this to make sense, I just promise you, please just listen to the substance, for the love of God. Please. Please, for the love of God. I understand what you're doing, and I appreciate it, Silax. I promise you, I'm not doing this for malicious reasons, at all. Okay? Yes, they go by Christine Chandler. Now, so, still often referred to by the name they were referred to before, which was Chris Chan, now Christine Chan. Christine is sort of the original lolcow. And if you're not familiar with the term lolcow, a lolcow is basically somebody who posts on the internet all the time and can be easily provoked into doing funny or embarrassing things then that they can then be laughed at. Certain websites exist specifically to farm lolcows. You might know of one of these called Kiwi Farms. Oh, me too. Me too. Many people are lolcows. Lots of people end up being lolcows. It has the term has basically no meaning anymore. It's just an insult. There are lots of them, okay? And Christine has been in the sort of crosshairs of the internet for a very, very, very long time. Yes, it is Pros Renegade. It like loaded. That's all the people that use it. The name Kiwi Farms, in fact, originated from Christine Chan. Okay, yeah, that I didn't know that specific piece, but yes. There is literally there is literally so much shit about Christine Chan out there that it's hard to even begin. So Christine has been the target of an unbelievable amount of harassment and bullying. Christine was doxxed very early on, so people found out where Christine lives. They sent stuff to her. They heckled her on the internet. They would post her videos that she did talking about various subjects. Sometimes, many of them were very cringy. Like, very cringy. Like, I'm talking, there's a video out there of CWC, teaching people how to do, like, cunnilingus. And there's actually, like, actual documentaries that have been made about this. There's a lot of, like, cringy stuff. But that's it, okay? It's cringe, okay? And there was no harm being done by Chris Chan that anybody could, like, of any substantial note that justified in any way, shape, or form the amount of hyper-focus that certain corners of the internet had on Christine. And as time went on, Christine was more and more open about the disgusting harassment and horrific nonsense that had been put upon her. And in addition, like, her family got involved. There's videos with her dad, like, shouting at the screen. There's videos of family members involved. It is, but none of them know how to use the internet safely. None of them. And, like, I think it goes without, like, I don't want to say it goes without saying, but Christine is very autistic. And, that has led to, an incredible amount of just raw hate and bullying. The term A-log also comes from one of her obsessed harassers who became a lolcow himself after making a 500-part documentary. That's absolutely absurd. And keep in mind that, like, the popularity of, like, anti-autistic jokes kind of, I don't say that it started, but it was a huge part influenced by the hate that was thrown at Christine Chandler. And today, and of course, there was the infamous incident in which Christine Chandler was out in a, they went to a GameStop, or I can't remember the exact story. I think it was a GameStop or an EB Games or something along that line. And they got in an altercation with the staff there that was being filmed by people. And of course, immediately got leapt on and turned into a mega meme. So, the reality is that Christine Chandler has lived her life for years under an absolutely unbearable amount of scrutiny, stalking, hate, harassment, hate mail, people going to her house, and all of this. Doe Reformed says, I hate that I think there's some really funny lines from some of the awful stuff she's gone through, like her uploading something and her parents saying, you upload it, now you unload it. Yes, it's very, very funny. And it does come from abuse. And, like, I think there's a certain level of, like, recognizing funny moments that can be funny without necessarily, the you uploaded it, now unload it is something that, like, has entered the lexicon in a bigger, sense. So I think there are funny things that can be laughed at without necessarily, participating in the nonsense. I think that video is funny, but I don't participate or propagate any of the anti-Christine Chandler stuff. And yes, of course, Christine, the incident in which we're talking about, like I said, was very cringy. There was pepper spray involved. Christine was very angry about the Sonic Boom redesign of Sonic, and it resulted in an altercation. Sonic Boom actually included a joke vaguely referencing Christine Chandler and the arm colors. It was, yeah. This is one of the people that ContraPoints talks about in the cringe videos. Yes, VP Trashman says, CWC has basically been living a toxic version of the Truman Show for the past 15 years. That is so accurate. I really appreciate that you said that, because that is true. CWC has been living a horrifically scrutinized life. Well, yes, of course Truman Show was super toxic. Well, yes, but I mean, okay, yes, but you know what I mean. It was already toxic, obviously, but we're talking like 10 times worse. I think it's even worse. Yeah. Like, they couldn't, the audience couldn't directly harass Truman. Exactly, Doe. You got it. So, like, I don't really want to, we're not going to go watch all of the Chris Chan things that happened over the years. I genuinely, Christine Chan things. I'm trying to adjust it. I know that sometimes there are some people say that Christine still goes by Chris Chan. Sometimes CWC is probably the way to go. I apologize. But what I'm trying to say here is that I'm not here to kick at CWC. Wait, Dylan at the moment is defending on your behalf against Redneck? Oh boy. Okay. After this, I'll go check in on it. I'll check on this after that. Okay? But let's listen, okay? We'll focus and we'll go check on that later, okay? There is no real reason for us to watch CWC's infinitely, unfathomably long history of cringe and controversial things on the internet. However, we do need to talk about something that happened today, okay? Some of you might know, in fact, I think if I go on Twitter right now, yep, indeed, if I go on Twitter right now, I'm going to show it to you. Right now, live on Twitter, Chris Chan did what? Hashtag has been trending all day. All day. Yes. And we're good, and this is the point where I need to add a content warning, okay? I need to add a content warning. Okay? So, warning, it's time for us to get a content warning, okay? Big content warning, okay? And I want to, I'll see you soon. If you feel like you need to check out for this segment, that's fine, but we need to talk about this, okay? Because everyone is talking about it, and I think that most of the ways that people are talking about this is going to be very, very bad and very, very harmful, okay? And I'm going to tell you why, okay? So first, what happened? Everybody wants to know what the fuck happened, okay? So again, content warning. Oops. I didn't mean to put both of those up. Thank you. Okay. I didn't mean to put those two up. Okay? Alright. So I've given the content warnings. We're at the content warning level. Okay. It appears there is some evidence that CWC, that Christine Chandler, may have been, up until very, very recently, sexually abusing her own mother. And, of course, the police have been involved. There are institutions involved. There are all kinds of people watching this now. It's trending on Twitter, and like we said, the Toxic Truman Show is in full swing. And I just want to point out something. Yeah, I'll repeat it again. Yes, there is significant evidence. Yeah, they've already arrested her. Yeah, exactly. The mom's in the hospital. Christine's mother, I believe her mother's name is Barbara. Barbara is a very old, very, very disabled woman. And it appears that Christine has been raping this old woman. And that is incredibly, unbelievably fucked up. And before we talk about anything else, I want to point something out, okay? Which is that, who is Christine? Christine Weston Chandler, previously known online as Chris Chan, still referred to by that, but their name is Christine, or her name is Christine, okay? But I need you to listen closely, okay? Right now, what you are going to see is a lot of people who are going to justify the entire history of harassment against Christine Chandler because of this event. And that is not what we are going to do here. At all. Ever. Because this is a heinous, disgusting act that is victimizing a person who is supremely incapable of fighting back. And there are I already know, because I've already looked at this stuff. I've already looked at some of the conversations that are happening online, and there are a lot of people going down and looking to justify the past harassment, and that is not what we're here for. But it is a part of this conversation. How do we even know if that really happened? Yes, we're going to talk about it, okay? So, Worry Slayer brings up a good point. Confessions of this sort have been blackmailed and tormented out of Christine before. Trolls constantly made Christine admit to being gay for decades. That said, if this is true and not a blackmailed falsehood, I think I am done with the internet permanently. I'm very sorry to hear that you're done with the internet, but I completely understand that. But I want people to understand a couple of things. First of all, it's not confirmed. However, there have been leaked messages that appear to be credible, and as far as we can tell right now, the police have already moved on it, and they have already been separated. Okay, so the family has been separated. It's so bad that the tag on Twitter is a horrible mess. It is a horrific nightmare mess, and I do not recommend looking into it, and I will not be showing anything on here about the tag, because it's really just harassment, more harassment. So there's a couple of things we can look at here, and a couple of things we need to talk about. Yeah, it's messy in every single direction. But there's a lot of problems going on here, which is, it is true that CWC has confessed to things that didn't happen in the past after threats. I mean, there are examples in the past where people threatened CWC's family with violence. And so in order to try and save her family, CWC has confessed to things that weren't true. So she wasn't arrested. There was just a restraining order. See, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be changing, etc. So who broke the story? Well, that's complicated, okay? That's really complicated. However, I have found the notes or the leaked messages that appear to be where this is coming from. And again, we don't really have to worry all that much about what actually happened, because what actually happened in this particular circumstance is going to be figured out by the police, etc. Okay? So we don't really need to worry about that part of it. What I want to talk about is the reaction and the fallout and the ways that people are going to talk about this. Now, it is very possible that this actually happens. That all of the details are there. That it checks out and it's true that this happened. And that's very, very tragic. I won't be showing anything on Twitter. That is the tag is a just horrible mess. Like, I mean, I'm looking right here and it was immediate that I just see people talking about degeneracy, depravity, all of this nonsense. And it is likely that a lot of transphobia and that a lot of homophobia and that a lot of ableism is going to be seen online around this. And I want you to recognize that those arguments are full of shit. Just so you know. Anybody who would point to CWC and go, autistic, that's why, trans, that's why, and ignore the entire past are full of shit. Their argument doesn't hold water. It's meaningless. It's literally a nonsensical argument that just attempts to paint all of a group of people as bad because of one bad actor. But I want you to recognize how many people are immediately going to jump to ableism, transphobia, instead of actually looking at the history of what happened. And what we actually have on our hands is somebody who has been exposed to the internet in perhaps the most, the most unrestricted and unfiltered way imaginable. Somebody who was seemingly incapable of understanding internet security, of understanding social dynamics online, who was enabled by random circumstances of their life. It's so bad. And people ignore that. It is a obvious example of everything that can go wrong with the internet and how our society fails to actually help people who need it. Because keep in mind that there are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people who know about CWC, who've known about CWC for years, who've known that it's very obvious that CWC is struggling and is suffering under the circumstances of her life. And yet, no one could help. A lot of people could harm, though, but it seems like nobody could help. Yes, that is true. Doe brings up, not to disagree with your point, but I hope everyone here knows literally no one is good at being safe online. No one is good at cybersecurity or OPSEC. Some people are just more susceptible to harms. I agree with you. I think there are ways of no one is truly secure online. What my point is that some people are a little better at avoiding becoming the target, and some people are a little better at weathering the storm when they become a target. But the reality is that that is not the case with CWC whatsoever. And instead, what we see is someone who became totally against their will, the beacon for all of the most hateful, voyeuristic, and malicious groups of people on the internet. And just so we know, like, CWC has become a weapon against trans people and a weapon against autistic people and a weapon against disabled people. And keep in mind that that isn't CWC's fault. That is wrong. It will always be wrong. Even if CWC, again, like I said, even if we find out that everything alleged here is true, that CWC did indeed rape her mother, it will still be true that CWC was mistreated and used as a weapon against other people. And that's very fucked. And I want people to recognize that you don't have to engage in cruelty. A lot of people, a lot of people, will feel the urge to engage in what we call defensive othering. Okay? Defensive othering is when somebody that belongs to your in-group, whether it's autistic people or trans people, somebody who shares that identity, there is a sociological phenomenon whereby many people will basically attack that person to make it appear as though they're not really a true representative of the group. And the reality is that no single person is a representative of a group. That is ridiculous. But a lot of people fall into this defensive othering because they're scared of being associated with somebody who did things bad. Yes, it is the Blair White True Scum tactic, exactly, Doe. You saw this with Jessica Yaniv, and it's still being done right now. I clicked on a link in Twitter earlier today, and right in the comments were Blair White and Stone Toss. Absolutely. You know Blair White's going to do this right away. You know Blair White's going to jump on this shit right away. And I would urge my viewers, my listeners, to resist this to the greatest degree possible. It is actually very easy to say, hey, yeah, this is disgusting and horrible act, but that doesn't excuse the horrific past that led up to this. In fact, we don't even know if that horrific past, well, we know for a fact that that horrific past contributed in some way, right? I don't think there's any way that you can argue that somebody can be subjected to over a decade of concentrated internet hate that breaches into the real world without saying, hey, this probably led them to where they are, or at least contributed to leading them to where they are today. So, the main reason why I wanted to talk about this CWC stuff today is because I want to point out that internet abuse is a fucking huge problem, and that the right is going to try and use this to trick people into doing the defensive othering thing. The thing where they go, oh, yeah, CWC isn't a real trans woman. CWC isn't a real autistic person. Well, no. CWC is trans and CWC is autistic. And guess what? Anybody can do bad things. But that doesn't reflect on the entire group. That doesn't reflect on the identity group. And it doesn't mean that you have to attack somebody, you know, in order to denounce their actions. The mere fact I need to say this says it all? Well, yeah, but that's the truth of our society. We live in a society that's incredibly prejudiced. And thank you, Sappho Trap House, for proving my point almost immediately. Are you, God, sometimes I get comments in my chat that make me, like, they just take my mood and they just go into the trash. That was one of them. That was one. Sometimes how do I put this? humans are creatures of change. We change throughout our lives, and the events that we engage in change us, okay? All the time. And I have no doubt that the current state of CWC has been strongly influenced by the disgusting torture. And I will call it torture because I do believe that it's torture. I believe that CWC has been subjected to torture. And guess what? Torture can really fuck you up. That doesn't mean that what happened is the fault of anybody. It's just the fact that we need to point this out. That this doesn't do anything. It's not just that led to a choice of rape. It leads to a... If your life becomes a living hell, you might not even think... You may not even find yourself capable of thinking straight anymore. You might not know. You might actually, like severe extended trauma can seriously damage your ability to think about things. Not always. It doesn't always, but it can. Of course, CWC is still responsible for what was done. I mean, I have a feeling that there's probably... I mean, and the thing is, I just want you to recognize, like, let's zoom out for a second, everybody. Can we, like, zoom out for just a second? Let's zoom out for 1 second, okay? And I want you to look at the life of CWC. Someone who, at a very young age, got onto the internet, entered into a perpetual cycle of surveillance and torture, and now is going to most likely be institutionalized for the rest of her life, or put into prison. Your boy Tapoy says, yes, a mental state could make the choice of something a misnomer. Striped Kidder says, I've lived my whole life as a person of color fighting against this type of thing where a person of my race or ethnicity will do something bad, and I see a mix of opinions in the same group that are similar to what I see now with CWC. She doesn't represent us. We do not recognize her as one of our own. She's one of the bad ones, and we aren't like her. It's a mess. There's so much going on with CWC to make this cut and dry as CWC bad, so trans people bad. But some people will try, and what I'm trying to tell you to do, because I think we can all acknowledge that's wrong, but what I'm trying to tell you to do is that be bold enough to reject that. You can say, don't fucking walk around over here and justify the abuse based on something that just happened now. Don't justify that shit. We can push back against that because we have to push back against it. It is an atrocity that there is anybody in our society who is subjected to the level of disgusting surveillance and torture that CWC was. And CWC will be. Because let's be real, if this does turn out to be true, CWC will probably not go free. CWC will probably be tortured for the rest of her life. And I don't know about you, but I don't see that as a satisfying conclusion to any of this. 4chan Fox says, I wouldn't be surprised if she still got stalked in the mental ward. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all, not even a little bit. Doe says, if it turns out to be fake, she'll be tortured as well. The reality of it doesn't actually change anything. Yes, because what we have witnessed with the story of CWC up to this point is a snapshot of unfettered cruelty enabled entirely by the internet and a society that is incapable of helping people who need help. Because remember, again, no, it's not like CWC was invisible. There are a lot of people who could have helped somewhere along the way. You could even argue that the state might have been able to help somewhere along the way. And I don't even generally agree with state intervention, because it usually just ends up with people getting institutionalized. But we don't have the structures. We don't have the societal, we don't have the societal structures to help. Your boy Tapoy says she's had an actively updated page on Kiwi Farms for as long as I can remember. Yeah. Kiwi Farms has actually gotten footage of lol cows in psychiatric hospitals. I do not doubt that this will be the end. This isn't going to be the end. This isn't the end. But it is a definitive change in the way that things are going. I mean, I agree with you, Kyle Marshku. Well, it's worse than that, Mixed Dizzy. Mixed Dizzy says, the internet right now is like an owner who beat their dog from puppyhood and then justifies all these beatings because the dog finally bites them. No, it justifies the beatings because the dog bit one of the other dogs. Keep in mind that CWC's family has been subjected to all of the same stuff. This is not just CWC who's been subjected. CWC has been the anchor point, but CWC's family has been stalked. And it's, very... It makes me sad. It makes me sad. It makes me sad for everyone involved. It makes me sad for the potential victim. Oh my god, that's sad too. Robotic Reborn. CWC lives in my state and attended a local gaming convention called MagFest 2 years ago. There was a CWC hate panel that was scheduled, and unbeknownst to the panelists, CWC was in the audience. The hate for her is weirdly inescapable, not even at gaming festivals. I have no idea how they'd let a panel like that even get approved. Do you see what I'm talking about? Can you imagine how... like... I just... fuck. And as Maximilian Must says in chat, Christine is messed up, but she's also a victim. Well, yeah. As it turns out, we are products, in many ways, of our circumstances. And if your circumstances have you chancing into being harassed on the internet for a long time, it might completely fuck up your life. And I don't know, sometimes I think about it and I go, oh my fucking god. Like, we've failed. We've failed as beings. We have failed to even... We've failed to even build basic interventions that can help people. And isn't it wild that at the end of all of this, at the end of a life of, not even the end, but at this point in a life, after decades of torture, the answer that we have is to lock someone up to be further abused. Even if that person is an abuser themselves, what good does it do that we lock them in a place that will inevitably abuse them, that will make them easier to hurt more? The way we approach this, the way that we approach justice, the way that we approach any of this. Maximilian Must, don't worry. People just got you confused. Don't worry. Sorry, Maximilian. People were just a little bit on edge. I don't know you. I apologize, but I think they're mixing you up with somebody else. Don't let it drive you. People are just a little on edge because of the level of shit that's been going on with this. Okay? We just looked at some of the threads. They're very abusive. So, you know, people are a little tense, and I apologize if you don't feel like you gotta run. It's just, Everybody be chill, all right, please? Okay. No, they are not. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Okay? Can we be chill? I don't know who this person is. Maybe there's a mixed up identity going on. Okay? All right. Okay. Well, whatever. If you want to go, you go. Okay? But again, to wrap this all up, okay? I really, really, really want people to understand that you do not have to engage with stuff that Blair White is going to trot out. You don't have to do that. We can get better at it. We can learn to respond to these things better, and you do not have to participate. And you can also do what I'm doing right now, which is to say that it is a tragedy, that it is a crime against humanity, that the only answer that we have for helping people like Christine Chandler is to wait until their life gets to a point where somebody does get hurt, and then somebody gets hurt even more, and then that person gets put in a prison or an institution. America literally doesn't know how to solve problems without prisons. And that makes me feel like there is a societal misunderstanding of the purpose of any of this. But the thing is, we lock our problems away, but I mean, this is going to transition very well into the next topic I'm going to talk about. Because we're going to have we're going to have 3 serious topics in a row, and then we're going to do memes afterwards. Queen Laura, in response to these events, should I do a video essay about the cycle of abuse from a neuroatypical perspective? I think that sounds like a great idea. A lot of this is due to NIMBYism? Yeah, a little bit. Yep. But it's a mentality. It is a mentality that pervades our society. That we essentially push people into the margins until they become a big enough problem, and then we push them into a cage where they die or suffer. Mental health is treated like a crime. The police in many places are the ones who respond to mental health crisis, and they do so with their guns drawn. And it is a very cold, ineffective, expensive process. And what's worse is that it's not just expensive with regard to money. In my opinion, it is expensive to the human soul. And I don't really believe in like a literal metaphysical soul, but we pay a price for living like this. We pay a fucking price for building a society in which the answer to most of our problems is jail. It builds a society of paranoid, angry, hateful, terrified people. And it influences every aspect of our life. The human cost is unfathomable. Robotic Reborn says, the police are absolutely not equipped to respond to mental health emergencies at all. They're literally trained to see neurodivergent and disabled and mentally ill behavior as signs of violence or dishonesty. Yes. NIMBY equals not in my backyard. What it is it's a sort of popular political position that basically says, well, we should build homeless shelters over by the railroad track instead of near other humans. Even if that means that the homeless people have to walk all the way across town every single day to be able to get a warm meal. NIMBYism is anti-homeless. It's stuff like that. It's saying, no, don't put a mental health hospital here. Go put a mental health hospital in the abandoned factory district because we don't want to see them. That's what NIMBYism is. Yeah. It's unfortunate, and it's painful. And also it reflects how we deal with a lot of other things. Because keep in mind, let's talk about another aspect of this, which is that it is a part of the CWC story. It is a part of the facts of this story that CWC's mother, who is the victim, who is one of the victims in this situation, arguably the primary victim in this particular situation, as far as we can tell, provided the facts are indeed, verified, doesn't have the resources necessary to live a good life. It is very clear that their family has had a lot of issues, that they've been struggling, that they've struggled with illness. CWC's mother struggles with, if I remember correctly, Alzheimer's. And this is something I can touch on personally. My great-grandmother, who was hugely influential in my life, who I loved dearly, had dementia. And my mom was kind of the hero of the situation, in that my mom took very, very, very hands-on care of my grandma. My mom would often care for my grandma directly. Like give her medicine, make sure that she was okay, make sure she could get to the bathroom, stuff like that. But eventually it did become too much. My mom had to work. We had bills we had to pay. There was no opportunity for us. There was no way for us to get care for my great-grandma. And my great-grandma ended up in a retirement home. The first retirement home that she ended up in almost killed her. I'm not kidding you. When we went to go visit my grandma, I was there when this happened. We went in, and my grandma was so dehydrated she couldn't even get her mouth open. Her lips were stuck together. And my mom had to go and pester a nurse to go and make sure, why the hell doesn't she have water? Why isn't she hydrated? She needs an IV, like, now. And my grandma, thankfully, was able to be, my mom took personal cost. My mom was not rich, but my mom spent money getting my grandma into a private, a private retirement home, like Alzheimer's home, that was much, much better. But our society doesn't provide anything like that. If you're poor, you don't get a choice. You might not even get anything. My mom's nursing home gave her an overdose of warfarin that led to a sepsis infection and put her into a coma. I'm really sorry to hear that. It happens unbelievable. And also, we know what happened during COVID. We know what happened during COVID. So, okay. All right. I'm checking right now. Okay, give me a second. I have to check these things. Oh boy. Oh. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, yep. Continue with the bans. I should never distrust my mod team. My mod team is always right. Continue with the bans. I see we're getting raided now. Of course we are. My mods are always correct. Niztastic says, my grandfather had a bad fall at home and contracted COVID while in the hospital. No visitors were allowed, and the hospital didn't tell my grandma the seriousness of the condition until a few hours before he died. I'm very sorry to hear that. The thing is, The thing is, there are ways to do this, even in our current system. The last place that I lived, was a multi-generational home. Okay? And in that multi-generational home, was a 92-year-old man who had some health problems. And thankfully, he had a caretaker who lived nearby. It was a neighborhood thing. Just so happened that there was a caretaker who lived in the neighborhood, and the family that me and my partners lived with, the house that we shared with them, they would pay her to come by and spend time with him. And as a result, he lived a pretty good life. But that was not covered by the state. That could not be covered by the state because of the way that it was. Because the state doesn't allow that. The state bars everything behind paperwork and institutions, and so we don't have answers for this stuff. We have answers, but we don't put them in because, at the end of the day, ideology. Because we see young people, old people, disabled people, people who are just slightly different, as dispensable, as societal irritations, and not as valuable members of society who bring their own. And it's unfortunate. And I want to challenge people to fight that in every possible way that they can. To not participate in the defensive othering. To not buy in to these narratives that try to frame entire groups of people around single bad actions without context. We have to resist that. Because if we don't find a way to change the way that people think about atypical people in general, our society is only going to keep getting worse. And it does affect us eventually. Just so you all know, it will affect you eventually. Every single person who is watching right now, yes, you, are eventually going to get sick. You're eventually going to get old. You might get really sick. No one leaves life fully abled. No one. And so, we should see every single person in our society should be seen as a valuable member regardless of whether they're able or not. We should see people as valuable. We should take care of people because we will inevitably find ourselves in that position. And a world in which we don't take care of people who aren't perfectly capable of churning out capital all the time, every day, all the time. If we believe that those people can be written off, we end up in a society that is terrible for all of us. It's a miserable, fraught society that lives in fear until eventually it happens to you. And that's the real takeaway here. The real takeaway is that this whole entire thing is a massive tragedy that we should all learn from, that we should fight against. And I mean actively. We should fight against this lol cow shit. We should fight against people being victimized. We should try to find ways to protect people. Isn't this one of the main arguments against capitalism? Interesting. Yeah, interesting how that works. And keep in mind, again, lest anyone misunderstands what I'm saying here, people argue on the internet. People roast each other on the internet. People dunk on each other on the internet. But that is not even close to the same thing as what happened here. What has happened here is that there are groups of people whose only purpose is to stalk and harass. They might even turn people into pseudo-public figures in the name of torturing them for their entertainment. And we should oppose that so hard. We should oppose that so hard. So yeah. Yeah, cringe culture is no good, folks. It's no good. And we all like to cringe. I mean, we've watched the ContraPoints cringe video. We really have. We've talked about the ContraPoints cringe video. Lone Cat says, it sucks that even feudalism allows for autistic and neurodivergent people to thrive even a little, if more than in capitalism, at least from what I've heard back in the day. Well, it's funny because back in the day, there's like a term that sounds very terrible, and I apologize, this is a terrible term, but the idea of the village idiot, has anybody heard that term? It's a terrible ableist term, but it speaks to something that used to exist, which is that if somebody was disabled, the village would take care of them. They would become the property of the community. Not the property. They would become the responsibility. That's a wrong word, not property. I meant to say responsibility. Please forgive me. It's just a small misspeak. Just a small misspeak. They would become the responsibility of the community. But we don't have anything like that anymore. People, the cracks have gotten bigger. The cracks have gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. And people just keep falling through. So. It is very very stressful. I mean, extended the nuclear family. I know this is that feels a little like pity care. Yeah, but you realize that like pity care is still better than what we have now, which is nothing, which is prison and death of exposure. You do realize that a lot of mentally ill people in our society just become homeless and then die on the streets. I think that it shouldn't be a matter of pity, but it should be a matter of love. Wait, somebody canceled the Hippy Dippy at the last minute? Wait, what the hell? Who canceled? I haven't done any prep, but do you need somebody to fill? When's it start? Denim's canceled? Okay, give me 10 minutes to wrap this up. Denibo, give me 10 minutes to wrap this up and then I'll join. Okay. Give me 10 minutes to wrap it up and then I'll join. Wait, who's on? Who's on? Denibo, fucking DM me. DM me and I'll do it in 10 minutes. I gotta finish this. Hey, thank you for that, Murder of Cross. Who's on here? Yeah, can you send it to me, Danibo, please? Hey, Surfs. Hello, Lance. How you doing? Good to see you, Lance. I hope you're doing well. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's a good panel. Okay, that's a pretty good panel. Maybe we'll go on there. All right, let's wrap this up, and then we'll go in. Much love to you, Lance. Much love to you. Yeah, I would rather have inclusion as well. I think that it should be inclusion and compassion. Anyway, to wrap this up, because I did get an invite to go on a panel. We'll go do a panel. That'll be fun. And then we'll do the rest of the topics I had planned. I want to finish this up, though. And that is to say, I think that we here, you, my viewers, please, there's a lot of you listening right now. There are hundreds of you listening to me right now. Make it your mission to fight back against this shit. I mean, to resist it. Nobody can fight back perfect. Nobody can solve the problem. But together, we can resist it. I said already the only panel I'm going to do is the Hippy Dippy. And that's because I still want the belt. There you go. Okay? But let's finish this, please. Please. Let's finish this. Okay? It's not Rob Knorr. It's Kevin Castley, Hunter, Joe Lewis. There's a lot of good people on. A lot of good people. Connor Points, Joe Lewis, Hunter, Dylan. So, yeah. No, I'm not putting the belt on. That would be not good. That would be poor etiquette. This one isn't for the actual belt. This is just another one. No, counter. Not contra. Counter points. Yeah, it's okay. Silax, there's still gonna be more content afterwards. Don't you worry, okay? Just gotta set this all up, okay? I'm gonna have to set this up. So, give me a second. Please resist it, okay? Alright, everybody? Please? Alright. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I did the surfs. I got a belt from a viewer. Somebody sent me a legit fucking belt. They felt like I was the true deserver. It was so cool. Very kind of them. Very, very kind. Yeah, it's pretty pog. Here, I'll show it. Here. Take a look. It's cool as hell. Look at this. It looks awesome. It's huge. It's chunky. Look at that. Beautiful. It's like literally super high quality. I'm like super impressed with it. Yeah, it's very shiny. So I guess we're doing a surprise panel then. That'll be fun. Okay. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna play the bathroom song. I'm gonna move the audio over. I'm gonna grab a drink, and then we're gonna go on there. Thank you for hearing me out on this topic. You all know I take these topics very seriously. We needed to do that. Yes, I would love some good news. But we'll go do some debate. Debate is fun. All right? And we got another segment afterwards, and we're going to do some conservative react tonight. So, yeah, you're welcome, 4chan Fox. I try to do these things honorably and with purpose, you know? But it's not always easy. It's not always easy. So let me play the bathroom song. I'm going to go grab a drink, and then we'll go show up. Yo! That's awesome, Zon! Zon, that's fucking awesome! Okay, let me get the song up. I'll be right back. Congratulations, Zanzi. Great to hear that. I'll be right back. If you're here, like the stream. We're going to be doing more content after. We're going to go hop on a panel.
To the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break.
Alright, everybody. Alright, let me get the audio switched over. Say hi to stream. Okay. I don't have a Deep Space Nine coffee cup. It's just red. It's just red. All right, let me get this set up. It's going to take me just a second here. Get it, okay. So let me join that.
Because the artistry that went into that, I'm just like, oh man.
Particularly, you're an artist, aren't you? You're an artist.
I play one on TV. I'm just a tracer. No, so I do animations, and I do like some commissions. I make
hear it.
Emotes and stuff like that. But no, I don't consider myself an artist. I'm just someone who has a hobby with a digital pen.
You know what? No, you're an
real quick,
artist. When you ask
sorry.
any 5-year, oh, sorry, go for it.
Sorry to interrupt. Demon Mama, can I get a quick sound check?
Yes, test.
Amazing.
Excellent.
As always.
Yeah, sorry,
Alright,
just getting my
y'all
thing
have
set
a
up. So,
wonderful stream.
what's that? Yeah, I'll be able to participate in
buddy.
just a moment.
Perfect. Y'all have a wonderful stream, and take care, people.
Take care there, geek.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you ask any 5-year-old or, like, kid, are you an artist? Oh, all of them are gonna say, oh yeah, because they're like, yeah, I make art. I feel like anyone's an artist if they just make art or, enjoy doing it. So you know what?
That's
You're
a
an
very
artist.
shallow, way of art, I guess.
Well, I'm a
It's like
very
everything's
shallow
art.
artist, so.
Well, I mean, look, art is in the eye of the beholder. So if you deem it art, Maddie, I appreciate that. I don't think I'm much of an artist. My real art was when I was making and producing music professionally. I really enjoyed that. But I've always loved visual arts as well. So I mean, it is what it is.
Well, and like Agent 10, aren't you, you're a theater tech guy,
Yeah,
aren't
so
you?
specifically
So,
lighting
yeah.
design.
So,
I
you're an
don't know.
artist,
I don't want to gatekeep art. I mean, I guess. I see it with more like I play around with lights and I make things.
Can y'all
lights
see?
that
Can y'all hear and
I
see?
make them look pretty. I would say the artist is really like the people building the sets and or running on them. But that's
Oh
just
no,
We'll
lighting,
we'll boost the
light
audio.
engineering.
Lighting is everything, though.
That is beautiful. No, that is an art.
Definitely, I just don't see it.
Um, It's just like when I used to play on stage. The guy who did our pyrotechnics. That guy was an artist. I mean, you're actually shooting fire into a small space and not catching it on fire. There's some definite good times with that.
Every NBA team has a pyrotechnic specialist on staff because of all the pyrotechnics that are just used in like random, whether they have like a pre-show or anything else. And I always thought that was fun. I'm like, what a cool career to be a pyrotechnic specialist. And you're like, I work for an NBA team and just get to like shoot things off when the team's doing well. And like, that's what I do for a living. And it pays my mortgage. That's so cool.
It's all right. We'll do more content later. Just hopefully we'll enjoy this.
I worked with an advertising agency when I was in high school, mainly because I was dating the owner's daughter, and so he did that to keep me within close proximity. And man, I learned so much about visual art and everything just doing that paid internship. It was a lot of fun. I got to see storyboarding, pitching ideas to clients. We did so I grew up in South Mississippi. I grew up down around Biloxi.
Wow. Okay.
And so one of the big car franchises or whatever down there for Toyota, they wanted a new campaign. So
there we go.
Me and
all right, there we
and
go.
the owner were sitting there taking.
Let me grab you the topics.
Some puffs off some nice cigarettes that smelled a little bit funny and playing Tecmo Bowl. And so there's a lot of Cajuns down where I'm from. We're like, let's do a Bubba commercial.
Hey, how's everybody going? How's everybody doing?
I don't know what the topics are yet.
Hey, good.
What's up?
With you?
For now.
I'm a little frustrated. Last second cancellations are always frustrating. We had 2 last second cancellations for those in chat. Actual Jake and Denims, neither of them will be appearing on today's show. Actual Jake canceled about 3 hours ago. Denims 5 minutes ago. So we're going to go into the show without either of them today. So anybody who was here from their communities, I'm very sorry. that they canceled last second. So we're gonna go in.
Hold on a second.
Go into the show though. We're gonna keep on treading without.
Show must
them.
go on.
Slightly frustrated, but still living. So we're gonna go on. So, welcome to the Hippy Dippy Roundtable. I'm very happy to have you all here to discuss the issues today for this week. As always, I'm going to go through the rules. The first rule, of course, is to not break any terms of service for Twitch. If you do, you will be immediately booted from the panel. I would like to keep my channel. I would like to not be homeless. And you know, the eviction moratorium is about to end. So, now more than ever, I need a job. So please do not get rid of, break any terms of service. I would really like to keep my job.
I'm a consummate
Secondly,
professional.
we will not
Always
be
remember
attacking
that.
people's central identity on this panel. What does that mean? You will not be going after people's race, sexual orientation, gender identity, or anything of that sort. I will make the determination if you're doing so. This also includes religion. So let's say that Agent 10 turned over to Counterpoints. It was like, "You are Christian, you fool! You believe in the Jesus? That's terrible." I'd be like, "Hey, we need to stop that." Unless
No, there's no
specifically
Destiny.
it was a religious debate.
I don't do
nothing
shows
of
of
that
Destiny.
sort, unless the person themselves was like brought up their own religion.
It's a
Does
hard
everybody
rule for me.
understand that?
I don't
that
do it.
idea?
Fuck him.
Okay, wonderful. No slurs. Just don't use them. Hopefully you guys can be a little bit smarter than I, hypocrite, and not use slurs today. Okay.
I think so.
When I'm speaking, no one else is speaking. I am just speaking to moderate, no other purpose. So I'm not doing it to give anybody a certain advantage over others. I'm just doing it so we can have some law and order, which this panel needs. The panel C needs more law and order. Amen, ye. Other than that, I think that's basically all the rules. You will all have a 1-minute intro and 1-minute outro segment for each topic. Is there any confusion about the rules? Anything that people would like to clarify? Nope. Wonderful. So we're going to go around the room and everybody's going to introduce themselves. We're going to, as always, start in the top left-hand corner with Agent 10.
Hello, everyone. I'm Agent. Political beliefs. I would say I'm myself a moderate righty. I'm 20 years old, college student, BFA, lighting design dude. I do a bunch of stuff on Twitch, gaming, some politics, some media stuff, breaking down movies, TV shows, and happy to be here. Thank you.
Happy to have you here. We're now going to throw it over to Aircraft Sparky.
Hi, everyone. I'm Aircraft Sparky. I am a nationalist conservative who firmly believes that we need to be focused more on not just America first, but America only until we actually fix the problems here in America. I'm a Jew with Jesus, if you will, a Messianic Jew. I do follow religion. I'm not religious. I'm disciplined. It's a little bit of a different idea, but if we ever talk religion, you'll get my little breakdowns on that. But yeah, let's have fun tonight.
I'm sure we'll get into the depths of the Abrahamic faith during our gaming conversation. We're going to go over to Counterpoints.
My name is Excuse me. My name is Connor. I run a YouTube. I am center right. I am a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, so I break down popular media along those lines, doing Full Metal Jacket, End of Watch, Warhammer 40,000, and Halo now. Getting ready for Halo Infinite. Pretty excited about that. So if any of those subjects interest you, I also do panel shows and rants into the void about politics, so come on over, type in Counterpoints Comment Spelling into YouTube, and you'll find me.
Wonderful. Now we're going to throw it to a last-minute replacement that I deeply appreciate, Demon Mama. And of course, the topic of a very controversial decision as of recent with the Hippy Dippy championship. Disputed, but we all know at home the truth of the situation. We're throwing it over to Demon Mama.
Thank you very much. My name is Demon Mama. I'm a political edutainer on YouTube and Twitch. You can follow me pretty easily by going to my website, demonmama.com. It's right on the screen. All my links are there. Really looking forward to hanging out with y'all and talking about the topics. It looks like we got some pretty interesting topics coming up. So thanks for having me on. I know it was a last-minute thing, and I apologize if I'm a little underprepared. I didn't know I was going to be on until just about 5 minutes ago. Good to see you all here.
And I really appreciate the last second help. And if anybody wants to go over to her channel and sub and support her, I appreciate that. Now I'm going to throw it over to Hunter Avalone.
Thank you, Dylan, for having me on. My name is Hunter Avalone. I am a former conservative turned social democrat. I do streaming on Twitch and YouTube, so you can check out my YouTube channel or my Twitch. Thanks again, Dylan, for having me on, and I'm looking forward to talking about our subjects. I'm also very excited to talk about porn.
Wonderful. we're gonna throw it over to Joe Lewis.
Hey, yeah, thanks for having me. My Twitter and Twitch are the same, which is twitch.tv or twitter.com/Joe Lewis, with the O being a 0.
Okay, I'll flip it. Thank you.
Yeah, glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I think
Very
he flips
happy
it.
to have you.
It's all good.
Now we're gonna throw it over to
I flipped
Maddie,
it.
another last-second replacement.
What did I do
deeply
wrong?
Appreciate.
No problem. Hi, I'm Mad Cakes. I am personally a leftist social democrat, but I like to think of myself more
It's flipped
as
for us,
a
but it's not for them.
pragmatic socialist.
You all already follow me.
And I religiously, I was raised Catholic. I'm no longer religious, but I see value in churches or religious gatherings as like a communal space. So I do see value in it. So I don't
Wait,
have
were we
any
supposed to
strong
say our
feelings there.
religious?
But
Oh, well.
I'm really happy to be here. And I'm usually on panel nights, but yesterday I did tarot readings, including one for CTV that was fantastic. So who knows? Maybe I'm a witch. We'll see.
Was the championship in his future?
Oh, that part said ask again later.
Ah, makes
So we'll
sense.
see.
Wait, were we supposed to list
We'll go
our
over to-
religious affiliation?
No, people.
Well, you
have
could.
just
You
Oh.
gotten into the trend of
Okay.
doing it. I don't know why.
I hopped on the bandwagon.
Yeah, I am the
Okay,
queen of hell.
in conflict.
Yeah, I'm the queen of hell. My imps worship me, and so should you. I am the god of all of the hells, and I apologize for any hellish creatures that escape. Thank you.
Wonderful. Keep your Bibles close. Throwing it over to Kevin Gasly.
Yeah, thanks for having me on again, Dylan. It's great to be back here. I gotta say, I think the Hippy Dippy Roundtable is one of the best things on Twitch, so if you guys aren't subscribed, be sure to subscribe to Dylan Burns. And also, while you're at it, make sure to subscribe to my channel, because I do daily content. I do daily premieres to YouTube. And I do daily live streams as well to Periscope, Twitch, and YouTube at Superpower Broadcasting. I'm a feminist, I'm an anti-theist, I'm a liberal hawk, and a liberal unilateralist. I believe that basically in moral universalism, that the West is the best and that everybody in the world should have the same freedom and opportunities to not have to deal and live in fear of terror and gulags and starvation, etc. So in that sense, I'm also a liberal capitalist, and you can check me out over on Superpower Broadcasting. I mostly focus on foreign policy and security analysis and that kind of stuff, but I've been branching out to talk more about social issues lately, and it's great to be on this panel. I'm looking forward to talk porn, games, and I believe we're talking the Olympics too. So
The Olympics one was a last-second decision. There was just not a lot of interest generally for the last topic, so we changed it to the topic which is actually the first of the night, which is recently there's been a lot of controversy at the Olympics about protests, and recently about a certain Olympian who is quite awarded pulling out of the Olympics due to mental health reasons. This has generated many responses online, many people saying that this is important for mental health for her to do this, other people saying that it was disrespectful to the United States, which she was representing at the competition. So we're going to go around the room, have people introduce their opinions on the first topic before opening up into a general open format. We're going to start, as always, in the top left-hand corner with Agent 10.
So, I wouldn't say it's disrespectful to America. I would say it's extremely disappointing. She's one of the best, if not the best, gymnastics Olympian ever, given what it is. But I understand that you have to take a step aside sometimes for your mental health. I would say for the most part, though, she definitely choked and let people down. Whether it be people on her team who, deserved the gold instead of silver, or like other people in the country who were believing in her to pull the gold home. I just think she choked. I think if you're an Olympian of that level, you should be able to go through with it. It's just a personal thing, but I don't think she was a disgrace to America or anything like that.
Wait, he just said that.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Aircraft Sparky.
When it comes to Simone Biles, look, when you look at her performance in the past, this has been one of the largest disappointments, I think, personally, in her career. She's an amazing athlete, but part of competition is the mental aspect. For some reason, Ritalin, I guess, is banned in Japan. I've lived there for 3 years. It wasn't illegal when I was there.
It's banned by the Olympics.
I don't know where that rule came from. But with her quitting, well, she stepped aside because she claimed she had mental reasons. Look, okay, that's part of competition. That automatically should take her out of the position of the greatest of all times, or the GOAT. because part of competition is actually being able to stay within the fight. There's a huge mental game when it comes to sports. And, but that still doesn't take away from the amazing things she has done.
Wow, I didn't know that,
she was
Dave.
actually
That's
mistreated by the Olympic Committee when it comes to how she was scored, because they went on a base of equity. She pulled off an amazing move during qualifications, which actually made the judges want to subsequently mark her down on everything she did. So she wasn't even being judged on an equal playing field. So I understand why she quit, and I think it was somewhat honorable that she stepped aside so the team could do better. She realized there was a problem, and the team would suffer because of that. So it's mixed feelings on that.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to counterpoints.
Yeah, so it's funny to me that modern Republicans are taking an opportunity to take a shit on one of the best athletes who ever lived. I think that if you watch Simone Biles and her performance, I think there's even a documentary called Simone versus Herself. Basically she's top tier in the world. So I want to quote one of the most base Republicans ever, Teddy Roosevelt. "It is not the critic who counts, not the person who points out how the strong person stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the person who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes up short and again because there's no effort without error or shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends themselves in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in
He looks
the end
younger now.
the triumph of
I'll
high
say that
achievement,
much.
and who at worst, if they
I like him
fail,
with the beard, though.
at least fails while daring greatly. So that their place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who never knew victory or defeat." And even with Simone Biles withdrawing, I would put her in that category absolutely. She basically does things that make my decrepit old ass embarrassed that Charlie Kirk even dared to be like, "Oh, Simone Biles is a coward and a wussy," and like that's obnoxious for somebody who probably couldn't do a single pull-up. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
You just quoted one of my favorite historical quotes, period. I really appreciate you quoting that quote, because I forgot it. Could you DM that to me? And next,
Absolutely.
I'm going to throw it over to Demon Mama.
Yeah, I've been very, this is a story I've followed sort of loosely, but I've been very surprised with the reaction of a bunch of people who tend to advocate against this idea of collectivism, but then the moment that they feel like they can say, "Oh, you've embarrassed our nation on the stage, blah, blah, blah," then they could, they'll just dig in on this. Listen, when you're talking about performance of sports at an incredibly high level, it is literally a matter of life and death. If you step up there and you say, "There's no way I can do this," that's called knowing your limits. We encourage that because the worst thing you could imagine is somebody pushing past a limit that they knew they had a limit, that they knew, "I can't do this right now." And then they go through and break their back on the world stage, and then they never perform again. That is, it is absurd that anybody has any problems with this whatsoever. I can understand teammates or perhaps people directly involved being somewhat frustrated, but that needs to be tempered with the very truth that we are dealing with humans here. We are dealing with humans who are performing at a high level, and if you have had something that changes the sort of stasis that you're in, that you perform in at your best, that can seriously mess with your ability to safely perform what you're trying to do. I don't understand how this is an issue at all. This seems like something that's very invented and is I don't even know what would justify someone coming to the position of saying that there's something wrong with this. An athlete knowing their limits and saying, "I can't push through this particular limit," should be encouraged, in my opinion.
Okay. Next, we're going to throw it over to Hunter Avalon.
Yeah, obviously, you have to prioritize your mental health. It's true that being in a sport in general takes a lot of mental energy as well. And then when you factor that in with being known as one of the greatest athletes of all times, and then you have this immense amount of pressure on you, I think that it makes sense that she may have really felt pressure and felt that it was necessary to take a step back. Overall, I generally see this as kind of a non-issue. I see it as an Olympic athlete needed to take a day off, who really cares? I'm mainly just having fun laughing at the conservatives who, for the longest time, cried their little eyes out about women's sports. And now all of a sudden, because a woman does something different that they don't like in the sports, suddenly they don't really care about women's sports. It's also really funny seeing conservatives, someone mentioned it earlier, they're being very collectivist about this. Conservatives will very often say she should have put her own individual needs aside, her own individual desires should have been put aside. Instead, she should have stuck up for the team. She should have stuck with the team. Well, these people are very often anti-vax. So what does that tell you? It tells you that it's ideologically driven, and that's really all this
True,
is.
Hunter,
It's convenient
true.
for these slobs like Charlie Kirk to sit around and stuff his face with Dunkin' Donuts and cry about an athlete, but that's all it is. It's ideologically driven. So, no, at the end of the day, I don't think it matters that she took a day off.
Okay, we got to throw it over to Joe Lewis.
Yeah, I guess generally speaking, right, like setting professional boundaries can be challenging in the face of pressure. I don't think anybody's gonna deny that, right? And there's potential like discrimination, there's potential like adverse emotional impacts, all that kind of comes into play. And there's something powerful in saying no.
Don't know.
And choosing not to do something.
Don't know.
Something that concerns
I think YouTube.
Hey,
thank you for the bits. Appreciate that.
Different difficulties when racially minoritized groups say no, right? So we have to consider, right, that saying no does not always work in our best interest economically and socially, and that can lead to like institutional or social repercussions that can definitely impact careers. And I think that in the macro, we should praise Simone Biles for her ability to say no in the face of this institutional and structural pressure and social pressure. But I think we also have to recognize that the privilege that she used doesn't exist for all athletes. And if we make it a bit more like direct on the lens, doesn't exist for all black women. And maybe we can get to that today.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Okay, next we're going to throw it over to Maddie Cakes.
I echo a lot of what I've heard from the other panelists. And I want to bring up another point that I think is important about why she decided to sit out for the Olympics. She experienced what's more colloquially referred to as the twisties. And that's very similar to what they're called the yips for baseball players. And it's a sudden and unexpected loss of skills in experienced athletes. So with a baseball player, that could mean like throwing bad pitches or missing catches that you otherwise should have had. For a gymnast, it could mean sustaining a serious injury. It means that while midair, they literally can't tell up from down. And when you think about just how many times Simone flips and finds herself upside down during her routines, this would pose a very significant and serious problem. So I think it's good that she's setting these boundaries. She's recognizing that it's not only her mental health that's at stake here. There could be physical fallout if she were to just push herself forward. And I like that Joe Lewis brought up the privilege element of this, because this isn't something that most women, especially Black women, are able to do. This is not a privilege afforded to them. So while I think it's wonderful that it seems like we all are commending Simone Biles on having the courage to say no and to take a step back and set boundaries, maybe it'd be worth examining why we don't extend that same feeling and suspension of doubt for other women who do the same thing.
Wonderful. And we're going to wrap up the intros with Kevin Castle.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So my general view on this is that essentially it is kind of a manufactured outrage, as was brought up by a couple of the guests here, that there is this basically, this almost duplicitous outrage over, well, you know, is this shame? Is this cowardice? This sort of thing. It is interesting to me, and I want to point out just for the record here, that a lot of these critics that are now lambasting her over her decision here are the same people who just weeks ago were defending Stephen Crowder's cowardice in his refusal to debate Sam Cedar, and yet now you're basically calling Simone Biles a coward because she didn't feel necessarily that she was in the mental state to do her job properly here and give it her all. And of course, the downside in attempting that would be possible serious life-threatening injury or worse.
Turned him down.
As far as it goes in terms of the team, you have to consider, people are saying, well, this is bad for the team, but going in, knowing that you're not at your all, knowing that you may seriously have, an injury occur or something, and if that happens, if you're going out there when you know you're not ready for it, just for the glory or whatever, that's going to sacrifice the morale and the standing of your national team that happens to be there. And yeah, I mean, the degree of injuries that we could talk about are pretty severe. She's somebody who for years has been on Ritalin, and now she doesn't have access to that. So that's not really something that you can necessarily train for.
No problem, people. I was just trying to make it work.
Basically, provide relief from her ADHD, to my understanding. And so that's really the criticism here should be levied on Japan for making it basically illegal to have that if you're participating in the Olympics. Not so much on her, because at Rio, where she was able to use it, she did, she was the GOAT, basically. So there you go. Thanks.
Wonderful. There doesn't seem to be much disagreement. I'll allow the conversation to go for a little bit, but if everybody's basically, agreeing that we have a consensus, then I'll just move on to the next topic. So I'll allow open debate for a little bit.
Yeah. Kevin, never change, man. Never change.
Well, no, I think I can bring up the contention that we might actually be able to fight over a little bit, because I think Aircraft Sparky brought it up, and I think while I did my quote, I still agree with this. Part of performing at the highest level possible is handling the psychological pressure. Now, I'm not going to pretend for a fucking second that anybody can probably hand a candle to Simone Biles at her peak. I'm not. But I am saying that, AAA status, multimillionaire, you're on the fucking Wheaties box and all that kind of shit. It's not just that you have physical talent. It's also that you have, the mentality and psychology to be in the limelight, and you also have the mentality to know that people are counting on you. So while I think that, in this individual circumstance, we can recognize that she's probably one of the greatest of all time, and this is a temporary slip, the reason why I did my quote at all is because I view this as a temporary fall, a temporary setback. I expect Simone Biles to say, hey, listen, this is my passion. This is what I want to do. I want to be an example to everybody else. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to kick ass twice as hard. So that's kind of where I'm giving I don't want to say a pass because she doesn't owe me shit. But that's where the thing that I'm trying to emphasize here is the heroic struggle to high ideals and high achievement. Part of that is dealing with the pressures. And I think that was well said by Aircraft Sparky.
But at the same time, we can recognize.
I found the contention.
I won't say it's contention. We also got to recognize that this is her last chance at competition, right? She's 24 years old, so she's gonna age out. Now, if she comes back at 26, that'd be incredible. 28, even more phenomenal. But for a gymnast, she's incredibly old. And again, it's weird to say that to call a 24-year-old old, but in regards to the sport, she's definitely going to age out soon. So that's another thing to consider as well.
Well, I'm going to clear up. Everyone kept saying that Ritalin was banned in Tokyo, which it is, but there was an exemption allowed for her by the Committee of 2020 Tokyo Olympics. I'll put that in the chat, but there is an exception.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, it's like this. Jordan didn't get the yips. That's why he's the GOAT. When the pressure came on, he performed. Look,
he retired early and came back because of money.
He did go to play baseball, yeah.
He performed. To be the greatest of all times, you have to take every bit of adversity, not just the physical, but also the mental. There's a huge part of mental in the game. Simone Biles, if she is off her ADHD medication, if she is off Ritalin, it is what it is. I guess Ritalin, we could call a PED maybe. If she couldn't actually perform without it.
God!
When it comes down to it, I don't think it is.
I'm good.
You really think LeBron wasn't Hold on.
I don't think LeBron.
This is funny to me. Is this funny to me?
The only thing he's king of is the flop.
Wait. One at a time. We're gonna go with Joe Louis because he was the first to grab it.
Yeah, this is funny to me considering that we know athletes in the NBA, NFL, MLB NHL, even the WNBA use performance enhancers and different types of workarounds in the system to make sure they test positive or test or don't even like test anything at all in their system to make sure they can still compete. So I don't know why it's a weird thing to say. Like, I don't know if you were going on that hill, but it felt
Where's the
really
masculine
close.
privilege?
Yeah.
Where's the masculine privilege of the MLB and NBA and all that kind of stuff? I mean, I'm kind of interested about your guys' intersectional arguments because basically, I think these things are things that everybody deals with in corporate.
Sure, and I also think that Olympic athletes probably know better about regulations and certain prohibitive and restrictive drugs than probably the Olympics, and they should have a seat at the table when it comes to regulation around these drugs. And that's even something that Olympic athletes argue, that when they're advocating for the things that should be allowed and not be allowed, they're never at the table. So that's probably something to recognize before we start dying on these weird Ritalin hills, you know?
Yeah.
Well,
I also think that, like,
the PED.
I think there's
the fact is, to be the greatest of all time and to get multiple gold medals, you got to deal with the pressure. The fact is, she did choke. It's a bit disappointing. I'm not saying she's a coward at all, because I think it's stupid.
No,
but
she's not a
in
coward.
fact, she choked.
Find choke here. Like,
I mean,
would you say that
this is so silly.
Wait,
Yeah.
Wait, Demon Mama was trying to talk earlier. Just want to make sure she gets a chance.
The idea that, like, it's a choke because you're having a severe issue with your medication is ridiculous. If somebody walked out and snapped and their ankle snapped, we wouldn't consider them choking. That's not choking.
Her
like
ankle
this
didn't snap though. Nothing like that sort.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that
finish your point, and then you can respond.
I know you're very eager to get in here. The point that I'm saying is that we devalue mental health, and if we're talking about somebody who's performed at the top of their game for a very long time. This is somebody who has undoubtedly endured the mental challenges of the sport. This isn't that. You have to know, in fact, it is a required skill to build mental endurance, to know when you're at your limit so that you don't push yourself beyond it and damage yourself in the long run. This is not choking. I think it's very uncharitable to call something like this a choke. If you get out there and you're like, oh my God, I'm having vertigo that's preventing me from being able to perform, and I'm going to step down and take the consequences for that. Sure. I think that's a brave and honest act. I don't know where this idea that this is a choke is coming from. You're disappointed as a spectator because you don't get to eat your fucking popcorn. But this is somebody's life, somebody who's performed incredibly well and who's absolutely proven themselves capable of engaging with the mental challenges of sport, but just had something come up this time. And it sort of speaks to our society's general approach towards mental health. I don't know if you know this, but the brain is an organ. It's in your skull. There are chemicals that are changed inside your brain. There are neural pathways that can get fucked up, and that is just as real, just as material as a broken ankle. And if you don't acknowledge that, you're just denying the existence of the brain, which I think is a very interesting position.
Okay, we're going to start with Connor, then we're going to go to the other people on the list, like Aircraft and Agent.
Yeah, no, I think this is a really interesting take. I'm interested in kind of exploring it because what we're talking about is psychological or mental injury, and I think that I probably was raised with a different mentality. So I understand what you're saying. It's an organ. It's capable of suffering injury. Maybe it's neurochemical, neurological. Maybe it's emotional. Who knows what's going on? That it's interesting that we would consider a psychological injury on par with a physical injury, because I would say that's a relatively new conception, probably in the past decade or so. So
and people used to think leeches,
Would you say?
Sure. Hold on. Well,
Connor, to clarify, would you say that it's new or just now we're paying attention to it?
Well, okay. So the kind of injury is not new. The paying attention to it is definitely new. The reason why I bring this up though is because somebody asked me this about like endurance sports, because they were wondering, like, on a marksmanship competition that lasted a week long, how do you determine who is best when basically everybody is shooting bullseyes the entire time? And what I said is, this is a week-long competition. It's not about accuracy in the individual event. It's about consistency and endurance over a really long period of time. Mm-hmm. And that's part of the judgmental criteria we bring here. So it's not just, right? And here's the thing, like, I don't think anybody here is doubting whether or not Simone Biles is a talent or the GOAT or anything like that. I don't think anybody's saying anything like that.
Well, some are.
What
yes.
I think what's being evaluated is even if we took the mental criteria as being evaluative and the physical criteria as being evaluative, did she perform to her best in this incident? Because basically, if we look at all other Olympic athletes, that is also the pressure that we're holding them to. Not just the physical strain, but also the mental, emotional, and, basically political pressure or social pressure.
Yeah. And if they suffered an injury, or if they had said that there's a pain in my body that is causing me to not be able to perform, I would imagine that we should treat them exactly the same. Go, oh, wow, like, that really sucks. The idea that everyone, including everyone recognizes that part of the challenge of the Olympics is there's an endurance aspect, but being unable because of some sort of injury or some major complication to finish out the competition doesn't necessarily preclude you from ever having that skill of endurance, right? Like, this is somebody who's proven that again and again. Like, nobody can perform to their 1000% every single time. And sometimes you just get unlucky. Sometimes something that happens, you can't power through it. And I think that given that this isn't, yes, it's the Olympics, but, let's be real here. It's still entertainment. It's still sport. That's it. It's not war. It's not a matter of life or death. You have to put your well-being first. And I would say that an athlete who's 24 years old and has their entire life in front of them probably doesn't want to snap their neck doing the hardest performance of their life while they recognize that they have reached a limit. That's ridiculous. These are unbelievable.
Demon Mama, my question to you then
Connor, but then we got to go down the other.
Yeah. My question to you, and I'll yield the floor, is basically is there anything that you've said in the past minute about the variables and factors that also doesn't apply to physical stuff? That would be my question, and I don't need an answer. I just want you to think about it, because I basically think everything that you just said about mental injury would equally apply to physical injury.
Well, of course it would. Of course it does. But you have to realize if an athlete walks out and they have a sudden shooting pain in their leg, because I don't know, maybe a blood clot happened and it literally killed the oxygen in their leg, and their leg is not working properly. Right. They're gonna sit that out. They're not gonna. I mean, they might not. They might choose not to.
Listen, all I'm saying is one of my favorite sports heroes is a guy who played baseball on acid. Okay, and he played 9 straight innings, and I think he pitched a no-hitter.
That's great.
Okay, he did pitch a no-hitter.
We have to move on. We're gonna throw it over to aircraft. Then after that, on the list is Agent and Maddie.
Thank you.
I did my best.
Mama, you actually had a good point. The brain is an organ. Okay, I fully admit that. And the problem is she didn't sit there and talk about some type of pain. She didn't complain about vertigo. She has lost some of her focus, and that could be part of the ADHD issue that she has. So, look, I actually applaud the fact that she decided to, for her own safety, step aside. But because of that, because it's not a physical injury, because this is something that is perceived, there is nothing physically wrong with her. Her stepping aside actually is a way of her giving up her status as the GOAT. And because part of the requirement, hold on, please. Part of the requirements, in my opinion, is when the going gets tough, you step up to the challenge, and you don't always win, but you at least stay in the fight. Because look, we can talk about some of the greatest athletes of all time actually failing at certain times, and then they have redemption stories, redemption arcs, and they can still be considered the greatest. And look, Simone Biles has that opportunity down the road, no doubt. But this is actually going to be a big asterisk on her record. And look, it just is what it is. Just admit that at this point right now, that's a bad thing. But look, we're not blaming her for quitting. I'm not saying it was a bad thing. She didn't let her team down. I think if she doesn't feel like she could perform at her top performance, her stepping aside to allow the alternate to come in so they could have secured the silver for the team, I think that is better than performing at maybe a 60% or whatever and hindering the team. So it's a mixed bag with me. I'm not downplaying anything she has done. The woman is amazing. She is probably the best gymnast overall with stats. But at this one time, at the top level, she got, as Maddie would say, the yips. But the GOATs, traditionally, the tougher it gets, the less likely those yips develop. And that's really my entire argument here.
I mean,
so
I
do
just
you
don't
believe that Simone is the greatest gymnast of all time?
I think that she has the potential to be one of them, but right now, if she has performance anxieties that actually prevents her from achieving at the top level. And you have to watch her for the next couple of years just to see.
She's
I mean, we can't make that.
she's probably going to age out or retire. So let's just like kind of broaden this a bit, right? This is a gymnast with 4 gold medals, over I think 20 world championship medals, and then a couple miscellaneous. I think she has over around 30 gold medals altogether, which to the best of my knowledge is the most by a gymnast. Check me on that just to be sure. It's in the top 3 for sure. So I don't know what else she can do in your eyes to put her as the GOAT. Like
redemption arc. She has that opportunity.
A redemption arc in retirement? Yeah. What's she gonna do? Fucking go like?
She doesn't have to retire. You do realize that there are people in gymnastics that compete.
This is until they're 28. Don't die on this dumb hill. It exposes you don't know shit about gymnastics.
No, I don't know a shit ton about gymnastics because
great.
It's not my favorite sport in the world to watch.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one
I'm tumbling right now.
Would you hold this same? Would you hold the same? Would you hold this same standard to like Barry Sanders
or Michael Phelps? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alvin Johnson?
Yeah.
Sure.
Amari Stoudemire? Ray Allen?
I mean, I see the direction you're going.
Michael Jordan? Yes. So are you saying that Michael Jordan is not the GOAT?
No, I'm saying Jordan is the GOAT. Hands down.
Hold on. So wouldn't LeBron be better then? Because he never quit his entire career saying that he lost passion for the game. And he also got multiple rings on multiple teams. It seems like if we're going to be consistent with your logic here, then Michael Jordan will never be number 1 because he quit in his prime. So if you
listen,
unless you want to try to die on this hill, it's a stupid hill, but we can fight it.
Listen, I think Joe Louis is making like 50 different arguments, but the real argument he wants to make is that LeBron is better than Michael Jordan.
Yeah, that's really all it
boils down to. It's just weird to me. It's just weird to me how you're holding this woman to this ridiculous standard.
It's not a ridiculous standard.
But then at the same time, like I'm giving you the context as to why she's probably not going to compete again. And despite of that, you still want a redemption arc. It's the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
Okay, well, honestly, I would say she did the right thing. Even though she did choke, by definition, she broke down under psychological pressure, whether that be she didn't take Ritalin or, she didn't have a bagel in the morning. Whatever it is, she choked. She's still a GOAT. She's still amazing as an athlete. Probably the best gymnast of all time. Most medals, whatever the hell. She's fantastic. She did the right decision for her health. I just think it's disappointing, and by definition, it's a choke. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I think I would have done the same decision. If I was her, I would have sat out, but it is by definition a choke.
I think that's a wrong assertion.
It happens to multiple athletes.
I think that's
so. So Maddie, Demon, and you were trying to say something, Kevin?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say, I largely agree with what Agent's saying because, yeah, she's a GOAT. Technically speaking, it is also a choke. So, but I support her to do that, and I think it was the right decision. It's just, for the record, it's like, let's say you get 99% on like the toughest exam in the world. It technically didn't get 100, but you still got the top mark in the class at the end of the day. So that's, just for the record, it is still technically, and because we need to think of, it goes both ways. If we need to think of mental health as an extension of physical health, that it's not just some imaginary stuff that people with emotions care about. No, it is a real thing and it has a real effect on your physical capabilities. It's also true that, like, let's say you're one of the greatest athletes in a particular sport, but then, you disable yourself in such a way that you can't compete anymore. Other people are going to go on then, even if you're awesome. It is still technically the nature of physical athletics. So that's the issue. But I support her doing what she did. And I think that at the end of the day, her record stands for itself as one of the greatest of all time anyway. So.
Okay, I just want to pause this. I hope Hunter Avalon didn't just choke.
Man.
It's not necessarily a bad thing.
Okay, he says his stream crashed, but he's trying to get it back up. Hopefully he will rejoin, because I would hate to have like 3 people just drop from the show in one show in a matter of 1 hour. Okay, we're gonna throw it over to Maddie and then Demon Mama.
So I just want to take a quick poll of my panelists. I know we're talking about like professional athletes, but we'll dial it back and say, was anyone like a scholarship athlete in college?
Nope, I did have a show.
Oh, just me. Okay, great. So it's just been fascinating watching people who have never actually had to compete at a high level in sports talk about what constitutes choking and what doesn't and what that actually means. It's just
I don't think you
really
said
fun
anything wrong,
for
Little
me to
Money.
watch.
There's
I
two
don't know.
people here who have
Oh,
spent
wow,
a decade in
wow.
violence. What the
wow,
fuck?
Sir. Wow, sir. Okay.
You could choke in more than sports.
Thank
but,
you.
know.
Well, maybe you should choke right now while I finish, and then you can stop.
Oh,
thinking.
we're doing that.
So, how about this?
Oh.
So, Simone Biles literally has like an actual move named after her because she's the first person who's been able to do it, and no one the fuck else has been able to replicate it. It is called the Simone Biles. I encourage you to Google that right now. So like the fact that we're debating here on this panel with people who wouldn't, I don't even know if they've competed in anything, whether or not they're the GOAT, as if we're the arbiters of who the greatest gymnast of all time is. That's rich. Or just saying that someone's choked. And I know someone mentioned, they said, oh, but it's not like she just got the yips, which is choking. First of all, it's twisties. And second of all, no, it's a legitimate, like, psychological issue. And it just demonstrates that you don't take mental ailments nearly as seriously as you take physical ailments. And that's more reflective of the ongoing stigma with mental health in the first place. And that's worth talking about right here. Like, you don't take seriously that she literally, when she was in practice, had difficulty telling up from down mid-twist.
The Hippy Dippy
That's putting her
showdown.
in physical danger. And you're saying,
Little
no,
money.
but she said, yeah, that's choking. No, that's her looking out for her own well-being. Like, she pushes through plenty, but there's always a limit. And more athletes would be better served if they knew what their limit was. Because a lot of people end up fucking injuring themselves and sometimes, like, stalling or completely ending their career because they didn't listen to those red flags that came up. So I wish more did.
Yeah, I think there's another aspect of it, which is that, like, the two people pushing back on this particular topic the most, both were like, well, yeah, I recognize the brain is physical, but it's not really physical. And just immediately contradicted themselves. The reality is, okay, imagine it like this. Imagine if you're about to go up and give a speech, and you go and like you've got time before the speech begins, and you go to look at your papers and you can't read. For some reason, you cannot even see the words on the page. You might not know why, but you can't. That's not a choke. That's not you. A choke is when you get anxious in the moment and you make a wrong decision. That's a choke. A choke is when you fuck up in the moment because your head's not in the game. A choke is not when you go up and you go, there's something wrong with my body. There's something wrong with the way that I'm performing. I need to sit this out because if I don't, I could injure myself. And the fact that it's being portrayed as a choke, that it's like, oh yeah, this is just emotions or something. Even though you're not saying that outright, you're just kind of like sneaking it under the rug a little bit. I think that's like, it really takes away from our ability to engage this seriously. The brain is a fucking physical organ. If you have a medication that you take because of a number of reasons, like, I mean, God, Ritalin is a pretty major medication and there's a lot of stuff. If that gets messed up, it can physically fuck with the function of your brain. And that is something we should take seriously. We shouldn't pretend that we don't. Just because you don't necessarily know all the details about it doesn't mean that you can just declare it as like a choke. We know what a choke is. A choke is you go to do something and you make the wrong decision and you fuck it up in the moment because your head isn't in the game or whatever. We're not talking about somebody before they go into the game saying, I can't do this because my body is not doing what it's supposed to do. There is something wrong and I need to get this taken care of before I can finish it. These are completely different circumstances.
Okay.
Can I go, please?
We had 3 people raise their hand. I'm gonna go in the order at which I saw them. We're gonna go Connor, Agent, then Aircraft.
Awesome. Okay. So, I'm gonna go ahead and push back a little bit. I'm probably gonna say it on behalf of Aircraft Sparky here. Just because I didn't participate in collegiate sports doesn't mean that I wasn't involved in stressful things. I think I heard him say that he was a combat veteran earlier. I'm a law enforcement and military veteran. I get the fucking shit kicked in for the better part of a fucking decade. I think I know what, like, pressure is, especially violence, when people are fucking dying and shit. So, yeah, I think I know a little bit about pressure. So, anyways, per Wikipedia, which is the authoritative source on everything, In sports, choking is the failure of a person or persons to act or behave as anticipated or expected. I don't give a fuck. You call it whatever you want. Ultimately, at the end of the day, words are fucking noises that us as hairless fucking monkeys make, and we're trying to make a descriptive fucking claim that Simone Biles, while being incredibly talented, maybe one of the most talented people on the fucking planet, literally has a move named after her or something like that, was going into an event, had a psychological issue, and thought that ultimately it was the best decision. You keep repeating things that is not in contest. Whether or not it was the right decision, everybody here agrees. Whether or not it was a risk to herself or her teammates, everybody here agrees. Whether or not she's talented, everybody here agrees. Whether or not she's one of the best of all time, everybody here agrees. So you don't have to caveat all this shit. We can boil it down to whether or not she had a psychological malfunction and whether or not we should care. One of the things that I've heard from everybody here that I think is from the lefties or progressives here that I think is really positive is maybe we should normalize recognizing psychological failure points in yourself before performance. That way you don't hurt yourself or others. And the reason why I would analogize this back to security forces before I yield the floor is basically that when there are military members, infantrymen, law enforcement officers who are having psychological or emotional issues, it can get people hurt and get people killed. And then on top of that, I would say that when you see instances of brutality, that is a form of cops choking. They are having a psychological issue. They are fucking up, and they are having an outburst that is not within the performance of their duties. So I think these things are incredibly analogous. Yield.
There's a lot I could say to that, but I just want to say that if we're going by your definition that you cited from Wikipedia, that would also include someone getting hit by a car. Because if the only thing that determines a choke is that is an athlete not performing as expected, well, that's incredibly broad. You get hit by a car, oh, you didn't perform as you were expected. Everybody expected you to do really good, but instead you got hit by a car. So I feel like that's a very broad and useless one. Also, I really don't agree with the idea that like police brutality is representative of a choke. There are situations in which this is recurrent behavior that a person has engaged in on numerous times, and there's also cases of police brutality where it's absolutely measured and not just a momentary break. I'm sure there are examples of police brutality where somebody chokes an otherwise good person who normally performs to their duty, but like the idea that all police brutality can be categorized as that, or that even most of it should be, I think is very dishonest.
Okay. Now we're going to throw it over to Agent, Aircraft, then Kevin.
See, the problem is, I'm using choke. I'm using it in a very liberal way. Right? I want to remove the negative connotation here. Demon Mama's applying it super hard right now. I don't get it. I'm not saying it's a negative. She did the right thing. It was for her own health. Choking happens more than just sports. She broke under psychological pressure. If your whole sport was jumping over cars and then you got hit by one, well then, yeah, you fucking choked. Okay? Her whole thing as a gymnast was she was supposed to do gymnast stuff. She wasn't able to due to psychological pressures. She choked.
Okay.
That doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It happens to everyone. It's a human response.
Just for consistency.
I don't know why we're loading it so negatively.
Just for consistency, would you then also, and I'm fine if this is the conclusion that you come to, but would you consider a injury, like a severe injury occurring during or before an event as a choke as well? So like, let's give an example. If somebody was walking up to the the stadium to perform, and they stepped on a piece of ice and it tore a ligament in their leg, would that also be considered a choke? Because that seems like that would be a direct analogy to this situation, but I highly doubt you would call that a choke. It seems like you only want to call this a choke.
Her getting the shakes, I wouldn't say would be equivalent to...
but now you're saying she got the shakes, but we're not talking about that, and that's not the claim that was being made. It's not just a matter of the shakes.
She got the yips, the shakes, the twists, whatever, like...
The twisties. It's like twist but cute.
Yeah, okay, twisties.
Yeah.
She got the twisties.
But if that's caused...
It sucks.
But so you're inconsistent on this then.
Some of the physical ailments.
I want to...
It's a psychological issue that caused the physical.
I don't necessarily think Agent is on the same side that Sparky might die on. I think that Agent recognizes that choke is used in a pejorative. What the fuck is that word?
Pejorative.
Pejorative. Sorry. So like, but at the same time, like, I think Agent wants to have that word have a bit more utility outside of a negative connotation. Now, I would argue that maybe we should use a different word altogether, but I definitely see the idea of like, hey, like, we should normalize people making decisions about their body. I don't think agents in opposition to that. Unless he is. I don't know.
Oh no, I don't know. Joe's painting it right. He's painting it right.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, Sparky. What's this hill you're gonna die on?
Yep, Sparky.
Alrighty. So Maddie, thank you for your service in the NCAA combat field.
You're so welcome. It was my honor.
Yeah. So let me tell you a story where I actually hesitated. Just real quick. I was actually an aircraft mechanic for special operations groups, and we had to send all of our aircraft down to another area for some heavy maintenance while we were in theater, and so I got farmed out to a Cav Scout group where we had to go clear buildings. Because of my rank, I was made a fire team leader, and the first time that I had to go clear a building, real time, I looked at my corporal, and I said, "Hey, bud, I'm scared. If I hesitate, grab the back of my IBA and use me as a freaking shield and go through that damn door because we have to do this mission. We have to do this. So if I hesitate, you grab it, you push me through, and that way, because the first person in is the most likely to get shot. It's called the Cone of Death." So I looked over at my breacher. I gave him the signal. The door gets blown off the hinges, and I hesitated. I felt that on the back, and as soon as I felt his hand grab my IBA, I went right in. Now, you could say that might be a choke. You could say that might be a yip. I would never claim to be the greatest at all at that. In fact, it wasn't my job. It was just an additional duty.
What the fuck?
You know, every soldier.
Am I going
in
insane
infantry
right now?
Type mentality. But when it comes down to
What
it,
is
it
the-
wasn't
what
my
is this-
job, and I failed for a brief second. In fact, my first confirmed kill was actually a goat. That's a total other story. But yeah, it happened to be something of, hey, you see movement, you see it out the corner of your eye, and you fail to identify, and you fired. Luckily, I didn't fire on an innocent individual. There are always performance issues. When it comes,
but like, can we acknowledge that like this is the Olympics and not literal warfare? Like, I feel like we're I'm
trying to put it to getting hit by a
this
car.
guy-
You guys completely.
Wait, so Sparky,
No,
I'm
we
lost.
haven't.
I'm really
No,
lost.
you did.
And also to be clear, we're gonna move on very shortly because
Yeah.
this is mostly
Am I going
semantics, in my
insane?
opinion.
It's
It's not
pain.
like a fundamental disagreement. So I'm gonna aircraft. Like you can wrap it up. But I
Yeah.
think we're gonna go into Andy statements after aircraft. Everybody who raised their hand, you'll be able to make an Andy statement during closings.
Yeah, it's just the point that, you know, when people go, "Oh, well, no one else here has competed." Well, combat is a competition. It really is. And look, you don't walk away with gold, silver, or bronze medals. I mean, you might get a silver or a bronze star, but really, the only way you win is to survive. So in that case, Maddie, I think you're a little wrong, and I don't blame you for it. Look, most people, if they haven't been through that, they don't fully understand. And love to talk to you about it offline if you want.
Okay, we're gonna start top left-hand corner with Agent 10.
Okay.
Yeah, so obviously Simone Biles is greatest of all time. This one time she choked. She because of psychological pressures, she cracked, she faulted. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think if we try to destigmatize choking and instead of paint it in term that everyone deals with, multiple different industries, multiple different professions.
No, this is
If there's
aircraft
stress upon
Sparky.
you mentally, and you don't go up to par, you're not up to snuff with it, you choke. It's by definition. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I think she's one of the best athletes of all time, probably the best gymnast of all time, and I hope she gets well. And hopefully she'll be performing in the individual competitions that.
Okay, now we're gonna throw it over to aircraft again.
Look, nothing but well wishes to Simone Biles. I think she made a good decision for the team. She knew she wasn't in the right headspace, but it does put an asterisk on her record. Part of being the GOAT is that you have to perform at the highest levels. You rise to the occasion. I'm not saying she doesn't have the chance to still be the GOAT. It just kind of tarnishes the record just slightly, and it's only because of that failure to perform. I mean, that's what athletes are supposed to do. That's what everyone in their profession is supposed to do. They're supposed to perform, regardless of the stress levels. She had a snafu. No big deal. So, yeah, it's a controversy, but decent conversation.
Okay, now we're gonna throw it over to counterpoints.
I don't think I missed anything by comparing conflict to sport. If you actually look at the origins of the Olympics, it was Greek city-states that said instead of killing each other, why don't we compete in sport? I think there's a whole bunch of psychological analogies that are completely appropriate. I am happy to make them, no matter how frustrating they are to other people. And basically, yeah, that's it. So if we were to pull something from the car wreck that is Twitter discourse in reference to Simone Biles, then what I would say is that psychological issues should be maybe retreated as identical to physical ones, because as Demon Mama said, they're, the brain's an organ. And we shouldn't basically lambast people who had psychological issues when they were about to perform, but instead look at it as if you sprained your ankle. Let's put some ice on it. Let's figure it out. Let's get you back in the game. And on top of that, I think that would be quite psychologically beneficial, because what can happen to people who have a moment where they freeze or they shake up or whatever is that moment can stick with them for the rest of their lives because of the psychological stigma we associate with choking. And then as a result, they have a psychological break or a psychological freeze that they can't get past. I think that if we treated it more like a physical injury, then we would say, hey, pal, it's okay. Put some ice on it. Let's get you back in the game and then start performing better. And I think it's a way healthier perspective that we can pull from this train wreck of discourse on Twitter.com.
Okay, now we're throwing it over to Demon Mama.
Yeah, I mean, I think I made my main points clear here. I don't really care much for, people going back and forth about specific accolades or whatever. I think that we have an approach that generally minimizes the physicality of mental health, and it's seen as, some sort of ephemeral thing that is just disconnected, and it's just something that you can will yourself through every single time when you really can't. Especially with stuff like ADHD, there is quite literally different wiring and different chemicals in your brain that are functioning in a different way. So I wish people would take that a little better. I think that using language like choke and stuff for something like this isn't really appropriate, but whatever. It seems like a semantic difference. As long as people are willing to recognize that looking down on someone for knowing their limits is a really shitty thing to do, and also doesn't accomplish what you want it to accomplish, then sure, I suppose that there's agreement on that.
Okay. Could throw it over to Joe Lewis.
Oh, God damn it. I guess I'm going to channel my inner fanatic on this. I'm just getting really tired of people trying to put asterisks on black female athletes on the internet. It's really just ridiculous to me.
Yeah.
We did it to Serena Williams, whether she's she's doing steroids or she's actually just a man in disguise. We do it to Sha'Carri Richardson, people claiming she's a crackhead or even a man. And in this case, we did it with Naomi Osaka. It's either she's not black enough for people or she's not Japanese enough for people. And there's different sort of mental gymnastics people do to justify their racism. And something that I think that is kind of concerning to me, and maybe it's just I'm not saying it's intentional, it's just really strange to me. We gotta stop caveating black women. She's the greatest of all time, period. We're probably not going to see another athlete of her caliber, probably as long as we're all going to be alive. So just give her the GOAT status, give her the greatest of all time status, but don't go through the semantic caveat of well, actually, because she didn't do this here, we had to put an asterisk on her entire career. That's this ridiculous standard. Consistently you wouldn't do it for other people, especially men. So we gotta just stop dying on that.
We do it for honkies all the time, Joe.
So it's just tiring. And even in the face of the women's USA basketball team, the most prolific basketball team in the Olympics of all time, and one of the most prolific teams ever, gets slighted due to women's soccer. So it's just come on.
Yeah.
I understand, it's very easy to dunk on black women on the internet, but just don't do it on a panel. She's the GOAT. Just say she's the GOAT. And then we can argue with semantics, but come on.
The only person who brought up race.
Okay, so let's be clear.
It's funny.
Let's fucking. Okay. During outros, nobody else talks while other people are saying outros, okay? And they have to be funny, Connor. If you're gonna do it. So you're gonna make it funny.
You're talking, so I'm not gonna talk.
Thank you very much. Throwing it over to Maddie.
Yeah, I mean, Simone Biles made a really difficult choice. Knowing that she's on the world stage, knowing that she had so many people who were excited to watch her perform, her teammates who were counting on her. She had to make a difficult choice, and she made a choice that prioritized her mental health. And I know here we may complain about debating semantics, but the reality is that the words you use absolutely matter. Referring to her looking out for her own mental well-being as choking serves to further stigmatize mental health.
Yeah,
It
I think it does.
devalues
Yep.
mental ailments and casts them as less than physical ailments. So if we're looking to make mental health more of a priority and to put mental issues on par with physical issues, watching the language that you use to describe them is a great place to start. And that begs the question, why is this choking, but a muscle pull isn't? Why does this cast her GOAT status into question, but when any other male athlete, or any other white athlete for that matter, dropped out due to injury, seemingly retain their prestige? And lastly, I'll say the military isn't sports. Gymnastics isn't combat. And it's not a question of if she gave into pressure. That's kind of devaluing what mental illness actually is. It's about paying attention to your psychological well-being. And finally, I'd like to say Charlie Kirk is a giant fucking baby.
True.
Okay. Now we're going to throw it over to Kevin Castley.
Thanks, Dylan. Yeah, so I just want to quickly respond to Maddie from earlier because I was on the list. To the point about the extent to which we're qualified to discuss the Olympics here, and particularly Simone Biles. We were all invited onto a panel here on the Hippy Dippy Roundtable by Dylan Burns. And, thanks for the invitation. It's always great to be here. But part of that is, one of the topics that was on the list is we all get to give our opinion on the Olympics. And so now you, to Maddie being, somebody who's actually scholarship level sports, your opinion should probably be taken more seriously than a layperson like mine on this. But that doesn't mean that our opinion still isn't necessarily something that we could give. I mean, it's true for anything. It's like having an opinion on whether or not marijuana should be legalized without being, say, a judge or something like that. So, to my closing remarks in general about this, I think that, she made the right call. I think that, at the end of the day, this will be remembered in the grand scope of her career. That's true with any high level, professional. I hold the same standard for everybody with regard, regardless of, race, gender, etc. But at the end of the day, you do need to realize that, well, if you don't compete, then yes, somebody else can, potentially rival your status. So that's very doubtful. And that's inevitable over the generations, of course. As it stands right now, no, she is the GOAT. It's just on a technicality, I agree with Agent 10. So, anyway, thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go into the next topic. The next topic is one as old as time, but has gotten recently more attention due to news about Blizzard facing certain legal trouble. Is gaming culture toxic? And, past that, the industry as a whole. Is it toxic, or is it being misrepresented by evil people trying to oppress the most oppressed group in this country, gamers, once again? We're going to this time start in the bottom right-hand corner with Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So, I consider myself a casual gamer. I play some games. I like DEF CON, I like Fortnite, I like Call of Duty. I've been playing more board games recently, though, than, online games. But I'll say this, when it comes to gamer culture in general, is there a degree of toxicity there? Absolutely. I think that if people are going to deny that there's been a toxic contingent in the gaming community, especially in the last 10 years, they're essentially gaslighting you. They're essentially the hashtag Gamergate bros that are, going to try to obfuscate any sort of criticism of
I didn't expect to agree with this guy so much.
Form. I mean, if games are like any other media, you do have to have criticism of that. And, there have been, historically speaking, there have been various media figures that have drawn criticism of particular games. And I see that no different than, say, being a film critic or whatnot. You can disagree with them, but There is definitely, and there has been a contingent. Now, it's a small minority, but there's a small minority of people in the gaming community because
I don't think it's a
gaming
small minority.
is such a large community, hundreds of millions of people, that, yeah, they would try to delegitimize them based on troglodytic, sexist, especially, characterizations, and you saw that with the Gamergate. In general, in typical gameplay, there are, you go into random lobbies and stuff, most people are pretty good. I mean, it depends on what game, right? But, I mean, everybody knows the meme about the Call of Duty lobbies with a 10-year-old saying gamer words left and right? I mean, there is, within gaming, some contingents of people that basically see it as, well, I'm anonymous, so I'm going to use every racial
Yeah,
slur,
Denims was supposed to be on here, but I'm standing in for
sexist term
Denims.
possible. I'm going to be as demeaning even to people on my own team as possible. And that's something that over the years is definitely going to have to be resolved. And we're going to have to, basically recognize that, yeah, you might be anonymous, but that doesn't mean that you could treat people like crap. It doesn't mean that you could just use all these slurs left and right. But the magnitude of the people that actually do that is still such a very small subset of gaming at large that on the other end of those who are more critics of this that might say, well, gaming culture is toxic, they're extrapolating from a small minority and essentially casting aspersions upon all of gaming, which in my experience,
That's
most
true,
of
Leah.
gaming culture is actually relatively wholesome and inclusive. So thank you.
Wonderful. Now we're gonna throw it over to Maddie.
Yeah, I think the gaming industry, like gaming culture and the gaming industry, is extremely toxic. It is rife with misogyny, racism, homophobia. The Activision Blizzard case, currently being litigated in California, exemplifies a lot of the biggest issues at the industry level. This sort of boys club devaluing of the work of marginalized people like women and people of color. And just as someone who does game a lot, I come face to face with slurs, with really offensive language, damn near constantly. But I will say, as someone who's also been gaming for a long time, I've seen the culture slowly improve, at least in the spaces where I am. But I think there's still a lot of work to be done, and I think some of that starts with holding bad actors accountable and not just explaining away when someone uses a slur or uses really heinous language as, oh, but that's just gamer rage. That's what it is. We need to hold people accountable if we want the culture to improve. So I'm interested to see where this case with Activision Blizzard goes, and I'm also interested to see what more gamers do in order to cultivate a better, more welcoming environment.
Now we're gonna throw it over to a person who looks like is that a turtleneck sweater? Cat? Wonderful. I'm happy you could stop slam poetry for a single moment to join our panel. We're gonna throw it over to Cat. You can also introduce yourself as you comment on the topic, which is gaming as a whole toxic, and of course the industry as a whole.
So hello, I am Fabian. I do political streams, but I also
Very quiet. I wish I could boost.
Kind of hard to hear you. Would it be possible for you to understand technology?
No, not for you, but
No, thank you.
Okay, cool. No, there, I'll use this microphone. Hopefully that's a bit better.
It's a little bit better.
Cool. Yeah, so I'm Kat. I'm a physicist. I do
Still quiet.
politics and I do debates. But also, I answer this question. So let me do that. So is gaming, like, as a culture inherently toxic? No. I don't think anything inherently is toxic, and I think depending on like which games you play, really fosters different types of environments. The environment of Celeste is not like the same environment for playing Hitman. It's not the same environment for playing Battlefield, and all of these different games foster different.
There's nothing I can do.
So inherently, yeah, there's nothing about gaming that makes it just naturally toxic. For some reason, specific types of games will really foster a toxic environment. But in terms of the workplace, even outside of the current sexual harassment issues, I think the gaming workplace breeds a lot of issues, starting from the expectation for people to basically give up their entire lives to be at their studio all the time. Crunch culture definitely does not give way to good mental health, does not give way to good relations between colleagues, and then from there definitely does not give way to good sexual relations in a workplace when you're basically living at your workplace. Yeah, once again, are those inherent? No. These are all just problems with people trying to get squeeze out every single inch of life force out of you. And
sorry everybody, I don't know what I can do. That was me clearing my throat.
Wonderful. Now we're gonna go to the top so we can mix it up, and we're gonna start with Agent Tab.
Okay, so first off, fuck Activision Blizz. I haven't given them a single dime since the Hearthstone Hong Kong incident, and I refuse to even think of the possibility of doing it in the future. I think gaming culture, especially how we treat women, is extremely horrible. I have a 13-year-old sister. I hear it all the time. She's a huge gamer. It's horrible. I'd love for it to change. But outside of slurs and demeaning people for their individual characteristics, gaming culture being toxic in itself isn't exclusive to gaming culture. For example, Twitch politics, extremely toxic. I love half of you, and then I want to, I don't want anything to do with you half the other time. So, if I'm gaming with Joe Lewis and I tell him I'm gonna fuck his mom in a COD lobby, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. But when we start getting the other stuff, the gamer words, the whole slurs, everything like that, that's when you lose me. But gaming itself being toxic, I don't see it. But also, again, fuck Activision Blizzard.
Wonderful. This is semi on topic, but I would go a different angle than the fucking of mothers. Personally, we want to be inclusive here.
You could get his father. I could get the mother.
I was not saying that, but I'm just going a different angle. We're gonna throw it over to Aircraft.
Alrighty, so when it comes to ideas of gaming, the gaming environment being toxic, yeah, it's actually quite easy to see. With certain games, you're going to have different types of communities, I guess, and the toxicity of them will vary.
Yeah, I'm absorbing
Usually, the more
all.
PvP style, the more confrontational people are in chat because they're trying to get you off your game. Go play football. Go get there on the line and see how linemen talk to each other. Man, I have heard some foul shit come from both sides on the football field. So yeah, who cares? Don't like it? Turn off the frickin' voice.
Oh boy, here we go.
You have that option. When it comes to what's going on to activism and Blizzard, all the stuff in the workplace,
I'm gonna kill this after being a gamer for my entire life.
That's going on in it. If there's harassment going on, there's sexual harassment. Well, there's laws against that, and I guess that'll all get sorted out in the courts. I don't know enough to speak properly on that, but I've been in enough COD lobbies. I've played League of Legends. I played EVE Online for 12 years, for Christ's sakes. Top 500 in the world in PvP.
It's backwards on my side. It's not on Dylan's.
If you can't accept it, then don't play the game. It is what it is. If you're allowing words to hurt you that bad, that's a you problem, not an anyone else problem.
Get ready, everybody.
Okay? We're going to throw it over to counterpoints.
Yeah. I really bounce between what I want people to do depending on the day. One thing that I always recommend is treating people in the online space as if they were in the room with you. I think that's my advice to very young people. Because I want them to stop thinking of the internet as a synonymous space in which you get to say whatever you want and be as cruel or mean or manipulative or shitty as you want and not face any kind of social consequence. So if you start treating people the way you would in real life, then maybe we can reduce the toxicity of these spaces, including video game lobbies. That being said, I am of another mind where I am hoping that 150 years from now, Joe Lewis's children and my, great-great-great-great-grandchildren and Joe Lewis's great-great-great-grandchildren are making fun of each other for their immutable characteristics, but in a way in which they both know that they're having fun. So I flip one way or the other, depending on the mentality and depending on the day. And I also have to wonder about the vent. So violence in the United States has actually halved since 1990. There's a lot of different variables that contribute to this. Improvements in medical treatment is one of them. And then basically, there's a whole host of other reasons that basically this has happened. One of the factors that I think is interesting to consider, I don't think it's been studied, is actually video games. We spend a lot of time inside. We spend a lot of time competing with each other online. I think that's an interesting variable that should be analyzed in the totality of the decrease in human violence. And I'm wondering if, while disgusting, if this is a better vent than what would human beings would do in the real world. So, more of a question than a statement.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Demon Mama.
I have been a gamer for my entire life. One of the earliest photos of me is me playing a game called Degeneration on my dad's lap when I was a tiny baby. I have been involved in gaming very intensely for all of my life. I've gone to conventions. I've gone to I've done tabletop games with 1,000 players. Gaming is probably my primary hobby. That's a hobby. I don't make games, but I love them. I review them. I talk about them all the time. Gaming is fucked. I want you all to completely understand that. It's not a matter of intrinsicality. I don't think that games are what makes this the way. But the culture in gaming is so rotten. It is so viciously bad. And we see that reflected in the industry. And the industry is worse than you know. If you think the Blizzard stuff is shocking, just wait. There's going to be more coming out, inevitably. A lot more. In fact, I was just on Twitter a few minutes ago, and I happened to see a new article has been released speaking about another incident at Activision Blizzard. So this is going to continue happening. Gaming spaces online are some of the most toxic and intolerable places to be, regardless of who you are, but especially if you belong to a marginalized identity. The amount of transphobia and that I have received online, you might think, oh damn, transphobia, how are people going to know you're trans? Well, they hear your voice and they clock you as, well, that's feminine, but it's not necessarily feminine enough. And then they say they're going to, I'm sorry to say these words, but rape me in a bathroom, which is something I've been told multiple times while playing video games. I don't play games on voice anymore. And you all know that I'm here debating with people, dealing with heat every single day, but it's not fun. I don't play those multiplayer games anymore because they're that bad. It's not just a matter of, oh, people shit-talking. People go so far beyond, they're so unhinged about the way that they defend this space that it actually damages the industry. Because the industry could be twice as big as it is if they fostered multiplayer game spaces that actually allowed for women and trans people and gay people to participate, and people of color to participate without dealing with hate, but they don't. Gaming is misogynistic and chauvinistic to its core. Every single festival, every single con that I've gone to, while there are many, many wonderful people, is pervaded by a persistent culture of disgusting hate. And the rape culture in gaming is almost uncomparable. I can't even think of any other community I've participated in where sexual assault and just outright rape is been made into a joke than in gaming. And all of it is under this backbone of, oh, it's just video games. Oh, it's just video games. But it's not. There's a lot of people working on those, making their livings on them. There's a lot of people who've made their livings discussing these things. Sure, the games themselves are just games, but the culture around it is rotten to its core.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Joe Lewis.
Oh, God. I guess I'm going to speak on behalf of the fighting game community here. I'm sorry. I'm about to get dragged across the earth. Also, shout out to all the Ares subs. Also, Ares, you can go fuck yourself, piece of shit, asshole. Ares is a variety streamer who commentates Tekken, and he said, dead ass, in an interview that sexual harassment is part of the fighting game community culture. And it's funny to me that one of the faces of Tekken commentary has the bravery in 2012 to make a statement like that. We have individuals like Low Tier God who openly told a trans woman that unless she, and I'm quoting here, gets her dick slit, then she's not a real woman. And if she doesn't go through that surgery, she's not that. And then when he got banned for that comment, he dug, and his community dug through hours worth of content to find the same individual say the N-word once, casually. And then all of a sudden, she gets banned. And then, in the face of this individual getting unbanned by Capcom, there's still people who say, Low Tier God did nothing wrong, what he said was justified, because insert sexism, insert misogyny. And there's and what's crazy to me as a fighting game player is that
yeah, Joe's awesome. Joe Lewis is amazing.
You know, like back in, I think it was 2016 or 17, Christopher Gonzalez, also known as NY Chris G, said, and I'm quoting you, I lived the scene. You know how many black, quote, girl gamers have to hit me up about sex, but can't even do a simple DP motion in Street Fighter? These are facts. The FGC stays away from most of them for a reason. And it's like, what the fuck? This is a dude who signed to Evil Geniuses at the time. Like, are you fucking kidding me? And and then all of a sudden, EG is like, we have now found this conduct and we consider it unacceptable. Motherfucker, you should have vetted this asshole. I knew Chris G is a sexist, racist, piece of shit. I knew that Filipino champ, played in a tournament match, during a money match, Kazunoko was playing somebody. Filipino champ took a picture, wrote the F slur on it, and put it in front of him mid-match. And that just went under the rug. But then he gets banned for saying watermelon lives matter. Like, I can't sit here and, as a member of the fighting game community, and not act like these spaces are incredibly toxic. Because they are. I think moving forward, we have to do certain mechanisms, right? I think we have to have better strategies for having the faces in the forefront. That's from the community leaders, those who are running the events, as well as the corporations who are running these games. We have to have better investment in community management.
No, because it's one and the same, Colin Marshiku.
And we also just have to
there's so much
expand
overlap.
grouping mechanisms so that people feel welcome in these spaces. Like, the fighting game community has a multitude of problems. I don't really want to get into those too much tonight, but it's insane to me how there's people who, like, I get you want to live in your little safe space and your little gaming culture, and you think like this doesn't exist, but it does exist. And the more it continues to get ignored, you'll be fine in this, I guess. Like, you'll still pony up your coin, but in reality, people are getting hurt in this. And if you're a leftist, or whatever left-leaning thought you have, and you just let this go on and on and on, you can just go fuck yourself. Like, you're like, that's all I got for you. Well, let's party.
Okay. Now it is open to the floor. You may begin.
Yeah. I just want to talk about, like, I want to bring some attention to, like, two ideas. Or two things. First of all, one of our fellow streamers on this platform, a absolutely incredibly talented gamer and streamer named Hafu, recently spoke about an experience she had in 2008 at a World of Warcraft regional qualifier, Internationals regional qualifier. By the way, Hafu would go on to be the world's best, still holding that title, Resto Druid of all time. And at the time, she was 17. A team was allowed to qualify for the regionals and be posted up. She had to go up against them and see this on the leaderboards. A team that was called We Are Going to Rape Hafu at regionals. And that was allowed. That was allowed by Blizzard. That was allowed by the esports people. That is the sort of level of shit that we're going at. And has it gotten better? Well, in some ways, yes, and in other ways, no. What has happened is that lots of marginalized people have made enclaves within gaming, guilds that are explicitly LGBT friendly, are a big portion of that. Websites that sponsor guilds that are specifically LGBT friendly, but the culture itself has not changed. And I don't know if there is a way to fix that culture. I think that there's a good chance that we are going to simply have to build it all over again and get rid of the standards that we understand as the sort of backbones of gaming. Because as it stands right now, it is an industry that is the community around it, and gaming, by the way, has always been criticized for this, for having an enthusiast press, for having, the community is largely made up and driven by the companies themselves. So like there's this huge corporate aspect to a lot of the communities, and that still holds to this day. I don't know when you have corporations that have basically built rape factories, and I mean that. That is what they do. They bring people in.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Wait, your mic cut out.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Discord's a little weird. I mean, we're talking about corporations that have functionally set up pipelines of rape, where they bring in inexperienced people, women and femmes, and then they bring them in and they're victimized. They're told all this is normal. I did approximately 5 hours of coverage of the Activision Blizzard segment, and one of the things that every single female victim who came forward repeated over and over again was, I felt like I was the only one. The isolation is ridiculous. And these are structural. These are from the very top. And these same people who built these structures are the ones who then determine much of the culture. I think gaming is in a very, very bad place. And I love video games. I really do. But like, this is more than just a little bit of toxicity. This is a culture that is basically that takes people, encourages them to get involved in things they're passionate about, and then completely destroys them mentally, physically, and emotionally. That's horrible. And it is predominantly targeted at femme-presenting people.
Yeah, I mean, like, even in the fighting game community, it took a fucking village to ban OMG It's Andre, despite the fact that this individual openly, whether it be through people seeing it happen or it being actually caught and dropped by other people, of sexually assaulting women at multiple events. And then even in the face of that, it takes somebody in a chat when he's on the On Blast show calling him out while he's on there. And then all of a sudden we want to take it seriously. And then like there's other scenarios like Noelle Brown. Fucking Noelle Brown groped a girl on camera at a tournament, and everybody saw it. It was live in 4K on Team Spooky stream. You see Noelle Brown groping a girl on stream, and then it takes a village just to get him suspended. And even then, it took weeks. Like, it's ridiculous. And again, caught in 4K, clipped and shipped, and then the mechanisms that led to the actual repercussions took an insane amount of time, despite the fact that the evidence was right there. I think moving forward, there needs to just be a stronger emphasis on community management and making sure the communities are held accountable, right? Like, again, like, I'm from a community where we openly gambled on stream, did like money gambles, despite the fact that it was illegal in a lot of states. Multiple accounts of sexual assault caught on camera, multiple accounts of sexual deviance. Well, I'll say in terms of deviance, people saying questionable things about people during mid-tournament matches from commentators. That's all caught in 4K across multiple fighting game streams, and this is just something that's been rampant. And then all of a sudden, like, there's been this sort of like drying period because of multiple platform transitions of consoles. It's like, no, if you're a community manager, I think that for all communities, this should be your utmost concern. Because when you're looking to branch out for sponsorships and stuff like that, you don't want to have to answer to, like, why did it take so long for you to suspend OMG It's Andre? Why did it take so long for you to suspend Filipino Champ, Chris G, Justin Long, Fnatic? Like, why does it take so long for these individuals?
Which Fnatic?
Repercussions. The Fnatic. Like, and again, he saw repercussions as well. And like, it's the issue here is that, especially in the fighting game community, everybody has different examples of that. And then even in the face of being Facebook friends with these tournament organizers, it still takes a village for these organizers to even see any type of repercussion. And it's unfortunate, right? And again, like, I'm not trying to sit here and slander Fnatic there, but he can attest too about the abuse that's in that community.
Listen, I can't speak for all the right-wingers here, but I am just itching to, like, aggressively defend sexual assault, rape, racism,
it's the best.
Xenophobia. Like, I am just itching to share all of... No, get the fuck out of here. We're all on the same goddamn page. This is ridiculous. Exactly. Listen, in 2007, I could have said some fucking edgy shit. And I'm pretty sure pretty much everybody when they're 19. And that's what I was talking about with the vet. I don't want to punish teenagers for being edgy as fuck. But I was actually racking my brain for something as bad as some of the shit you said. And I just think these fucking Zoomers are on some other shit. Like seriously, I heard a 9/11 joke about 10 years ago. That was fucking, hit me a little hard. And I was like, holy shit, these fucking Zoomers and fucking Alpha, they're gonna be fucking intense. Well, apparently they all got together, got on a 4chan board, came up with shit that would offend me, which is impressive, and they did it. So congratulations, Zoomers, you've officially destroyed free speech. We don't need it anymore.
I think
we had a good run.
As the Zoomer here,
I hear what you're. Well, I hear what you're saying.
I'm gonna agree a bit with that.
I hear what you're saying,
just
but the
don't
funny
think
thing
you
is,
have to go-
Wait, there's two people talking at the same time. I heard D Mama start, so I'm gonna go D Mama first, then Agent, then we're gonna go to Maddie, then Kat, and then man, we're just going straight to the. Okay,
I'll be right back.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna go D Mama, then Agent.
Okay. Yeah, I think that there is plenty to be said about the toxicity of like chat rooms and in-game stuff, but it goes so far beyond that. So there's been a lot of talk over many years in gaming about how like the enthusiast press problem was a huge issue. You would have the gaming journalism and not, Gamergate was invoked, but let's separate this from the conversation around Gamergate. Games journalism on the corporate level, even though Gamergate was fixated on indie, which was silly, but on the corporate level was so corrupt, it's unbelievable. Like, we're talking like the journalists would all just be invited to like after parties where they would be handed all kinds of swag, and then they would literally hire strippers for these journalists who are going to be covering the game. And this was just commonplace in the gaming industry until like the mid 2000s. That was just commonplace. It was very normal for that. I've been to that type of after party that are thrown for these types of events. And it's again, it's not just like Zoomers being good at coming up with good swears or mean jokes. It's not that. It's that there is a culture from the very top of the industry to the bottom of complete dehumanization and a disrespect for other people, an inability to do anything but focus on profit and the gaming. And instead of this leads to so many issues. It leads to the rape culture. It leads to the crunch culture. All of these are derivative of the same thing. And the people who are propagating this, they're not Zoomers. These guys are people who've been around for a long time. Whether it's Bobby Kotick, or whether it's Yves Guillemot, or whether it's even Mike Morheim. All of these old studio bigwigs have been around forever, and they built these structures. They put people into positions of power where they were the one. If you needed to report somebody for rape or for sexual assault, well, guess what? You either have to talk to the person who did it to you, or you have to talk to the person who put them in that position, and that person doesn't care because they've probably done it themselves. And what this does is it has a knock-on effect all the way down, because what you have is if you have a corporation that's making these games that doesn't give a fucking shit about rape happening in their building, well then what makes you think that their community team is going to be given the tools necessary to get rid of rapey language or to get rid of threats or harassment? They're not. It comes from the top. And I think that like if I was to say that like to propose a solution, it would be these companies should be sued into the ground. Activision Blizzard, EA, Ubisoft, all of these companies that are having all of this stuff come out, they need to be investigated and sued into the ground, and if they go out of business, that's for the best. Start the games industry over with totally different people, with lessons that we learned from it, but it's not like you can't change when Bobby Kotick has made millions of dollars in settlements for sexual assault cases over the years, and he's the guy who calls all the shots. That's just, that's not fixable. That's root problems.
Okay, we're gonna go to Agent next.
Yeah, I think we need to ease off the black pill a little bit, right? I don't think gaming's rotten to the core. I don't think we have to destroy everything just to build it back up, right? There's plenty of good gaming companies who are designing games right now that are great, such as Bungie. Bungie's a huge franchise player with Destiny right now, and they used to make Halo. Destiny, the game, is one of the best-selling MMO FPSs, looter shooters out there right now. They have an extremely progressive view on everything. Their community managers are always on top, and their reporting system is top-notch. There is hope, right? we're bringing up instances of 2008, 2012, horrific fucking things. And gaming still now has a lot of fucking work to be done, but I think we are going in a better direction where, like, now, maybe you don't need a whole village to go after for, it's not a fighting game that I know, but like Smash Bros, which is like sort of like a pseudo fighting game. It's like, you don't need the village, you might need half a village. Now, is that too much? Yes, you shouldn't need half a village, but it's better than what it was, right? I also want to, hit back on the Zoomer slander a little bit. It's like, we didn't make this. This has been around for a long, long time. We're just really good at insults.
Yeah, you just took it too fucking far. Holy shit!
Well, I mean, the thing is,
I don't know, man.
Holy shit!
I appreciate that there are some studios that do better than others, but like Activision Blizzard is the biggest gaming company in the world by like a long shot.
It is, and heads should roll.
Yeah, and do you want to know what what one of the other biggest ones is?
I don't think it's gotten to the core though.
It is, but I mean that is the core. That's the core. Riot, Ubisoft, all of the biggest companies, the vast majority of gaming. What I'm saying is that the vast majority of gaming studios, the games that are being made, the most popular games in the world, all of the money are concentrated into firms that are rape factories.
And thank God they're getting their just desserts.
Well, they're not. They're not yet. We haven't even begun.
It seems like there's some type of
I like the idea.
I've seen no repercussions.
Yeah, there's been no repercussions so far.
Isn't Blizz? Yeah, because this
Blizz is getting sued, but like
and Blizz Activision's getting sued out their ass by the California government.
Yeah. Okay. So sorry, there was a lot of people responding there. So Agent is finished. Demon was trying to respond to that, and then we'll throw it over to Joe. Then we got to go to the list, which is Maddie and Cat.
Riot Games is another massive studio that has had. I mean, I can't even keep count of it anymore. And I can tell you this, again, this is just one where, hey, sorry, this is a little anecdotal, but my best friend is a very, very experienced and well-connected game designer. And, like, there is so much more that hasn't even come out yet. And it might never come out. This one lawsuit, yes, it's a victory, of course it is. But we don't even know if they're going to find a way to wiggle out of it. And most of the people involved are going to wiggle out of it. The company itself might even wiggle out of it. The problem that we have is, again, it's not a matter of being black-pilled. The black-pilled fact is just that gaming has been like this since it started. It's been corrupted from its beginning. It's been viewed as completely frivolous, and it's truly rotten. The biggest companies are all the ones that are having these issues. CD Projekt Red is another one. Massive, highly critically acclaimed company having people they have to assign breakdown rooms because their culture is so bad. It is root. It is a root issue. It's not just a couple of companies. The exception by a long shot is a good studio, and usually it's studios that are small enough that the employees actually have a say in what's going on. I really think that people aren't taking this seriously once again because it's games, it's video games, but what we're talking about is for the people who work there, it's not video games, it's their job, and they might be producing video games, but what they do every single day is, if you work at a place like Blizzard and Riot, get sexually assaulted and sexually harassed on a daily basis. And it is that bad. Riot has had multiple lawsuits about this. There is more coming out. I know there is, because they've already said this stuff is being litigated right now. Blizzard, this is blowing the cap off at Blizzard, but people have been talking about this. I've known. I'm not even a game developer, and I've known about this. The games industry, gamers need to recognize that the industry is completely fucked. And the sooner that people realize that, the sooner they take it seriously. Because we should be able to make games, but we can't do it while we're being choked out by again, rape factory companies like Activision Blizzard, the #1 gaming company in the world, like Ubisoft, one of the top 10 gaming companies in the world, like Riot, owned by Tencent, the second biggest gaming company in the world, I believe. Yeah, that's the industry. There you have it. It is the root.
Okay, now we're gonna go to Maddie and then Kat.
I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom.
Up by first saying Demon Mama, she's leaving. Well, I want to say I watched her coverage of Activision Blizzard and the amount of detail she went into researching it, and it was extremely well done. So I just wanted to commend her on that. I'll send her a DM since she's not in this chair right now. But I also wanted to say the locker room talk excuse for toxic behavior is just kind of weak. It is a little disappointing to hear victim blaming being used as an excuse for really shitty behavior. You can talk shit without being toxic or being a total asshole. Locker room talk isn't an excuse for sexism, racism, homophobia, for just like rage lashing out at someone. That's called having a temper tantrum. And maybe we should socialize that temper tantrums are unacceptable. And what's also disappointing is seeing people explain those things away as just, oh, that's just gaming. That's just how it is. If you don't like it, you can leave. That's, again, just weak. It's blaming the victim for being confronted with an onslaught of just really shitty and heinous things that they shouldn't have to put up with. You know, in high school, believe it or not, I used to compete in StarCraft tournaments. I loved it. That was back in the day where you had to go to like a LAN party thing where they had actual storefronts where you go and play video games there together. And I used to compete, but I ended up not competing anymore because just, especially as a woman, like as soon as people find out that you're a woman, you get confronted with just some really disgusting shit. And I decided that I didn't want to deal with that anymore. Because also when I complained about it, no one took it seriously. That's proved a little bit. But if I were a gaming company, I would take it a lot more seriously. I think about all the people who maybe would otherwise be interested in playing video games and don't, because they don't want to be harassed. They don't want to have to put up with that kind of treatment constantly just to play a game. If I were a gaming company, I would take this a hell of a lot more seriously if I look to expand my player base in the near future.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Colorado.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea of it being, like, just a gaming company, like, I don't give a fuck if they're manufacturing buttons. Like, if I go to work, I have the right to, like, go to work and go home and not want to, like, hang myself in my office on the way. Like,
yep. True.
Your job is to go there, produce a product, and maybe if you're passionate about it, love a product and go home. But, like, your job is not, like, supposed to be, like, trying to, like, dodge dicks out of your face all day. Like, that's not supposed to be your work environment. Hot take.
Poggers.
Huh? But it's not like, okay, if that's the culture.
That's really
like,
good to hear, Gayfish.
It's not like, oh, like, that really sucks. I guess maybe you're not strong enough. Like, I don't think anybody's supposed to be strong enough for, like, dodging, like, dicks all day. And, like, even, let's say if I'm, like, just a player, it's not just, like, log off. I know, like, Aircraft, you were saying, like, just log off, but, like,
it's not,
no,
that's so stupid.
I paid fucking $70 for this dumbass game. I'm gonna milk every goddamn cent out of it. Look, like, it just doesn't make any sense. There's, like, thousands of people that didn't go to sleep for 5 weeks, so I could sit there and shoot somebody in the face, and I'm gonna shoot real good. Like, that's my right to do. And, like, people, I shouldn't have to, like, sit there and be miserable to get the full, like, experience of my game. I should be able to sit there and be in, like, a generally hospitable environment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not expecting everybody to say, like, okay, honey, you're so good. Oh, you made us lose. We love you. That's not what I'm expecting. But I also don't think that, like, I should be able to take out a counter for every time somebody calls me, like, hard R N-word. Like, it's not one or the other. We can have, like, just general civility. It doesn't really seem like it should be, like, that complicated. And it's nice, but yet unfortunate that it seems that, like, only indie, development, like, houses are able to foster decent environments. Like, you know, places in which, like, a lot of the leadership are marginalized people seem to be a lot better overall.
Of course they do.
I mean, who would have thought? But also, like, it shouldn't have to, I shouldn't have to only be able to apply for, like, 5 places, because otherwise it's gonna be, like, women can't even code, get the fuck out of here. Like, I've spoken to people that, like, work at the Ubisoft office and work on Assassin's Creed. They don't fucking like it. Like, just having a vagina, they just don't really fucking like it. But, you know, they're gonna sit there because they're passionate about something, but you can only be passionate beyond up to a certain extent, and then eventually the passion gets sucked out of you, and then you just basically burn out. And, like, no one spends, like, 4 years to get a degree just to burn out in 4 years. It's just unfair.
Okay, next we're going to throw it over to Aircraft.
All right, thank you so much. Look, great points, everyone. Hey, Demon Mama, you should get Space Marines, and we can commit exterminatus on the Goblin population. We can have a blast with that. Black Templars for the win. Just saying. Hey, let's let's separate first of all the professional environment from
What?
the gaming environment. Talking about
Miss
overt
Lanesh.
activism and everything. What's going on there? Like I said, I don't know a whole lot about it, but look, if you have sexual harassment going on, that is illegal. It should not exist. I think we can all agree with that. And look, that is an HR issue. That is a civil issue. It's things that are now showing up in courts, and hopefully all that gets resolved. When it comes to actually in the game lobbies and stuff, you have the choice to turn off the voice. You have a choice to just ignore it. I hear some insanely toxic stuff online, even here on Twitch Politics, and I just either ignore it or I go, their opinion, moving on. But maybe that's just difference in the way I think. I've heard some foul stuff being in the military. One of the most toxic environments is literally being in the military. You'll hear some of the most insanely disgusting things. And, it's just a way of, I guess, learning how to thicken your skin. And I get it. Look, there's some people that are going to attack people based on immutable characteristics. I think that's childish, stupid, and it shouldn't happen. It's not something that I engage in myself. I don't really use the N-word. I don't pick on people for being this, that, or the other. I don't really care. I will talk a little smack, but this is not unique to just video gaming. This is on the field. This is everywhere. This is part of life. Smack talk exists, and some people take it too far, but that's a maturity thing. That truly is, and I think we're making a bigger deal on the lobby side of it, not the actual professional side. And that's just the professional side. I think everyone's in full agreement. I think where the disagreement is, for the most part, would be in the gaming lobby. And look, this isn't only happening in the video game industry. This is, there's movies about this in Hollywood. So,
Of course.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Okay, so we have a bunch of people on the list, and a lot of people want to respond to this. So, Kevin is first in line, then Connor, then Joe, then Demon. Is there anybody who particularly wants to respond to Aircraft Sparky, since he just said it? It's fresh, so raise your hand if you want to respond to specifically what he just said. Okay, that's now another person added to the list. Okay, so I'm just going to go in order of when they raise their hand. Raise your hand one more time. Sorry, I was writing another hand down. Okay, so for those who want to respond to what Aircraft just said specifically. Okay, Joe, Demon, then Cat. So Joe's gonna go because he's the first on the list then.
Sparky, are you trying to suggest that individuals need to just hand wave the words that people say to them?
I'm just saying that people take a little bit too much stock in the words people say towards them. People who don't know you, when they throw out an insult, if you take it personally, that's a you problem. And you need to grow a little bit of skin.
Sure. So Kyrie Irving gets called the N-word multiple times at Celtics home game. Should he have thicker skin, or what should be his procedure of fans saying the N-word multiple times in front of him?
What does Kyrie Irving do in response? Does he burn down the stadium? Does he go and punch people in the face? No, he plays.
Well, he gets those fans ejected.
Well, and that's fine too. That's fine too. But you know what? At least they're doing it to his face. Most people hide behind a screen and sit there and go, "Oh my God, this person is that," and everything else, and people get offended by that. Look, your pixels on a screen to me.
This take is fucking stupid. I gotta stop you. So
yeah.
This take is really, really stupid. So like,
I don't care.
The problem. Yeah, you don't care, but you're okay with people taking certain types of actions when they're met with certain types of hate speech. But at the same time, you say grow thicker skin. So is it grow thicker skin, or do you think that people should have the agency to be able to make sure people are held accountable of the world? Which reality are we living in?
If they want to report people, they're free to do that. But here's the deal: a lot of times the mods in these lobbies can't act quick enough, can't actually go back and look at what is actually going on unless it's done in a text format.
That's a dumb
they
take.
Can't actually enforce
That's a dumb take.
I can talk on this.
Okay.
I was going to talk on this.
You know for a fact. No. Hold on. I haven't talked about this for a really long time. I sat here listening to the hyperbolicness of calling things rape factories, and now we have Sparky going on this weird hill of this dumb shit. So we'll talk about the rape factories in a second, but I'm going to go after Sharpie a bit, because this take is the stupidest fucking thing I've heard in a very long time on these panels. So there's at some point, there's going to be some type of prescription that has to happen. You acknowledge that individuals should be able to have some type of repercussion for the words that they say. Simultaneously, you've acknowledged in other discussions before that you don't really agree with these type of repercussions because things like racism and sexism are so arbitrary and they're hard to define and quantify in real life. So I'm trying to understand what your take is here because it's inconsistent with what you said in the past. So formally, do you think that people should be held accountable for the words that they say?
When people say something to another person towards their face, okay, there is going to be individual consequences for that. When they do it behind a screen and they sit there and they're not even showing their face like what you see in most game lobbies, there's a lot less opportunity for actual accountability to happen. What do I advocate for? Nothing, because I sit there and go, words hurt? Okay, well, I mean, if that's the way you take it, go for it. But
so you don't support,
I don't freak out over being, I've been called all kinds of things.
Yeah, because you're like, because of your immutable characteristics, you're not going to fall victim to the type of hate speech that could happen to other people with immutable characteristics.
Do you know my immutable characteristics, bro? I mean,
oh my god! First the brain is an organ, and now do you even know my immutable characteristics?
Well, no, because you said a brain is an organ. I admit, yes, the brain is an organ. That's not a hot take. That's not even.
Yeah, and the Kurds aren't in Afghanistan. The Kurds aren't in Afghanistan. This is gonna be a rough day. So
what?
It's a callback to another panel.
It's an old meme. Don't worry.
It's an old meme.
It's an old meme right there. That's an old meme right there.
Yeah, so Sparky, I'm trying really hard to. Do you understand that because of your immutable characteristics, certain words cannot be used in the same way that they could be used on, say, Demon Mama? Can you recognize that at the very least?
I know that trans individuals have been treated a specific way. Certain
I'm not talking. I'm not loading it. I'm not loading it on the individual. I'm not loading it on the identifiable things that they've said. I'm asking you directly, just by looking at Demon Mama, you can understand that their experience, based on their immutable characteristics, is going to be different. Don't try to play jujitsu on identifying the things and acknowledging the differences, right? You acknowledge, I'm just going to just count it as acknowledgement. You acknowledge that to be true. Great. So, you understand that maybe Demon Mama is going to need certain protections that maybe you might use them from time and time again, but they might have to be, unfortunately, explicitly designed for her. Do you understand that?
Sure.
Okay, so do you think that those things should exist in games, including extending to speech?
No. I don't believe hate speech is a thing. I don't.
Oh,
Wait. Okay, so
did I just break
there's a difference between the First Amendment, you having the right, say, for example, to say like the N-word or something, versus actually having real world consequences for it. So technically, you could go in a COD lobby and say all kinds of racial slurs. But if people recognize your voice and say, oh yeah, that guy said a bunch of racial slurs and here's the proof, well, the question is, should people be held accountable for it? I actually agree with Joe Lewis on this. I get where Sparky's coming from in that, you know, it's a vast world. It's a vast world, hundreds of millions of gamers. How do you police all that? You can't, but you could say the same thing for crime. Where are the clearance rates for crime? Most crime that happens goes unpunished. That doesn't mean you don't punish where it exists. You don't make an attempt to try to hold people accountable. I think report systems should definitely be bolstered. And I think that companies that ultimately refuse to adapt and enhance and bolster their reporting and moderating mechanisms, perhaps they should face lawsuits, depending on the extent of the harassment and whatnot that occurs. But nobody's arguing you don't have the free speech to be like a racist bigot. The question is about accountability. And I'm actually, you actually got me agreeing with Joe a little bit right here. So, and we've got a lot of disagreements. A lot of disagreements. So
thanks.
So like, okay, so Sparky,
wait. I wanted to make sure other people got time to talk. I just wanted to make sure. So in the order, it's Connor, Demon, and Cat. But Connor didn't want to respond to anything Aircraft said. So Connor, would you want to go after them or?
Yeah, sure. Like, listen, this is all we're painting a really broad strokes here. Like, what are we talking about? What should be the rule set for like a LAN party or a private lobby if everybody is on the same page? Well, for me, I don't give a fuck. If everybody's on the same page, they should be able to say whatever the fuck they want.
Sure.
When it comes to a public lobby or something like that, maybe there's just some words that are too hot for everybody to handle. So maybe we should just ban those ones. Either you can like, I don't know if they're going to have the ability to like auto detect voice, but they can auto detect text at this point. So maybe we can increase reporting features for this. I think Kevin brought up a good point with like, if there's a way in the next decade to report voice, then maybe that should be the TOS, the terms of service in public lobbies. Maybe that needs to be updated so everybody's on the same page. I can talk about fucking your mom. I can't talk about your race. That's perfectly fine. I think that's acceptable. And then when we're talking about professional gamers, I think professional gamers, as in all professions, they need to be held to a higher standard. Whether that's the corporations that manufacture games or professionals who make money off of playing games, those are the people that need to be held to a higher standard. They shouldn't win a tournament, walk off the stage, and they're just like, oh, well, I'm an asocial, oh man, almost my ableist. I'm asocial as fuck, so I'm just going to grab this person's boob in front of national television. No, that's not acceptable. You should be fined and basically kicked out of the arena, maybe banned, suspended, whatever. So I think we're probably all on the same page. If it seems like the right wing is a little bit more quiet at this point, it's because you're basically boxing us into specifically defending slurs and shitty behavior. It's kind of hard for me to be like, oh yeah, I think blah, 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 you should be able to say whatever you want. Like, yeah, maybe, but you should suffer consequences too. So it's a little hard to defend this one.
But my problem, Connor, is that I can't let go of that take. That take was so weird. So we can acknowledge that there should be certain types of repercussions, but you got a person right next to you that doesn't believe that hate speech exists. So what are we supposed to do with an individual who doesn't believe that hate speech exists?
Tell him that in the private lobby, if he wants to jump on Discord, him and his friends can throw around whatever slurs and epithets and immutable characteristic insults that they want, including banging people's moms. And then if they're in a public lobby, here's 10 words that you can't say because they offend certain classes of people. So regardless of whether or not you have some fucking right-wing Dave Rubin fucking take on free speech and hate speech, it doesn't really matter. Because if you use these 10 words, and let's use Halo Infinity coming out, if you use these in a Halo Infinity public lobby, you're getting fucking suspended. And if you do it 3 times, you get fucking banned. And that's just a TOS thing that the professional studios are going to have to do in order to protect their communities.
Is that something you agree with, Sparky?
Look, if those are the rules, those are the rules. I just don't believe that hate speech exists. I don't use specific words because there's historical context, and, well, personally, I'm just not that much of an asshole. But
then you acknowledge that certain words have a history.
Yes,
but
I still
can you
don't
say
think
that,
hate
but
speech
also
is a thing.
simultaneously say
Well,
that
this
hate
is a
speech
different
exists?
subject.
There's a difference between hate speech as like, are those words hateful, and should maybe people have a different view of you if you use them, versus should you go to prison over it, right? That's the difference. So let's say, you're caught. They got, it's apparent, there's evidence that you've uttered slurs and everything, and people know who you are, and the anonymity is removed. Well, it's not about asking should you go to prison, because in some countries you could very well. I believe in Germany.
Say anything about anybody going to prison for calling me an
No, when we're talking about hate speech, that's what we're talking about.
Hate speech exists. The question is, what do you do about it? Hate
Okay.
speech
Wait. Everybody. Okay. I want to make sure that we get the people on the list. It's going to be Demon Mama, then Cat. Then we're going to hope for the rest of this conversation we can refrain from having to raise our hand and just keep it open. So, Demon Mama, then Cat.
Yeah, so there's a couple of issues. First of all is that there has been an ongoing, I'm talking years upon years upon years of complaints both from professionals in the industry and enthusiasts outside of the industry about the issues with moderation. Not only is text chat, under-moderated, forums are super under-moderated, voice chat is obviously totally messed up. Now, it's funny because these gaming companies created a way to capture the gameplay into a convenient file that you can download, and they've developed all that technology, but they've never figured out a way to maybe, I don't know, have it so that if 3 reports are made about a player, then it will save a compressed copy of the voice file from that in-game session. I don't know. It feels to me like there's probably solutions there, but as we've seen, and this has been a problem even here on Twitch, by the way, notice how much genuine controversy has come up over moderation on Twitch. Most of us here know how hard it is to moderate on Twitch. It's very difficult. This is the same Twitch is a gaming website, primarily. Obviously, we're doing politics on it. So that's a thing. There just hasn't been the willingness to engage in developing solutions to this. And I point to what I was saying before, which is that from the top, a lot of these companies all the way down just don't care. The people who are in the positions to make the decisions don't want that to happen because that makes it worse for them. They don't get to keep victimizing people. And there was something I wanted to respond to Aircraft Sparky earlier by saying, oh, well, if it happens in the workplace, well, that's the position of HR and whatever. HR has been routinely involved in this. In fact, what happened yesterday after the Bill Cosby suite Activision Blizzard photos came out, it was discovered that one of the HR people was one of the people who hung out in the Cosby suite. So it goes beyond being an HR problem. This is like nearly every division of every single one of these companies has had not just controversy, has had victimization after victimization after victimization. They are structurally installed in a lot of these companies. There are literal pipelines of people who cover for other people with just, again, if we're just going to talk about the Activision Blizzard one, which is the one in everyone's minds, well, the Alex Afrasiabi had numerous severe sexual harassment complaints about him. It has been documented, and also there's I think there's video that exists out there, we're going to find out for sure, of male employees pulling Afrasiabi off of women employees because he was that pushy and that forceful. And yet, when it came to the table of the president, J. Allen Brack, he gave him verbal counseling, and then he kept working there for years. This is what would happen. Every time a complaint came in, he would get verbal counseling, and then he would continue being there until eventually they caught wind of this upcoming lawsuit, and then they finally got rid of him very quietly, didn't even announce it. So I think that there's I really want to encourage people on this panel to not downplay these issues. And I do think that they bleed into the culture. I think the reason why we haven't seen action on voice chats and text chats improving and there's so much hate speech in there is because the people who are in charge just don't prioritize that. They don't care. They don't want to put the money into investing the tools that would protect the people of their community that need to. And to just do one final thing, to touch on all the issues that were discussed, to discuss the issue of the free speech issue, this is ridiculous. If you believe that somebody can be thrown out of a basketball game because of saying the N-word, then it should be even easier decision to decide to ban someone or suspend someone's account because of using this language. We just have to figure out how to monitor it.
Yeah, but Dimo, you can also recognize, though, so I do agree with you, that there is the question of what is considered public conversation. I think video games are slowly but progressively dealing with that question in different spaces, right? Mm-hmm. Like, nothing's stopping me from uploading a clip of my audio one for one as I hear it in a broadcast, but certain sites, like, really within the sharing of the algorithm itself or the sharing of the content, they'll be like, because of privacy concerns, party chat or public chat is muted for this. So even though you'll have somebody just like screaming expletives, even if you try to like PS share that, so like this person's saying the N-word, all this crazy other stuff, and this has to stop, it doesn't necessarily get caught. However,
well, but that's a policy decision, isn't it? Like, that's an internal decision. There's nothing necessarily legal, as long as they, at least as far as I understand it, unless there's some sort of antiquated recording law. But as far as I understand it, it's just that they haven't, because they don't want to have the responsibility of having to moderate the voice channels, they just put a disclaimer that says, yeah, what you hear in voice, we don't care. It's none of our business. So voice is just messy.
Sure, but I would imagine there has to be some, again, I don't know, but I know there's different type. I mean, we did the whole Destiny arc of him recording chats, right? So we understand that there's like certain privacy exceptions in different things in terms of a Discord call. So we do acknowledge like there's something that exists, but something within games, there's like a piece either that developer, again, I'm giving them a lot of charitability.
Yeah, I agree.
Like there's a piece that maybe they're not willing to approach to take the risk, where I would argue take the risk and fight it in court. Especially because then I think they
Maybe,
have the
but I
money
think
to do
also
that.
that they could, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but I do feel like it would be possible for games companies to just say, hey, like, I mean, this happens when you get a call from a company, like this call may be recorded for customer service and training purposes. Just put that in all of your end user licensing agreements. People should treat the in-game voice. In-game voice is not a private phone call. You shouting in a in a stadium that is being recorded and going on local television isn't the same as being in a phone call. Obviously, I tend to agree with like, obviously, if you're on a private call with your Discord people, sure, but in-game voice shouldn't be considered some sort of private space, because it isn't. People get slotted in. Sometimes they don't even have a choice in it because the matchmaking just puts you in a match with people. I've been put in matches with people that I've used the tools that they give you to avoid players, and you get put back in. I've blocked people and they still get put back in with you. It's just like, I don't know. What I see is that this has been an issue for since the inception of online gaming, and gaming companies drag their feet like crazy unless people go really hard on them and demand it as a feature.
Yeah.
Wait, one moment. I wanted to make sure Kat got time to speak, because Kat's the only person from the list who I think hasn't gotten time to speak yet.
Cool. I have a couple of things. First one, aircraft in the future, it might be in your best interest to not use the word. I don't really use the N word. Just, yeah. Try that out sometime. Try using, I don't use it. Cool. Okay. So then, another thing is, we were talking about, so if you don't like it, it'll be on there. There's technology out on like some of the most basic things that we use that are able to transcribe our words. If we're able to have technology out there that can sort of transcribe our words for like Discord, then the same thing could be done for all of these different games. The reason why it hasn't been done is because no one actually gives a fuck. Discord makes sure that people aren't having Nazi servers, but they don't make sure that they don't have servers where people are being sexually harassed. Why?
Wait, I just watched hours of Politically Provoked. I don't necessarily think that's the case anymore. I don't know. I'm just saying. I mean, my TV does have MSNBC burned into it, so maybe there's something there. But I think, would you extend that though, like the same type of restrictions for Discord though? That like public Discord should also be recorded in types of way for punishable behavior?
Well, there are like servers out there. There are servers out there that are like community, not like me and the boys server, but like there's servers that have like thousands of people. For example, there's like the Discord study server, and like just random people can join it. I think those should have those type of software put in so that like if I decide to study with somebody and someone's like, I want to study with blacks, they shouldn't be able to
yes, the
server
doobie
anymore.
rule. I agree.
Yeah, or like, yeah, if there's like a server like run by like a company for the game Destiny, there should be things in there to stop people being like, I don't get out, you fucking da da da. And there's no like thick skin. Like, what? There's like, sure, there is thick skin. If Dylan calls me up and says, hey friend, I just want to let you know that your content's not that good, maybe you should work on it, then I'd be like, that kind of hurt my feeling, but I can have thick skin. But there's not really like I should really just
I'm
try
glad you realized
gelling.
that, by the way. I'm kidding.
I will poison your food. And then, there's also, the, like, hey, person that I'm playing a game with, you fucking, what do you call it? Roasty, femoid piece of shit,
LTS.
N-word, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's not really, like, something I should ever learn to get better with, Like, it's not really, like, get thick skin. It's also not, like, have you tried turning off, voice chat? Because if I'm playing, like, a team game, I kind of need to hear what's happening if I want to cover you properly. So, like, no, it's not like, just don't play multiplayer. No, I paid $75 fucking and I'm gonna get every goddamn cent out of it. And, like, that's my right to not waste my money, and that's everyone's right to not waste their money.
Please, for the love of God, may I please go?
I said I was ditching the hand raising, like, just...
Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go, because the reason why I'm gonna go is because holy fuck is the path to hell paved with good intentions. And what I just heard in the past 3 minutes was, hey, Should every conversation from every video game be auto-transcribed and reported to the fucking business? Should every conversation on Discord be auto-transcribed and monitored by Discord? No! The answer is no!
But it is.
What the fuck? Like,
Wait, but it is.
Like, oh my god, like, you could reconstitute, like, the best fucking pawns of the secret police are in this fucking room right now. Holy shit!
Secret police?
Yes! Holy shit!
Wait,
okay.
secret police? Well, your social media is already being monitored, though, Captain.
Yeah, no shit! So I don't want to make it worse! God damn! Okay,
Wait,
so
wait.
basically here's the fucking problem. No. You guys gave me a
This
brain
is
aneurysm for
hysterical.
fucking fun. This is mine. This is mine. No, it's not hysterical. And the reason why it's not hysterical is because there was an Israeli-based company that literally just got caught selling fucking spyware to international companies and fucking literally drug cartels who assassinated fucking journalists worldwide. You want to give private corporations the ability to fucking monitor voice chats, auto-transcribe the fucking conversations, and then sell that to other people? Are you fucking insane? Like you're basically like, hey, let's create blackmail, give it to private corporations, and then see whether or not they sell it.
What secret
Fucking
am I supposed to be giving in like a study Discord? Like in
oh,
these
okay, just
1,000
don't do
people's
anything
servers?
wrong.
Wait a second.
That's
No,
the
no,
approach
no,
that
but,
we're
like,
taking.
these are-
You have
I'm not
nothing to
saying
hide,
any
so
of
don't
it.
do anything
I'm
wrong.
not
Wait,
saying
wait,
this.
okay. Well, stop. Okay. When I said we gotta drop the hand raise it, I didn't say drop any ounce of like order possible. Kat, could you say what you were saying? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
So I'm not saying that they should transcribe like me talking to the boys in my 5-person Discord server, but I'm saying in like community servers and there's thousands of people. What fucking military secrets are you supposed to be, or like secrets of any sort are you giving inside of your Discord? Like if I'm inside of my study group and people, what was I saying to anybody in my study group Discord of like the 1,000 people one that's like public? Like that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like you and your friends. I'm talking about like the Destiny official Discord server or the Minecraft official Discord server.
Okay, I love that if you have nothing to hide. Yeah, I love if you have nothing to hide, then don't worry about it.
It's not a matter. That's that. I feel like that's a bad faith engagement.
it's
Assuming our national security.
Can I explain?
Because someone's calling me slurs on a server.
Can I explain why I think?
highly doubt
Holy
that
shit!
had anything
I
to
feel
do
like
with
this is
national
the Wild
security.
West, and the reports aren't.
Okay. I am in that. Nope.
Why is he getting so mad?
Guys, I just want to remind everybody that
the hell's
fighting
going
at the
on?
end of the day is pointless because koala bears exist and they're kind of cute. Anyway, so give that a moment for you all to calm down, okay?
This has been
And
interesting.
giraffes exist. They're cool too. Giraffes are pretty cool. Anyway. Raise your hand if you want to talk. Okay. I want to throw it to Demon Mama.
Thank you. So there are a couple
That
of
agent.
things that I think are I feel like this is getting maybe a little bit out of step with what's actually being proposed. So first of all, with regard to video games, somebody's groaning very loudly, but
Sorry.
with regard to video games, like first of all of your text communications in video games are already saved, especially in games like League of Legends, where videos of your gameplay and your in-game text chat are already saved and kept on servers. So this is a rampant problem all over the place. I think that you have the least to worry about your in-game public voice chats being data harvested when literally your personal information is plugged into every single game that you play, often literally given to them by the store that you play through. So you buy a multiplayer game on Steam and your info ends up being given to them via a bunch of contracts that you didn't even know that you signed. So this is just like, you're not engaging with the question. The problem that we have with something like the Patriot Act is because it allows for the monitoring of private calls that you can't even oversee and the maintenance of that. I think that we could use something like a GDPR for the US that would handle how long companies can hold data. But we're not talking about like mass recording or anything like that. I'm saying there's perhaps an application for, hey, if a game's voice chat gets four reports that somebody is saying that they want to like kill somebody else and they're freaking out and screaming in the voice chat, then that would prompt the server to automatically create a temporary customer service copy that they can listen to. That's all that we're talking about here. I really don't think that this is like a matter of public security. We're talking about a company within their own product on their own website in the voice chats that they already maintain. Obviously, I believe that private phone calls should be encrypted and kept safe and private, but a video game lobby is by definition not a private space. And there's all kinds of things that allow you to be recorded in public already. So I feel like you're kind of flying off the handle at Katarana, and it's not really, you're not actually engaging with what the situation that she's proposed is. Yeah, that's my main thing here.
Can I respond?
I will let you respond, but then we got to throw it to Agent because Agent hasn't talked in a while.
Okay. So the system that Demon Mama has just proposed is perfect. Okay? It's the equivalent of having a fly swatter to take out flies and mosquitoes versus a fuel air bomb. I don't want auto transcription, but I think that especially when it comes to voice, 4 reports, 3 reports even. Hey, this person is using the N-word. Well, after the 3rd report, it records, basically the next hour of that person's interaction. If they're found to be using slurs, then they get a suspension or a ban. I think that's fucking genius. I think it's perfect. We agree. Now, here's the more important part. Koala bears suck, all right? They evolved to eat a single plant that makes them lethargic during the day.
So we're going to throw it over to Agent.
So yeah, I'm gonna fight back against this idea that, chat and moderation hasn't been getting better whatsoever. This is the horror stories of 08 that, Demon Mama mentioned, or 2012, like someone else mentioned. Like, 08 was a pretty long time ago. I was like 7. I'm pretty old now compared to that. It's not way better. You can say shit on League of Legends that you can't, you could say shit 2 years ago and not get banned, that, even today, you'd be gone. Even in text chat, in League of Legends, which is insanely toxic. It is getting better. Now, moderation on voice chats, like the way you posed it, with a lot of caveats, and they can't hold the data, it's only after recording, that's fine by me. I just don't like this whole idea of mass recording, especially voice chats, and even logistically how that'd work. Is it my mic on at all times? Do I have to opt in? Is it only when I speak on a push-to-talk? Is it on always? It really is a slippery slope there. I would agree with the way you posed it. I do like it. I'm just going to push back on games haven't gotten better, because they have, even in these super large corporations, even in games like Overwatch, which is owned by Blizzard Activision, which are full of scumbags, has gotten better. So I do have hope there.
I mean, the thing is, the stories
to agree with you.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
To agree with you a little bit, Agent, and maybe this is something that Connor too that you can respond to, is that I think there has to be, how do I say this in the nicest way possible? I don't trust humans with anything. So one of the things that I think these companies need to do is get professionals in here who understand how the language looks, how the language sounds, and how the language evolves over time. We see this a lot. Brittany, I'm sorry, Brittany. You're still the best. You're still one of the top 3 mods on Twitch, but I'm going to drag you a little bit. So have fun. Maybe Todd will defend you, whatever the fuck his name is. So I think that sometimes people will use their bias to justify not understanding the language that people use. As an example, maybe a groiper won't overtly say something incredibly sexist or transphobic, but they'll maybe skirt the line just enough where the layman person will be like, well, that's not really what they're saying. When in reality, if you put a professional in that space, they'll go, that's exactly what they're saying. They're saying this, there's no trying to hide this because I study this language and what this language looks like. Because I do think in chat situations, you can have certain banned words and banned terms, but the problem is people do, as we learned with our good old boy Charmhole, that they skirt the terms in such a way where you have to have a little bit more of a brain to understand what's being implied there. So I'm not saying the N-word, I'm just saying try hard. This pesky tryhard. And it's we know what you're doing here. And then and then they'll do that. Well, that's not what I'm saying. You're just inferring that. And so my point here is that I think these companies, at the very least, need to get people in these spaces to understand what this language looks like in a 2021 landscape. Because you can't just, for instance, just make a bunch of banned terms for the N-word and all the adjacents of that, or like different variations and different spellings. Sometimes you have to use certain words, unfortunately, that on its face you'd be like, oh, this is totally harmless, but in reality, it is used to perpetuate hate, sexism, and stuff like that. And to be honest, like, I don't
I'm a
trust
little
these companies
confused.
to make a good use of the term that they should ban or restrict.
You know what? We should never ban any words ever because someone's just going to find a way to get around it. So, you know.
The Doobie Rule, yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just don't really feel like that's a really great argument. Like, oh, someone will, Charmhole will get around it. Well, I'd rather Charmhole get around it.
Wait, you don't agree
I'm
that
listening as hard as I can.
Wait,
I'm
Kat,
just-
you don't agree that? Are you?
I feel like we're just.
What's next? The pronouns.
First
Like,
they came for the R
very
slur, and
slow.
I didn't
I
say
know you're
it.
not. I know you're not. I know you can't be memeing here because, like, we understand that professionals need to be certain professionals outside of different fields need to be in these spaces to help educate these groups.
Hey,
about
get some
things
rest,
like
Ziggy.
sexism and racism and stuff
Rest,
like
rest
that.
well,
I don't
Ziggy.
think you believe that.
No, I just think that, like, I'd rather there be, like, okay, every once in a while, a Charmhole gets through rather than having, like, the entire, like, Dork Squad and Nick Fuentes in my fucking chat, you feel? Like,
Listen, don't
Wait,
drop
wait.
the P slur like
So
that.
again, because you dodged it, so let's try again. Do you agree that you need certain professionals outside of your field to understand things like racism and sexism?
not entirely, like, what do you mean?
Okay, let's say Dylan is a professional on microaggressions,
Okay.
and then he comes into the space to educate the staff about how microaggressions manifest themselves in language, how to spot it in chat for moderation. Is that something that you would support? Would you support a professional like Dylan to educate the employee base of Blizzard about something like that?
Yeah, I would never. problem
Okay,
with that.
great.
Oh, by the way, my training platform for how not to do that would just be all of Redneck's tweets with the cover saying "Don't do this." That would basically be it.
Yeah, true. LTS. Yeah.
I see that you're in the lover's portal. I'll let you get back to it.
I mean, Dylan's trying to get on that troll page.
I'm a
I
little
mean,
lost.
that's the badge of honor.
No, I was the first one.
I tried to
You
buy it,
were?
but it didn't work out.
Yeah,
Wow,
he is.
pioneer.
I'm actually the only NFT he has sold that somebody's made a bid on.
Man.
Who bid on that? Show yourself in chat.
Dylan, trying to tell us something here? Did you buy your own?
What is going on? Is
Coin?
this a
Did
panel
not
still?
buy my
What's
own
happening?
NFT.
Did,
I don't
did
even
I
know
just
what
fall
I would
into
buy
a
it
different
with.
panel?
Would it be Bitcoin? I don't know.
He uses an offshoot of Ethereum.
Good to know.
Jesus
Um,
Christ.
Yeah, so basically on the point about, corporations and whatnot, I think it is important here on the issue of toxicity, of course, to distinguish between at the corporate level, game creation and the workplace culture that's there. And obviously we've seen, Dima Mama brought to light earlier in the stream, some egregious examples of, poor behavior at the corporate level versus the toxicity in the actual gamer space, from the player base. And I think that there's more or less two different routes to go about making it better at the corporate level and then at the player base level. I think that at the corporate level, at the end of the day, it's going to take lawsuits. It's going to take these coming to light to really basically bring down a bunch of backwater holdovers of, a bygone and pretty bad era. And it doesn't necessarily mean you just destroy gamer culture and rebuild it. It's going to be a transitional phase, but then you have to weed out some really toxic corporate culture. And if it means that they go bankrupt, then good. Then you get some new companies, new ingenuity in there, where they aren't an absolute shit show when it comes to, promoting great culture and that kind of thing. At the player base level, I do think that removing anonymity, though, will go a long way towards making people at least worry that if they were going to behave in a very racist or misogynist direction, that maybe there might be a slight chance that they're held accountable. I think that will go a long way towards basically creating a more wholesome and proper culture where you can shit talk and everything, but if you're gonna go and use, the type of stuff that Nick Fuentes talks about, Nazbol Nick, the nose picker in chief, you want to go with the stuff that he talks about, then yeah, maybe your name does come out. Who knows? But I do think at the end of the day, anonymity, you don't even necessarily have to get rid of that in its entirety, but that that you need to have a culture in which people definitely feel that, well, I'm not 100% anonymous online. There's still a chance that my words could come back to bite me if I'm going to be a racist prick or whatnot. And to say, oh, well, I don't believe in hate speech and this sort of thing. No, hate speech exists. The question is, do you believe that it should be criminal or not? I think we can all agree you don't have a right to say the N-word in a Call of Duty lobby. And if COD gets serious about making it so that you'll face repercussions if you do, well, as a company, I'd advise that they'd be better off to do that, because then they'll have a bigger customer base of people that feel comfortable to participate in their games. So that's my view.
I mostly agree with.
Wait. We have to wrap this up, or we're gonna have to skip the last topic. So we have
Can
to
I
wrap
respond
up.
here and make it my closing?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Chat, I just want to say that the Kevin you see is not the Kevin that is representative of the actual spice that exists here. You might think that Kevin is a dirty lefty, but deep down there's some wings in there, and I hope for one panel you get to see them fly, because they're incredible. That's all.
Oh, I'm a hawk. They're hawk wings. They're hawk wings, man. Face Chad Hawk. And he wants to liberate North Korea and Iran. And
See?
Afghanistan,
See?
and Syria,
I'm telling you, chat.
and
Bring,
Belarus.
hashtag bring Kevin back every week, okay? Let's make it happen.
Yeah, let's make it happen. Let's flip and go. Let's flip
Make
and go.
Kevin fly.
We're gonna throw it over to Agent 10 to wrap it up with his ending statement.
Yeah, so, fuck Activision Blizzard, right? We all agree on that. We did have a lot of agreement on this subject, thankfully. I just don't think that gaming culture in itself is fucked. I don't think we need to burn it down and rebuild it. I'm not that black-pilled yet. I don't think anyone should be that black-pilled yet. We've gone huge improvements in the industry and on the gaming level in itself. Moderation has gotten better on all games, especially AAA studio games. Even a toxic cesspool as League of Legends has been fixed up. Now, recording voice chats, I'm very iffy. I'm gonna need to see a really good plan on it, or I'm not gonna agree with it. But
No nuts. He believes in nuking North Korea.
All across.
He literally
different
does.
games in general,
He actually
companies are
does.
Getting better at this, and on a corporate level, with all this little scandal going on, clean house, fill the house back up with people who aren't scumbags. That's my take on it.
Okay. Next, we're gonna throw it over to Aircraft.
Yeah, corporate side. Hopefully all these nice little civil actions will clean up the industry side when it comes to voice chat and text chat and everything. If the companies want to moderate it, I mean, that's going to be their choice. This isn't a free speech thing, but I don't believe there's things such as hate speech. It's my opinion. It's okay. Katarina said I shouldn't say, well, I don't always use this word. Well, I mean, I do listen to rap, and you can't sing Gold Digger without saying certain words. Just saying. But it's the dumbest thing ever. When it comes down to it, man, you got to realize that the people are going to be assholes. And a little apathy can go a long way when it comes to how people talk about you. Don't take yourself so serious, and maybe your life will get better. If everything's personal, then, man, you're going to be miserable, and people will
I
laugh
agree
at
with you.
that. I'm
Actual
just saying.
social trash.
Gonna throw it over to the Connor points.
All right. So there's this YouTube channel called Hood Nature. It's one of my favorite channels on YouTube. And they discuss why the koala is an evolutionary mistake and a piece of shit. Yield.
Connor has yielded his intro for the next topic. We're gonna throw it over to Demon Mama.
Yeah. I'm glad that most people here were able to largely agree on the core. The industry is destroying a lot of people that I care about. I fucking love video games, and sometimes you realize that a controlled burn is incredibly important to save what you love, lest the entire plague consume the entire industry forever. Unfortunately, I don't think there's much of a chance. I think we live in a time where corporations can essentially get away with anything they want, and the people in the highest positions of power, people like Bobby Kotick, one of the richest people in the world, who is also notably in Epstein's flight logs, are going to continue doing this. And the reason why I say that I will say things like we need to burn it down, which is echoed by people like James Stephanie Sterling, is because they are never going to act out of their own interest. Bobby Kotick is one of the people who has offended this and who has offended on these levels and has also enabled this, and he's the top of the company. These are the highest positions, the people with the most say. And if that means we have to lose companies like Blizzard, Activision, Ubisoft, I'm actually surprised that I agree with Kevin so much here, because I do think that actually it will create a lot of fertile ground for a new style, a new world of gaming that is just so much better than what we have. Because I can tell you right now, it's not very good for a lot of us. It's pretty bad for a lot of us. Now, maybe some people have a good time with whatever games that they want, but the reality is that most of the gaming world is a world of blistering crunch, of horrible treatment, of sexual assault, and of gambling mechanics made to literally manipulate children. The gaming industry is in a very bad spot right now, and I think that we need to take it seriously. Games are really important. I think they're really valuable, and I think we should take it really seriously.
Okay, next I'm going to throw it over to Joe Lewis.
Yeah, again, listen, hashtag let Kevin fly, okay? I hope that happens.
Yeah, let's make it trend. Make it trend.
You.
Okay. Katarana?
Hey, Aircraft Sparky, can you sing Gold Digger for me? Just kidding. Please never don't. Just, you know what? Get that song in your Spotify. Delete it. Okay, there's my... Yeah.
Got it.
It's
We're
a
throwing it
weird
over
panel.
to Maddie.
It's a very weird panel.
So the reason that the industry matters, or the reason why the same sort of like sexism, homophobia, racism that happens at the company level, it absolutely influences gamer culture, because those are the people creating the games. Those are the people determining whether or not certain behavior is acceptable or not in the games. So I think absolutely, if we want to address toxic gamer culture, it starts by addressing the toxic behavior that has been allowed to run rampant within that industry. And Activision Blizzard is simply one egregious example of that. And just, you can sing songs without saying the N-word. It's real easy. And I will not tolerate this koala slander anymore. They are cute. There's value in being cute. How the hell do you think I got to where I am? I yield my time.
Throwing it over to Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. Want to start off by saying, yeah, no, I agree. I think koalas are cute. They're also based. Let's just be real about that. I like koalas. Let's get into the closing remarks here. So, is it all toxic in, the player base and whatnot? No, it varies by game, at least in my experience. And I'll say straight up, I'm a straight white dude, so my experience is obviously going to be filtered and biased. And I think that, Dima Mama and others on the panel who have discussed this, their points, obviously, you should take that and say, well, they've had a different experience there. And their experience is also worth noting here in terms of discussing the toxicity that's there. And I think that, as I've said, we're going to have to go about this not necessarily through some huge government mandate where it's like, oh, you got to do this, you got to do that. No, I think lawsuits are going to be a great way to bring down a ton of dinosaurs, a ton of trash bin, rape culture dinosaurs at the corporate level. And I think at the player-based level, inculcating a culture where you're not anonymous, where you're not necessarily anonymous, that can go world. But additionally, just as time goes on, and again, this is from my own personal experience, I've seen people become less toxic in games and stuff than versus when I played games in 2010. But again, that's my own personal anecdote there.
Yeah,
I want to close just by saying, though, that I think on the point about recording and the point about enabling companies to do a better job of moderation through the use of tech and through the use of data storage, we need to understand that, well, look, data storage is already a thing. If you use Facebook, you use Twitter, you use Instagram, you use any of these various social media platforms, your data is being held at the proprietary level where these companies can choose to use that to even sell to advertisers, for example. That was something that came out with Facebook. It is something where I think that at the end of the day, taking more measures to enable, moderators to have more information at the reporting level to make a determination on, say, somebody's status, if they should be banned or not. And I think that that's going to create a better culture in the long run because, again, it increases accountability. And I will say this, just to wrap up,
Why can't I think of his name?
Highlight
I'm
a
blanking.
little bit of a double standard, though, where some of us here are willing to
Kevin
say,
Castley.
yes,
Kevin
that's
Castley.
good, or that's something that we can get behind.
Kevin Castley.
But then on the Patriot Act, oh, no, that's bad. We can't use that to fight terrorism. I'm a supporter of the Patriot Act, and I'll say this. I'll debate anybody who's an opponent. I do debate nights all the time. You're welcome to debate me. At Kevin Castley on Twitter. Shoot me a DM, and we'll work something out. Thank you.
No longer $200 per debate. I'm happy the debate price has fallen. Okay. We're now going
free. It's free.
Now it's free. Wonderful. You have to buy one Dylan Burns NFT. We're going to go into the last topic of the night, which is... Holy shit, did I forget it?
Porn.
I'm blanking right now.
Pornography.
Yes. Yes. Kevin was very excited for this one, obviously. We have a lot of pornography experts here, so thankfully we're going to have some expertise on this topic. A lot of pornography experts here, a lot of connoisseurs. So, pornography, is it harmful? Is it something that is fine to be consumed? Is the industry as a whole harmful? And should anything be done about it? The issue of pornography. It's a pretty broad topic, and you're free to take it anywhere you want to. We're going to start in the top left-hand corner with Agent 10.
So, is it harmful? Yeah. Mentally, yeah, it's pretty addictive. Doesn't mean it should be banned or anything like that. No, I think cigarettes should not be banned either. They're fucking harmful. As someone who indulges, I enjoy the art, right? I think we should limit it, obviously, to, younger audiences, keep, laws for, advertising certain content as, it is now. I don't think that's harmful. If we're gonna steer this in more of, is it harmful and, the workers are affected? Hell yeah, have porn stars be unioned, because, I've heard some horror stories there. But overall, do we think porn is harmful? I mean, technically, yes, but I think so far the, regulations as we have it now and what we can do is in a good spot.
Okay, next is going to be Aircraft Sparky.
Yes, porn can be harmful to both those who consume it and those who act in it. There's several stories that came down from reformed porn actresses and actors talking about what bad that happens in the porn community. However, I don't think that it should be banned at all. People should be free to choose whatever they consume. The only place that it should be limited is, of course, who can consume it. Unlike Flora Gill, who said someone needs to create porn for children, and then she went on her little ridiculous thing, and that was a little too spicy. Porn for children, no. Porn with children, no. There should be stopgaps to end the free consuming of porn. I think places like Pornhub should have certain type of verification to verify your age, possibly to pay, because think of all the work of all these hard-working sex workers that are losing that sweet, sweet Skrilla by all those free clicks. So, look, if you want to support actual sex workers, we need to push for monetization of porn. We need a paywall on all porn sites. And look, too simple. It is harmful. It can be addictive, but no, it shouldn't go anywhere.
Next, we're going to throw it over to Connor.
Here we go.
Oh, shit. Yeah, so I think, yes, I agree with Agent 10 100%. I think it is harmful. I think it's probably like drinking alcohol, smoking tobacco. It's something that can be done in moderation, but if you do it too intensely, then obviously you can fuck your shit up. When it comes to actually regulating the industry itself, I know that there's already pretty strict health regulations. I think that, since we talked about the brain being a vital organ, maybe we should talk about mental health in the porn industry and just make sure that consenting adults are truly consenting adults, make sure that they're making the right decisions at the right time. We can discuss how that makes sense or what makes sense while respecting the rule of the autonomy of the individual. But also I have a communitarian stance on this, which is basically what should be the age of actors? can we do a utilitarian study for the society to, basically come up with a rule for what that age should be? That's what the age should be. So basically, I'll leave it there.
Okay. Next is going to be Demon Mama.
Okay, so is porn harmful? I think that's a very silly question. No, obviously it is not wholly harmful. Can there be situations where porn can be harmful to people? Obviously, but that is true about literally everything, in the entire world. Porn is a enormous industry. Porn is like, I don't know. It's so broad. I can't believe that people are coming out here saying like porn is harmful. Like that's ridiculous to me. Porn does a lot of good things, and of course that's not to say that like the porn industry is good. I mean, most of the porn industry is tube sites that steal shit from other people, and that is really fucked. I don't think that you solve that by paywalling anything, because the paywalls just end up going into the pockets of the corporation. In fact, I think the best way to do that is to support sex workers and porn stars directly. In fact, if you want to free them, that's probably the best way to do it. Cool thing. On Twitter, a lot of porn performers, amateur and otherwise, give you ways to support them directly. You should do it. Send them some money on their PayPal. Send them some money on their ManyVids or whatever other websites that they have. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that, but oh yeah, it's that one. I can't say the other one. So yeah, no, porn is not harmful. I think that's really ridiculous to make that claim. I think there are circumstances in which it can be harmful. Obviously, people can become addicted to all kinds of things. Let's talk about League of Legends if we want to talk about things that can addict you. But yeah, obviously people can get addicted to it, but that's like, it's not, the idea that like porn is like uniquely harmful or bad is very silly. And also I know that probably this is going to come up at some point, which is like body issues and unhealthy ways. I don't think that that's unique to porn. In fact, we see this reflected in all of our media. Our approach towards the body is not just a porn thing. That is very much a societal issue that's larger, and porn as a part of our society inherits those issues. Should it be addressed? Absolutely, but that doesn't make it porn's fault. So yeah, I think
also,
that's most of it.
Mama, just to be clear, I said no slurs, so please do not say League of Legends again on this platform.
You got it. I won't. I think that's everything.
Wonderful. Now it's going to be Joe Lewis.
Yeah, as a lovely patron of Amy Anderson, Pinky, and Sarah J, I'm very versed in helping actresses directly and supporting them. With that being said, I have some just general thoughts about this conversation, so I'm just going to kind of spitfire it, and then let's see where we go with it. I think that reducing or trying to get rid of altogether sexual exploitation in porn should not be at the expense of sex workers. We can extrapolate that as much as we want in the open. Yeah. Additionally, I think sex work is part of the gig economy, and it should be respected as such. Teaching young people about sex is too important to get wrong. So if we elaborate on this a bit, right? Sexual education can counter what kids learn from porn, but there seems to be this sort of problem where teachers are apprehensive of approaching this topic head on. And they'll sort of categorize it in terms of risky topics, which is kind of like brushed upon a little bit earlier in the conversation about like teaching, like having pornography that is safe for children. And when you hear that statement, it's very easy to get very social justice warrior and think like, oh, you're going to show kids porn. And that's not the argument that educators are making. Further, like if we understand that pornography can lead to potential harm, then we must make sure that sexual education and sexuality education is taught in schools, and it should be a priority within school curriculum to get it right. Those are kind of the general thoughts I have. So I guess it's a party, I guess.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to throw it over to Kat.
Yeah, so I don't think pornography is harmful. I don't think that because data doesn't think that, and I do them facts and not them feelings. You feel? Call me Ben Shapiro look black.
Hey,
beyond that,
welcome, Vaughn.
I
Good
think
to see
porn
ya.
is also helpful in general for some people like with different types of just different types of neurodivergencies. For example, I myself don't would have never naturally known how to do anything because I don't know how to naturally do anything. It was only because people telling me, hey,
Yeah,
you're
Vaughn's here.
16 and
Hey,
you haven't done
Constance.
this yet, you should probably do this. And then they're like, how do I learn about it? And they're like, you can go on these really cool websites. And I'm like, wow, okay. Because otherwise, some of us just don't, naturally, have certain types of, sexual discovery, so thus porn is necessary. So, I mean, obviously, there are harmful types of porn, but then there's, nice types of porn, such as, the stuff made for women, where it's hey, a consenting adult, would you like to consensually come here and kiss me on the
Trashomancer,
face?
thank you so
Oh,
much
wait,
for the
this
tier
is
1
so
sub.
cute.
Deeply
Okay,
appreciate
yeah,
that.
there's that type of stuff. And it's not always just slam bam, thank you, man. Oh my god, I dropped a pen on the floor. Can you help me? Sometimes there's other stuff. So, yeah, there's harmful stuff and then there's good stuff, just like everything, and everything is morally neutral. And it's people that make it fucky, so I think it's cool. And if you don't like it, you're just, conservative. Bye.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Maddie.
Thanks, Ben Shapiro. So, that fucking killed me. So, yeah, porn's great. There's all different types of porn. There's porn for all the different things that you like. But it's only good when it's being done, obviously, by consenting adults, and people who aren't being exploited. This is why I am a big supporter of, unionization efforts by sex workers. So, unionizing in order to protect their interests, in order to prevent exploitation. And when it comes to, porn addiction, I actually have a very close friend who, struggled with porn addiction. But in that case, it wasn't because of the porn. It was because, this person is an addict. They've been addicted to other things, and porn just happened to fill that space of a compulsive behavior and subsequent shame spiral. And I think blaming porn in those instances maybe isn't the correct approach. And by just simply, severely limiting porn, hi Hans, I don't know that would do much to help people who struggle with that addiction. So I'm all in favor of making sure that porn isn't viewed by minors. Minors aren't being involved with it, preventing exploitation. I think a great way to prevent that kind of exploitation is by encouraging sex workers to unionize.
I will say Hans is a great example of porn addiction, but in the other way, as in, he can't stop posting on Twitter, okay? We get it. You can do a push-up. Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So I got a few things to say. So basically, I think one of the important questions to kind of ask to start off this sort of discussion, and it oftentimes is lacking. I mean, I did sociology courses in university, and it would even be lacking from that sort of discussion is, what do we mean by porn? What type of porn? I think that's an important consideration to look at here. So obviously you have softcore porn, you have OnlyFans, you've got hardcore, you've got rape fantasy type porn, you've got various different categories of it. And so a lot of discussions around porn, for example, debate over the extent to which it's exploitative of women. And and that's something that's a valid discussion to have. But then you've got categories of porn where men are exploited or men are objectified. So it varies across categories. As far as the pushback against conservatives who oppose porn, I've had to deal with this a fair bit recently, and I'm not sure what was sort of the spark in the culture, why all of a sudden we've got conservatives again, basically going back to Irving Kristol arguments for the 70s talking about banning pornography. As if we're going to ban pornography in the 2020s. How much of a troglodyte would you have to be to do that? But then we can look at comparisons in crime rates, and we know that there are a lot of factors that go into reduction in crime rates. A lot of them. But I would posit to reason that one of the explanatory factors in crime going down, and especially, and there are a couple studies that I've looked through that have said, well, there might be, and again, it's correlative studies, but there might be a decrease in sexual crimes as a result of increased access to pornography, though that's something
would
where
believe that.
the jury's still out on it, but we do know that crime roughly is down about 50% since the advent of the internet. As far as is it toxic? Well, some of it is and some of it isn't, and it depends on what we classify as toxic, but again, it's similar in that sense. It's almost analogous to the conversation that we had about gamer toxicity, where it really depends. It varies by category of game, it varies by specific outlet, it varies by corporation, etc. Some porn studios can be incredibly toxic, and others not so much. And of course, you have independent actors there as well. And additionally, I think an interesting concept to bring up here, just before we get into the general discussion, is that in contrast to a lot of the people that would sort of cast the aspersion that, well, it's necessarily disempowering, a lot of pornography can actually be empowering. I mean, it's the sort of thing that can it be addictive to some?
Good night,
absolutely.
actual social
It's just like
rest.
literally any substance can be, right? But to others, it can be also the sort of case where, like in my own personal experience, I've shown porn to partners before, and we've had, more interesting experiences based on that kind of stuff. It can also make your sex life more interesting. Porn. And I find, and let's be real here, a lot of the conservatives that are against it, they don't necessarily tend to have much of a sex life at all. I mean, that's
true, Fawn, me too.
With reactionary conservatism. Not all conservatives, but social conservatism, absolutely. So thank you.
Okay, now it's an open forum. You can engage in dialogue.
Sparky, Sparky, real quick, can you please clarify what you mean by reformed porn actors?
Do we have to do that?
It's good. It's good.
There are several anecdotal moments where you see former porn actors come out and actually talk about what is going on in the industry. They refer to themselves as reformed porn actors. I'm just going with what they call themselves. So their definition is, hey, we used to be in porn and now we're not.
What's the reformed?
They're Christian now. Who gives a fuck?
No,
All right,
the reason why that matters, right, is that we have to understand that porn actors are still workers. They're still workers. So this idea that they're reformed is just a really negative connotation. And again, like, I don't think you're trying to dog whistle there, but I don't understand what you mean by reformed.
Why is everything a dog whistle, dude?
Wait, pause. Connor? Right? You're white enough. Okay? You don't need to also be a white knight on top of it. Okay?
Listen,
okay?
I'm just
I understand.
I'm trying to defend the honor of my beloved, pornographic lover, Aircraft Sparky.
Right.
Over here, okay?
I think Aircraft can speak for himself, or his devil puppet can speak on behalf of him. Who knows?
Lucy is his name. Hi.
Lucy.
But no, look, it's very simple. There are people who have left the porn industry who have basically become saved, born again, and they consider themselves to be reformed porn actresses and actors. And look, they talk about what has gone on in the industry. Like I said, look,
what do you mean by born again?
Okay,
who gives a fuck?
Wait.
I don't understand your language. I just don't understand your language.
Okay. You don't. When you're Christian, when you decide to convert over to Christianity, and you actually accept Jesus Christ into your heart, you become what is called born again.
Okay, so you're saying that?
Oh my God,
so
that is like
the
common definition,
okay,
man.
just so that I'm understanding this, you're trying to say that individuals go into the industry and then they expose the potential problems within the industry. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's pretty much what I said.
Okay, can you describe a situation of somebody who is the sort of individual who's speaking out towards the atrocities from the porn industry?
Mia Khalifa, who gives a fuck?
That was me. That was me, Angel Dust.
Yeah, she has.
Mia Khalifa has.
There's been several.
Such as?
My God, I don't memorize porn people.
Well, can you at least tell the situations that,
that
happened there?
Dude, Joe Lewis, you can fucking Google the goddamn situations. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
I'm not gonna let a dumb fuck just say dumb shit like, there's many examples of people
yeah, that was me.
And then when I ask, like, what are you talking about? They can't quantify it.
So I'll jump in right now. Okay, so basically we've had plenty of pornographic actors and actresses even go on to sex-positive fucking
That's
feminist
fucking
shows.
TOS. That's fucking TOS. What the fuck is that? Like, come on now.
Okay.
What the fuck did I say?
Okay. So we're here to talk about the porn industry, not watch puppet smash master. So let's
That's pretty much what was.
you know what? I think we're gonna pull off of this, and I'm just gonna throw it to the Demon Mama because Connor? Why are you looking so shocked? I just don't want to engage on that anymore.
Engage on what? The abuses in the porn industry that Joe Lewis just asked about?
No, I wanted to move off of. I think you can all benefit from a short rest. Okay, Demon Mama.
Thank you for the pullout. Look, I think it's important for us to distinguish between issues within the porn industry and issues with porn itself. The porn industry, like many of these other industries that we've talked about today, is very, very toxic. There are all kinds of very horrible structures that exist. And there are, of course, some outlets and production houses and independent people who are doing really great stuff. I hope that we can all agree that there's a difference between the porn industry having issues and porn itself being problematic. If you were to ask me whether I would defend porn in its current state, I would say no. But if you were to ask me to defend pornography, I would literally go to war over protecting people's rights to have access to porn. I think that people have the right to enjoy sexual art. I don't think you can tell people not to enjoy that, and you can't tell people not to make it. And if you do, I'll do it anyway. But the problem that I'm having here is that it seems like there are issues with, it feels like there's a conflation going on between issues with the porn industry, issues with individual members or groups within the porn industry, and porn itself. And it sounds like Aircraft Sparky is kind of casting moral aspersions on the performers who make porn, whereas Joe is sort of trying to get to the bottom of that. Now, I don't know if we're going to continue with that particular line of thought. I'm more than happy to discuss issues within the porn industry. I brought up the tube sites issue. I've brought up the revenge. I've talked about revenge porn issues. I've talked about compensation issues. Sex workers and performers are super, super undercompensated for the stuff that they do, and they have to do a lot of stuff at great personal risk. And I would also be totally open to discuss issues like how do we secure these sites and make sure that they're accessed healthily. And I'm also willing to discuss what sort of things should be allowed to be depicted in porn. But I feel like I don't know which one of those things people want to talk about. And it feels like right now we're mostly fixating on whether some people on the panel actually believe that porn itself is a moral wrong. So can I ask that question of people on the panel? Is it a moral wrong that you're having an issue with?
Okay, so there's people raising your hands. I can write your hand down, but it's also like an open form, like you can respond. But I guess since that's not happening, I'll throw it to Connor. And Aircraft, if the puppet is raising his hand, you will have to respond using the puppet. I just want you to know that.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, Connor, then Kevin.
Okay, all right. Moral? Is it moral or immoral? Okay, I just want to hit Connor with this real quick. Okay, for every positive study that you have, there are negative studies. Literally, just Googling top 5 results were literally from impartial sources that were basically saying that for every positive study, there's a negative study. We can't make sense of the data. There's too much noise. Okay, so I don't want people just out here saying that porn is universally good. It's just like marijuana. It'll cure your cancer. It'll fucking make you Superman. You can fly after you use CBD. No, that's not the case. Okay?
But the difference is that I'm not scientifically illiterate, so when I'm reading the studies, I'm not just pinpointing for things that make my
Okay, then you and I can have a really deeply interesting scientific based study about porn in the negative studies versus the positive studies and why jerking off until you're fucking blind is actually awesome. Okay.
Thank you.
So,
I'll do it.
all right. So basically, Joe Lewis, the reason why I interrupted multiple times and I was kind of being a dick about it is because, yes, I understand this is Twitch.tv, and I understand that you guys are not used to, I don't know, conservatives or sex-negative people being in these spaces. but they fucking exist.
Yeah, I was a
Literally,
sex
you
negative
share like
person,
30.
Connor. I was a
So
sex
you
negative
share
person
40.
for
So do we
25
have
years.
to walk down? Okay, so do we have to walk down like a fucking?
I walk down this
50-point
rhetoric
logical
because
fucking rhetoric?
here's what happens, right? So
Mhm.
righties will do this thing where they say, yeah, we should totally give protections to porn workers and sex workers. It's a totally just thing to do. But but we also have to talk about these reformed sex workers who are in these spaces who are talking about the dangers within the industry. Then I ask, as somebody who is in these spaces and hear this fucking rhetoric in my own family, what do you mean by reformed sex workers? And it's always this sort of connection to God and that God is a justifiable thing. And they use that as a backdoor to justify the instruction of religion and Christianity in public schools. And they use that as an argument as the way, instead of doing sex education, you need more education about religion in schools. That's why I pushed back so hard, because that's a rhetoric that I have to fight for my family every day.
Okay, I would
Like-
rather you just walk me down that shit, and then instead of trying to lead fucking Sparky down it. And I will actually answer Demon Mama's question by responding to what you just said. Okay?
Cool.
So,
Sure.
Demon Mama asked us, do we think that pornography is immoral? Or morally neutral or something like that. So, the immorality that immorality, by the way, is just good or bad. Okay? It's literally the study of good or bad. Okay? Everybody has different definitions for what's good and bad. Morality, blah, blah, blah. It's very boring. It's very philosophical. Okay? I think the strongest arguments that your conservative family, without even really making it, really making these arguments, is that sex is one of the most powerful things that we have as human beings. Killing and sex are the only two things that we're obsessed with, and probably the reason why sex feels so fucking good, and the reason why it's such a cornerstone of human life
Joe, this is
is
getting
because
wild.
it's procreating.
Good to see you
now,
again, by the way,
can
Joe.
you have sex without procreation? Of course. Can you just have fun, sexy times
you missed me
and all that kind
trolling
of
the
shit?
chat.
Sure. But a hyper-focus on only pleasure and a hyper-focus on only the exploration of non-procreative sex is basically hedonism. And there's a whole bunch of potential negative side effects to a hedonistic lifestyle that needs to be explored and explained. And there's a lot of caveats that the moral foundations of our society that are rooted in Christianity and, you know, the Judeo-Christian fucking gobbledygook or whatever, that basically talks about how to structure a family, how to structure a society, how to have children, how those children should be productive in the future, and basically how to keep society going in a forward thing. So the fear, from a religious-based perspective, is that if everybody starts being fucking coomers, if everybody tries to be fucking Hasanabe, then society is going to collapse within a generation. So that's the fear. So I'll leave it there for you to
another fear.
Implying that porn only exists for solo consumption, by the way, too, which is also crazy.
I mean, you could be.
Yeah, I watch porn. I watch porn. Porn with my.
Wait. Kevin was next. I want to hear Kevin speak.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Dylan. I'll say this. We're having a conversation right now, you know, as Demon Mama asked, and it's a good question, you know, who here thinks that pornography is immoral? That's a great question to ask. But, you know, I think that this should really be flipped. As I, will talk about, you know, when we're talking about immorality, there are a few studies that have been done that look at the negative ramifications of pornography, and they were self-reporting, and they found that those that felt that porn was something to be ashamed of, but consumed it, felt worse. They had lower self-esteem. They had negative. You could say they had negative repercussions.
Okay, everybody.
Negative mental health as a
Kevin
result of
Cashley
porn
fucks.
consumption.
I'm calling it.
A huge
He fucks.
problem there is that, well, they were brought up in a culture where they were.
He might want to
feel
nuke North
shame
Korea and Iran,
over
but
their
he
very
fucks.
own sexuality, and that, of course, was inculcated from religion. And I'll say this: I'm not going to get into a big theological thing or anything. We shouldn't be asking, is porn harmful and is porn immoral? We should rather be asking, is religion harmful and is religion immoral? And I would argue yes to both of them. So thank you.
You and I are going to do that a
Anti-theism or
different day.
GTFO.
Well,
Anti-theism or GTFO.
Another argument that one of my relatives has is that porn is immoral because it advocates for the mixing of bloodlines. That's his argument. That's his argument. He said that in Thanksgiving. And that why he doesn't watch porn, and he doesn't want his kids to watch porn.
Hey,
Racial shit?
That's why I'm here. I'm
that was his take.
Well,
so like
scalding hot.
Paterana's like,
Another-
now you see.
Another take that exists in my family is that porn is illogical because it advocates for promiscuosity. So you ought to not watch porn because you ought not to participate in an activity because it's a disgrace against God. Furthermore, if you go forth in that path, you are not only disgracing your family, you're also disgracing Jesus Christ, and then it goes down these religiosity passes. So I have the eugenicist bloodline route in my family. I have the sanctity of family in my family, and I also have the all the in between. So like the reason why I push back on language so hard is because I've heard all of it. And like you can put a puppet to hide in your dumbass take, but it concerns me when these like right-wing social justice warriors say something is like wrong, well, this is wrong, we shouldn't do this, or even I should support this. But when you get into the nitty-gritty of going like,
said anything was wrong.
okay, that's cool. That's cool, man. Like you can,
Oh man,
you're a grown ass man with a puppet.
Oh
like
man,
my dude, you got fucking real.
Why are we shaming? Why are we shaming right now?
Personally,
Wait, Joe. I'm very interested in hearing the puppet. No, bring the fucking puppet back. I didn't
no. Joe Lewis has
but
shamed me.
I'm making a federal now executive order.
Yeah, fuck the military, my dude.
Is now a member of the panel, and I want to hear what the puppet has to say. It was speaking up. I want to hear it. It has not had a lot of time to talk. It's going by panel rules. What's the puppet have to say?
I'm losing it.
It's very simple. No one's claimed that porn was immoral. In fact, Sparky actually defended porn and just said there needed to be a paywall where children couldn't watch it. Of course, Joe Lewis is like, oh, well, religion is the problem. No, that is not the problem. What the problem is in immoral individuals trying to push sexuality on young children. And porn doesn't actually target children. But there are people who will sit there and try to go, yes, we need children to watch porn. Hell, we had a kind of a prominent little journalist actually talking about that yesterday. It is the normalization. This is the disgusting thing. Look, when it comes down to is porn moral or immoral, that's a decision that needs to be, figured out within the family. The family determines what they consider to be moral and immoral.
What the fuck is going on here? I am so
confused. I have no problem with general sex education in the classroom, but I don't think that any type of morality should be taught in the classroom whatsoever. That is actually for the family to figure out. And I know, Joe, you're gonna probably say it's racist because not everyone has, parents or something or
Jesus Christ. What the fuck was that?
Well, because when I mentioned parental responsibilities on a Sunday panel, you said, well, that's racist.
No, talk to me in the now. What the fuck was that?
So,
what the fuck was that?
You're talking about how you simp out for these porn stars, and I'm like, cool.
Support sex workers, yes.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't care about that.
Then why'd you fucking racialize it so hard?
How did I
fucking racialize and shit?
Is there a way I can pop in here?
You? Are you that
Jesus Christ, Mike?
Okay.
Just shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Don't ever address me again on this panel. Fuck you, asshole.
Okay. So first, I want to say, that puppet's gonna challenge for the championship. I'm a big fan of the puppet. And I'm going to raise your hand if you want to talk, because a lot of people.
I'll respond to that very generally, right? Like,
okay,
so.
Well, I just asked people to raise hands.
Yeah.
I will say what's directed at you, so you're gonna go, but I want to figure out the order after. So I'm gonna go Cat, Demon Mama. Maddie hasn't said anything at all, so then Maddie, I think, makes sense. I'm leaving the boys out. This is a girls' club. Agent hasn't said anything in a while. Kevin Connor.
Okay, so I just I never understand why there's this thing that right wingers like to do when we're like, what about the kids? The question itself doesn't really inherently relate to kids at all. Since kids were included, we can usually just assume that they're not. So we don't even need to talk about age gating or at what age can people start looking at porn, because if that was what Dylan really wanted to go towards, we would have said, at what age can kids see porn or something. But what we're talking about is in its in an objective sense, is it moral or is it bad or whatever? And if most of us agree that it's not bad, then I don't really see what we're having much of like a problem on here, because like at the end of the day, like you can have whatever like religious like standpoint that you want on it, but you also have to admit that we live in a country where not everybody's necessarily of your religion or religious at all. And as long as most of us don't have any type of moral qualms with it in a religious sense, then like who cares like what I use to beat my meat, as long as I'm beating it, right? Because like at the end of the day, like it is literally a human function to go ahead and coom, and not everybody's married, and not everybody has really good imaginations. Once again, part of the reason why some of us use porn is because we don't have good imaginations. Some of us don't have like the typical human capacity or to even think about some of these things, and that's why we had to look at it in the first place. And some of it, us use it for coming. Like there's different utilities for why people are using it, and if people want to fucking beat their meat to somebody getting dicked down by 5
I'm about
people,
to do
I don't give
something
a
wild.
fuck. Like who cares? Like, are they getting paid? Or is it consensual? Who gives a shit? Like, don't look at it if you have such a problem with it.
Demon.
Okay.
Mama.
Yeah. I think coming is really good. I think people should probably do it more. They'll probably be happier. I feel like the like anti-coomer stuff is often like, and I don't believe that Connor was trying to do this, by the way, but I do think that the anti-coomer stuff is usually just another euphemism to say degenerate or deviant or other things like that. I don't know. I find this topic a little bit confusing. I'm not entirely sure what we're batting at, but like porn is art. You don't have to justify to every degree why you enjoy fucking coming. People enjoy that shit, and they should, and we should let each other make stuff and share it. If people have a problem with porn where they get addicted to it, yeah, we should provide solutions for them just like anybody else. With regard to the question about like kids on porn sites, I hate to tell you this, but fucking kids are all the fuck over the internet. And it needs to be parents. They can't really push this off onto the government. You have the easiest way to prevent kids from getting into porn stuff, and you also have the most power to actually just be like, hey, kids, this is a thing that exists. Be careful, be healthy, don't get too far into it, don't lose yourself in it. Bam. And then of course, like I said, porn is art. And if you don't believe me on that, if you don't believe me that porn is art, that like not just that the performance itself is art, do me a favor, go read The Invitation by Incase and come back and let me know. I'm telling you, that shit'll change your life forever. So yeah, enjoy it, and people should come more. Porn is great. The industry has huge issues, just like most industries under capitalism. And people who hyper-moralize around porn are usually doing so based on this, like, strange, a great example of this is somebody like John Doyle. John Doyle, who is I don't even think it's fair to call him a crypto-fascist. He's just a fascist. And he regularly implies, he did a whole, like, 3-hour video documentary about porn being bad, and he regularly implies that society is being shaped by someone through porn. And if you know anything about anti-Semitic tropes, something that Nazis often do is they say that Jewish people are producing porn to encourage race mixing, which is something that Joe actually talked on. That is a common anti-Semitic trope. And you see this being rehashed by all kinds of conservatives who you wouldn't necessarily consider Nazis, but who nonetheless adopt the same rhetoric and the same structure of argument. So I think we should be very critical of that sort of thing. Yeah.
Okay. One moment. Before I go back down the list, I just want to take a moment to say, hey, everybody in chat, putting together these roundtables is pretty difficult. Obviously, getting 3 last-second replacements was not easy, and it takes time to put the show together. And we are pretty behind for this month when it comes to subs and donos, and I appreciate any support you guys could throw towards the Dylan Burns TV brand. For next week's content, expect that we're most likely going to be doing a review of Tariq Nasheed's new film, Buck Breaking.
Thank you, Tariq.
With YMS. Also, I believe it's Adams Ruins Everything. He's the movie reviewer dude. We should be doing a review with him, which would be pretty dope. We'll also be watching some Jerry Springer episodes with Lonerbox and doing a lot of other fun content.
Thank you, Datura, dude. Appreciate it.
Interviewing some local political activists, somebody on the local Prince George's County School Board, and somebody running for Annapolis Ward 3. I would appreciate any support you could throw towards the channel as we continue to develop our content. We will also be having next week, Hippy Dippy. One of the topics would be, should we preserve the nuclear family? So be sure to tune in for next week as we have some interesting topics come our way. Now, I wanted to go back to the list, and we're going to start with Maddie.
Yeah, I think so. This is a bit of a callback
Can't link it.
to
Can't link it
what
in chat, but
Joe Lewis was talking about earlier, how the sort of problematic nature of using a word like reform.
Yep, can't link it in
if
chat.
That is something that some
Sorry.
former porn
I'm sorry.
actresses refer to themselves with. Like, the issue is that, and this kind of also goes back to, I think it, like the discussion
one moment.
about.
I'm in trouble. I said, Adam ruins everything. That's the wrong Adam. I meant your movie sucks. That Adam. That's the wrong Adam. That's gonna get me in some trouble. But he deserves it because he cut his ponytail. So continue, Maddie.
We can just edit that part out when you post this to YouTube.
We'll edit it. Geek, edit this. You didn't edit it, did
that
you?
is a big difference.
Damn you.
Your movie sucks. Adam, I understand.
But yeah, so I
understand
wanted
why
to
you
talk
get there.
about why language matters, and we talked a little bit about this when referring to Simone Biles, and while saying something like choked is problematic. Similarly, referring to former porn actresses as reformed, or saying that she's a reformed whatever.
This has been a very odd
that's problematic because it furthers the stigmatization of sex workers and seeing it as like being in the porn industry must be inherently bad if people who have since departed that industry can be referred to as reformed. That is very problematic, and it furthers that notion. So
that's the way they identify notion that
say, I'm not done. I believe it's so weird. Thought I wasn't done, but this is why, like, even if they refer to themselves as that, I'm not going to tell them to refer themselves differently. But when we are discussing this,
I'll be right back. I need to go to the
forum
bathroom.
Like we are right now, be mindful of how you word these things because that matters. You have that kind of influence. And again, I think one of the best ways that we can ensure that sex workers are protected, that their rights aren't being violated, and that we can also make sure that they are doing whatever work they're doing willingly and of their own volition is by pushing for unionization. So that's how I feel. And, no more puppets, please.
I love the puppets. I unironically love the puppets.
I'm gonna see it in my nightmares.
The most leverage aircraft Sparky has in any negotiation with me is just saying, I will bring the puppet. We're gonna throw it to Agent now.
Yeah, so a few things with Sparky. One of them, imagine him singing Gold Digger in the puppet voice. 2, I really think he was going somewhere good before he said, reformed. I think he was talking about critiques of the porn industry and what they do to the girls, which, it's some pretty bad shit. Like, I'm in favor of unionizing sex workers, especially in the porn industry. Demon Mama said they were as well, and I'm sure others on the panel is extremely in favor of that. We want to talk about exploitation of, 18-year-olds specifically, or extremely young women. That would be also a great topic. I don't think we need to die on this hill, specifically, but I feel like, there's a lot more agreement that we can branch onto, actual talk instead of just trying to, get hung up on a single word here.
Yeah, as an example, right, there's a handful of porn stars that found Christ, but they wouldn't self-describe themselves as reformed. That's language that people within articles use to talk about these individuals. There is a problem, however, with this sort of dump culture that exists within the industry, where you'll have an individual who goes into the industry, will maybe do, the span of an actor or actress, I should say to be more specific, is around 3 to 4 months. And in that span, they have very little say of what type of content they're able to do for themselves, because they're strapped to these very restrictive contracts. This is something that happened to Lisa Ann. This is something that happened to Mia Khalifa. This is something that happened to a vast variety of porn stars in the 2000s and even and now still happening. And then we saw a reaction to that, right? Where porn stars just took their content and did it themselves, right? So Pinky was one of the first to do that, where she's like, fuck this, I'm going to just monetize my own shit because no one's going to AVN isn't going to hire me. Vivid isn't going to hire me. So I'm just going to do my own content. And then that created a stream of individuals who were doing this for themselves. The problem is they're just taking this and shifting it somewhere else. So instead of having AVN and Vivid dictating what you do in terms of content. You just have OnlyFans doing. So then it's like, okay, there's like, and if we understand that OnlyFans is another sort of pseudo monopoly and that they're not really making as much money and there's not really any protections that exist within OnlyFans, there's problems within that. And that's one of my many concerns when it comes to protections for porn actors broadly. I do think, however, there's something to say about industry, like companies having individuals participate in openly hateful,
OnlyFans
objectifying content. As an example, there are plenty black actresses who argue that certain industries made them like have sex with people in Confederate gear and stuff like that, and don the Confederate flag. And that was just something that were allowed. Mia Khalifa being in hijab, and that just being the thing. And that's not her choice. That's the company's choice of making her do that. And that's something that I don't think it's okay. I don't think companies should have the ability to tell these actors, like, you must do this thing that might potentially cause you harm internationally, or even just cause you personal harm. And that's just something that they just continually do. So when I think of actresses and actors that outcry in these type of things, that's what I think about. I don't think about porn actors and actresses going to Christ. I'm thinking about the ones that don't have protections and get abused by the system and shat out every 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a huge labor problem that can be discussed in the porn industry. It's especially bad because of the level of coercion and the fact that a lot of people turn to porn because it sells, you know? So you need the money, you have the work, and people can put you in a position. This is something that we have, again, this is an issue that's shared across multiple industries, but it is particularly bad in porn. And I think it's something that we should take seriously. Porn is another one of those industries that suffers from the same thing that I brought up earlier about video games, and also something that we brought up about film. Somebody brought up in the last conversation about film, which is that our society kind of treats it as something frivolous, like, oh, movies are fun. That means the industry that makes the movies, you know, should be considered like fun or frivolous, but it's not. And these are how these things are made is sometimes dangerous and needs to have protections. I think that if we took things like that more seriously, if we saw people who work in these industries who produce this stuff with a little more respect, and we took, you know, as a society, we can do it as individuals. Again, I always advocate for people to support porn, you know, porn performers and sex workers directly. Like, that's an awesome way, you know, to do things. That's super great. If you can go to their Patreon, if you can go whatever, is super awesome. But like, as a society, if we encourage people being more caring about like the source of the thing that they're enjoying to some degree, I think that we'll have more scrutiny on the labor conditions. We'll perhaps see the availability of porn actor guilds or something along those lines, or unions, or you know, co-op porn production structures that allow individuals to have more input in these things. But as it is right now, I mean, most of porn is controlled by one company, if I remember. Like, most of the tube sites, the biggest company in porn is like MindGeek or something. And the way that they do it is they wait for you know, they wait for people to upload stolen stuff to their site, and then, you know, hey, if nobody reports it, it just stays up there, making them money. So people might actually put a lot of money and put themselves on the line to make a piece of art that's really wonderful, you know, or whatever, or something that's just kind of tacky and cheap, but it doesn't matter. They're getting, you know, exploited. I think we need to address exploitation on a level that's not just like, there's this, I'm sorry to be, if I'm a little rambly on this, but it's something that frustrates me, which is that, and Joe has touched on this a little bit, which is that there's this like bait and switch that's done where you say, hey, the porn industry is super exploitative, and then like all of these religious righties who want you to never have sex and lock your dick in a chastity cage for the rest of your life will sort of pop out of the woodwork and go, yeah, porn is exploitative. And you go, no, wait, the porn industry is exploitative. Porn itself is neither necessarily exploitative or non-exploitative. It's a type of thing that you can make. And I think that we need to be careful about what we're talking about. The labor conditions in the porn industry and in sex work are ridiculously exploitative, but that requires us tackling exploitation as a concept, not like, you know, whether God wants you to jerk your dick or not. And I do think that, again, I think it's something we need to as a society and as, advocates here talk about that and recognize that, like, hey, porn may not be exploitative, but the industry can be. The industry can be exploitative, but porn itself might not be.
Would you say that the entire, or for the most part, your entertainment industries would be considered exploitative or exploitive?
Yeah, disgustingly so. Absolutely. I have, I went to school for film. I ended up working in streaming, and I love video games. Yeah, those industries are very, very exploitative. And they get away with
common thing.
Yeah, it's super common, but they get it. But it can have really bad, like atrocious outcomes, and the exploitation is particularly bad in entertainment industries. Once again, because there's this idea that like art or entertainment is not essential to our society, even though it is. Even though we all surround ourselves with media at all hours of every day, whether we're listening to stuff on our headphones or on the radio on the bus or looking at pictures outside or paintings or whatever. We're constantly consuming. Our art is hugely important for the maintenance of the human psyche. And yet we still treat it with this thing like, oh, it's a dream job to go get to work at a company like Blizzard. Or, oh, it's a dream job to get to be the social media manager for Pornhub. Okay, maybe, but it's still really exploitative. And you can't let companies get away with this idea that like, oh, well, this is an entertainment industry, Like, you can't let them get away with that as an excuse to further exploit people and to not give people the rights that they deserve as workers.
So do you believe that it is the nature of the entertainment industry itself that is exploitive, or do you think that it is just a few bad actors?
Oh, no, I think it's the nature of capitalism. If we want to go that far where exploitation comes from, we can break this right open into the capitalism discussion. The way that we structure labor in our society as a whole pervades every industry, but it becomes readily apparent in entertainment industries, specifically because there is like a two-facedness. On one hand, we recognize that entertainment and games are the products themselves perhaps a little bit frivolous, maybe a tiny bit, a DVD of like Paw Patrol seems kind of unimportant in comparison to somebody's life-saving medication, obviously. But the people who make that shit and the people who do consume that shit are people. They're humans. And we have to think about that and recognize that. And I think that without analyzing labor, without analyzing exploitation as a whole, it's very hard for us to confront this. I think that what some people like to do is, instead of recognizing that we have some seriously fucked up structures as to how we determine who gets what when something is made, that instead people will pivot to things like, oh, well, no, it's the porn that's the problem. Let's get rid of the porn. Let's clamp down on the porn. Well, it's like, no, actually, the problem is that there's a huge population in the United States that needs money to survive, and everybody's got to do different things, and some people end up doing entertainment things, but they still need to pay their food. So at the end of the day, whether they're working in entertainment, making a frivolous product, or whether they're working in a factory manufacturing a needed product, that person still has needs of their own. That person is still being forced into different conditions by their boss who pays their bills. So yeah, I don't think it's a few bad actors. I think this is something we need to think about on a larger scale, because it does, again, it just becomes very apparent in entertainment, because we have a double standard with how we handle the importance of entertainment and how we treat workers who create our entertainment.
Okay. Wait. We are gonna have to be wrapping up soon, so I want to make sure that those who are on the list get to talk, and that's gonna be Kevin and Connor. And Kat, you weren't on the. Were you on the list? Let me check. Oh, you should have been on the list. So
I have small hands.
Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So I just wanted to address a couple points. First one, directed at Counterpoints. He had referred to hedonism. I'll say this: better to be a hedon, whatever that means, than TradCon. Obviously,
true.
I think that the absolute mental health implications, negative mental health implications of TradCon culture, the attempts to bring us in a retrograde direction, to inculcate children into basically cultures of shame over things that they can't even control, shame over things that are good, especially. the shame over sexuality that you see in religion, especially. All this is a negative, and that in and of itself definitely contributes to some of the negativity, as I mentioned, with respect to consumption of pornography. Is that if you live in a shame culture and you feel ashamed of the consumption, well, it makes sense that you might have some negative health ramifications. But we know, and there are studies that have been done on this that show that across the United States, for example, the conservative states, they tend to, have the most viewed pornography category be that which is historically
or
speaking,
Lauren
and
X.
sometimes
Pandemis
in the
actually
current era,
okay
the most
on this
stigmatized.
panel.
You can look at some of the southern states where, what's one of the categories that's really popular? One of the categories that's really popular is interracial sex. Well, but part of the problem there is that historically speaking, people were stigmatized against that. And so if somebody grew up with racist parents, for example, they might feel bad, but they might be interested in that as well. But now they're going to feel bad over it because they've got a bunch of racists in their life that might shame them if they were to find out, or at least they feel that shame even if they don't tell anybody. You have incest, I think, is the number big one in Mississippi. Now, I'm not saying legitimize incest, but it does go to show you that we want to talk about hedonism. We want to talk about, the libs and the progressives or whatever, or like degenerate and all that kind of stuff. Look at the conservative states. Look at what goes on in a lot of conservative states where, you got very TragCon cultures that lead to things like, incest being the most searched category, for example. And that, of course, would be counterproductive. You could talk about, as it related to the misogyny and the exploitation in porn, and I'm not talking about the industry here, but, and I'll just say, just to finish that other part of it, yeah, you're better off to be a heathen than a reactionary, absolutely. But as far as the critics of porn, a lot of the critics of porn, or a lot of the advocates of banning pornography, they'll talk about porn as being misogynist. And some of the examples that they will point to might well be clear-cut case of misogyny. Look at what those people's stances on abortion is. Look at what those people's stances is, just in more broad terms, of course. Ask them about what their view of gay marriages, etc. Look at how they feel, about women in the workplace, that kind of thing. And then see if their criticism of porn is coming from a place of actual concern, or if they're just concern trolling disingenuous acts. So anyway, that's what I got to say there. So thanks.
Okay, next is going to be Connor, and then Kat. Then a special message from Dylanberg TV.
I can do mine as a part of closing.
Okay, Kat.
Yeah, I just wanted to push back really quickly on something that Agent 10 said like a while ago about like how this industry is like exploiting a lot of 18-year-old girls. Like, what? Like, I understand. I guess there's like this weird cultural thing where we're always like, oh no, like the woman, like 18-year-old guys are being exploited too. And if you think it's an age thing, then young people are being exploited. And if you think it's a woman thing, then
hey, that's awesome. Good for Gabby.
I would say there's a very
Take your
large
time.
push within like porn specifically for 18-year-old girls, and I use that.
I
as
got
a
called
way
in
to,
on
we should
Hippy
probably
Dippy.
unionize. So like I don't know why that. I don't know where that
there's
came
also,
from.
There's also 18-year-old men that are also like involved in sex work.
I see the same 6 guys in all the porn that I watch.
Then
I'm pretty
just
sure
get
there's
a
like.
You must not watch a lot.
You just
well, I will say that I see a diversity of men in mine.
I do, but I would say it's kind of obvious to say there's a.
Hey, we can. I mean, do we want to talk? Do we want to talk about the yikes takes that porn actors and actresses have? Some that have, some that have no
we
lists.
have to go to the end. We have to wrap it up. We're already 15 minutes over. So, Kat, did you finish your take, or do you want to continue?
I mean, I just think it's exploitative no matter what your gender is. It doesn't matter if you have a peen or a vagine. If you're 18 years old, sometimes you're just making decisions that are like, not entirely thought out, and sometimes you're not thinking about the consequences, and it doesn't really matter whether or not you have tits. It can be exploitative no matter what, and I don't really...
No, if we broke down the demography of the industry, I guarantee you it would be like 20-1 female to male. Almost guaranteed.
It's definitely not 1-to-1.
Yeah.
That's
also,
nice.
we agree on this. We agree on this. I don't know why you're trying to make it like a pissing competition. It's like, it's equal. It's got to be a 50-50 ratio. It's like, no,
I'll
it's
piss
obvious.
until the day I die.
Alright.
Hopefully not on video.
Okay, so now we're going to wrap up the show, but quickly, I just wanted to give a message to everybody at home. So recently, I had a phone call with my father, who was basically telling me about certain skepticisms he had about vaccinations and vaccines, and about whether people should get vaccines. The thing is, he has lung cancer. He is in the highest risk group possible when it comes to COVID and the effects it can have on people. If he got COVID, he would just die. And for me to hear that from him was very scary, to be quite honest. Thankfully, I was able to talk him away from these positions and explain to him, hey, yes, there are people who catch COVID after getting vaccines, but it drastically reduces outcome.
We have to talk about that after
this.
this.
I just wanted to say that if you have the chance, please talk to your elder and most vulnerable populations about the importance of getting this vaccination in your family, the people that you love and the people you believe love you.
Get your jab.
Because you know what,
Get your
you might
jab
get
on
frustrated,
Tuesday.
but it'll be a lot more frustrating to see them hooked up in a hospital. So I just wanted to give that message at the end of today's stream, even though it wasn't part of the topics. So we're going to wrap up today's stream. I'm going to give everybody an outro, starting with Agent 10. Going over to him.
Well, thanks Dylan for having me on the panel. It was fun for the most part, guys. If anyone wants to find me on Twitch, it's Agent 10. It's Agent_10_ video games, politics, dissecting media stuff, movies, music, TV shows, all that fun stuff. If you want to find me on Twitter, it's Agent10_TTV. It's a lot of fun stuff. I make some jokes, I shitpost with some memes, I create some memes, even some Dylan stole in the past, so they gotta be good. Follow me.
False accusations. I'm throwing over to aircraft.
Alrighty, I'm Aircraft Sparky. You can
Puppet.
find me. The puppet has her own outro. I'm Aircraft Sparky. You can find me on YouTube, youtube.com/AircraftSparky, twitch.tv/AircraftSparky, and of course you can find me on Twitter. The link should be in the description or at the end or whatever. Danabo will take care of all that. It's a Spark of Innova 1 is the at deal. I do political commentary, I do animation, I do art, and of course I occasionally do these little discussions. And I guess people get upset with some of the things I say. It's all good. I just want to say, Dylan, I saw that on Twitter about your father, man. I'll
probably do that.
put him in my prayers, man. I hope everything works out well for him.
Appreciate it. I'm going to throw it over to Counterpoints.
Yeah, so I just want to give a shout out to Dylan from a financial standpoint. We all love our buddy Prime, who I'm on his show pretty regularly. We also love our buddy Hans, but Dylan does some of the best content on Twitch.tv, one of the best moderators. So I think that if you have the ability to support him, I would appreciate it.
True. We got more after this, everybody.
Dylan
Remember,
Burns
this isn't the end.
brand
Not even
alive
close.
and happy and
Not even close.
and then what I would say, too, is I have an under 30-year-old. He's in his late 20s, family member who caught COVID, is now on life support. I also have a brother-in-law who is not getting vaccinated despite having childhood asthma because of the propaganda that he's consumed. And literally even my conservative family is basically yelling at him like, hey, this is a major risk. Get your shit together.
I'll show you
get
what we got.
vaccinated. And unfortunately, he's been brainwashed by YouTube people to the point that he's not going to do it. So, fuck that. Take care of your people. Yell at them. Because, like you said, it sucks more to deal with them during serious medical crises rather than having an uncomfortable conversation at dinner. So go ahead and do that. If you want to follow me, I'm on Twitter, Counterpoints, CONORPOINTS, CONORPOINTS.
Watch
you can
this,
also
everybody.
Just go into YouTube, type in Counterpoints, common spelling. We're about to break 8K, very exciting. Basically, I think I'm going to have to take some of y'all on your hedonistic bullshit and your anti-theism one day, but not today. So thank you very much for coming out, having fun. I appreciate all y'all.
Wonderful. Now we're going to throw it over to Demon Mama.
Everyone, my name is Demon Mama. You can follow me at the link on the screen right here. But I want to end this by saying, You want to know what you could do? You got some money laying around and you want to get your dick hard or your pussy wet or whatever else you want to get pleasurable? Go fucking support.
Give the Dylan Burns TV.
Go give that money to some trans porn stars directly because they would love to have that support. And guess what? You'll be doing two things. One, you'll be supporting someone directly, and two, you'll be taking money out of the pockets of giant abusive exploitative porn companies. Support porn directors, support porn artists directly. You got a weird kink? We all got weird kinks. Pay your fucking artists. Those artists break their backs making that weird shit for you. Fucking pay them. Pay them directly. It's cheaper than you think. Just take the time to do it. I'm serious. You'd make a lot of change in the world. All right. Thanks, everybody. And come on by afterwards. We were going to be doing some Q&A and some other stuff.
Okay, we're going to be throwing over to...
Porn, Sunsol.
Joe Lewis.
Yeah, twitch.tv/Joe Lewis, the O's a 0. I currently have a fundraiser going to help just raise some funds towards a trip that I'm doing to Loudoun County, Virginia. I have a bunch of content lined up in terms of that.
Porn
county,
is
which has
based, I
been
agree.
The center of the culture war around critical race theory and gender affirmation. So I'm going to go see a anti-CRT session with Dr. James Lindsay to see what that looks like in the
Wow.
So yeah, I'm doing that in a couple weeks. So if that's something you want to look out for, check the channel out. We kind of made Loudoun County this little project. If not, you can just see me argue on Twitter with dumbass tankies and reactionary social justice warrior righties at twitter.com/Joe Lewis. Same thing, the O0. So glad to be here, and hopefully see you guys soon.
Okay. I want to give it over to Katarana.
Oh, I'm Katarina. I do leftist politics, but I also happen to be a physicist, and I also am Dylan Burns' babysitter. So, if you like Dylan, you'll probably like me, because he doesn't seem to hate me. And also, Dylan, don't forget to, make up your bed.
Wait, the last one is Joe Lewis.
This is why I'm gay. I'm gonna throw it over to Maddie.
Yeah, hi, I'm Maddie Cakes. You can find me on Twitch as MaddieCakes_. You can also find me on Twitter or Instagram as Madsmaru. That's spelled MadsMaru. I really enjoyed this panel today. Nightmarish, puppets aside.
Yeah, Joe's awesome.
And porn is great and a good time, and so is masturbation and sex in general. It's a great time. I'm very pro all that. So, knock yourself out. Have a great time. And yeah, thank you.
Do your best to not actually pass out while engaging in such conduct. I'm gonna throw it over to Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So I just want to give a shout out here to Dylan Burns as well. I noticed your channel just passed 30,000 followers on Twitch. That's pretty base, so congrats, Dylan. That's a big
God wants you to
accomplishment,
goo.
so congrats there. Thanks for having me on again. Always great to be here. So basically, as I said in the intro, I run the channel Superpower Broadcasting on YouTube and Twitch, and I do daily premieres over to YouTube, and I do daily live streams to Periscope, Twitch, and YouTube, of course. So make sure you're subscribed so you get daily content, and I mostly talk about foreign policy, international relations, and security issues, but I've been more branching out lately to talk about some economics as well.
Yeah, of course I have,
as
Punk Corps.
a lot of social
There's actually better
issues.
products
And I'll
out
say
there.
this just to kind of close up here. Pornography is base, reaction is cringe, and I'm going to be doing a post show over on
Not just
Superpower
people being polite.
Broadcasting in about half an
Just
hour.
people
so
being
you're
polite,
welcome to tune
only
in for
facts.
that. And if you'd like to debate me, you can shoot me a DM on Twitter at Kevin Castley, and we'll set up a debate. Thanks everybody for watching, and thanks for having me on again.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, and everybody at home for watching. We will be here next week with one of the topics being, should we preserve the nuclear family, and a whole host of interesting guests. See you guys next week. I'm sending you guys over to Gappy. Have a blessed one. See you later.
Have a good day.
Goodbye.
Bye, everybody. Okay.
Thanks for having me on. That was fun, Dylan. Yeah, I hope the best for your father, no doubt. And Demon Mama, it was a pleasure.
Oh, thank you.
It was an experience.
Yeah, this was
Well,
we pulled it together at the end, but yeah, it was a little
Three
last minute.
cancellations, and the three cancellations with three main stars that was booking the whole event
Yeah.
on. It was Hunter Avalon.
Damn good thing you got a
Actual
bigger one.
Jake, and Denims. Like, oh my god. It's like all three. It was like, Jesus, well, fuck.
Yeah. No, your team did a great job. I am so glad that they brought Demon Mama on. Demon Mama, I did enjoy it. I loved our little interaction in the back. But no, I wasn't arguing porn on the religious aspect at all.
I mean, I will say I was a little confused as to the direction that the conversation was going with regard to the porn. But hey, I'm always happy to talk about porn. I like it a lot, and yeah.
I have no problem with it myself. I think entertainment industry is just exploitive. Period. I used to work in music, so I've seen what it does.
Yeah, entertainment industry's messed up. Chews people up and spits them out. Yep. Dylan, it was great. Thanks for. I'm glad that I was able to come in and be your dark star after all of the other stars dodged out. I hope you have a really good night. Yeah, of course. And we'll talk soon.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll talk to you soon. You need to make a demon puppet now. We need multiple. We need all streamers to start making puppets. I like.
Thank you so much, Maddie.
Oh yeah, you have Lucy.
I've got
You have a
Lucy.
demon puppet.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, but that one's
So-
it's not as hot as me. So.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, Demon Mama, if you'd like, I could probably put one together for you.
Well.
But that's up to you.
I mean, I don't know.
I do stuff.
I don't know.
That's all I'm
cool.
saying.
That's cool. Maybe we'll talk about it.
All
All right, I'm gonna head out now. Thank y'all.
Puppet. That'd be fun. See you later.
Bye for now. That was nice. That was a nice. Okay, so that was interesting. That was an interesting one. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the raid, Maddie Cakes. Thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome to all the Maddie Cakers. Come on in here and get comfy. Come over to our website, demonmama.com/live. And that's where you want to come to hang out in the on-screen chat. We were standing you hard over in my neck of the woods. Great job tonight, and also amazing job on your stream dissecting the Activision Blizzard stuff. You're very welcome. It's something that's very important to me. A lot of people don't know this, but I used to be like the world's biggest Blizzard fangirl. And then over the years, I started to learn about how bad things were, and then this happened, and it was like I was called to cover this shit. So I'm very happy that you were able to gain from it. Maddie, you did fucking amazing on the panel tonight. That was an interesting panel. I love that we were able to pull it together even with, everything else that happened. Yeah. Hey, Yvonne, how's it going? Yeah. Damn. Yeah, my chat was loving your takes too. Yeah, Retcon says, I can verify multiple 4-hour Warcraft lore discussions. That's very, very true. Acting like porn in a vacuum is implicitly healthy and good is harmful. As a trans woman who's worked in the industry, I can say that even under the most ideal circumstances, porn can be harmful, and pretending like it doesn't is super detrimental. Again, you're doing the thing again. You're doing the thing again. You're doing the thing where you mix up the industry being bad with porn itself being bad. So I don't agree with you. And I'm sorry you had bad experiences, but I don't think that makes you right on this. Somebody asked me about, we had a question. What's inherently harmful? I don't know. That's a really tough question. That's too big brain for me. I'm too dumb. Oh, what's inherently harmful about it? Oh, okay, that's a little better. I don't think there's anything inherently harmful about porn at all. Yeah, I just don't think there is. But yeah. Somebody did ask a question, which is, so, Demon Mama, you mentioned you wanted to talk about what should and should not be depicted in porn, which I think is very interesting. Can you elaborate on that when you get the chance? Yeah, I can. I think that I am very liberal about art depictions. I think that porn should be treated the same way, as long as it is made clear that this is hey, this is a work of art. There you go, bam, that's easy. It's super simple. I'm pretty liberal about what I think should be depicted in art of all types. No, it doesn't actually. I want to know if somebody in chat says, I want to know if the piercing on your lip fucks up your shit during the winter. No, it doesn't. I usually just keep my stuff going. Shorn Silk says, in a vacuum, under ideal circumstances, you're ignoring that. Being a fetish object can be super psychologically harmful. I think it's absurd to pretend otherwise. Then you shouldn't do porn. If you are psychologically harmed by being a fetish object for somebody, then you shouldn't do porn. That doesn't make porn in and of itself harmful. Doe Reformed says, yeah, I didn't think you would, but it's the only question that should matter when these people say, in the best case scenario, it's still bad. Like, okay, what's inherently bad about it? Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. Yeah, you don't have to be a fetish object to make porn. I agree with that. I don't know where that comes from. Mono Moment. Hey, Demon Mama, I was wondering when you were going to address the issues with the American Johnson Twitter handle being run by someone impersonating American from Non-Compete. Yeah, it was really funny. I addressed it earlier. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I hope people do it more, because that would be really funny. I love it when self-serious losers get made fun of and then freak out and show themselves as dumb grifters. That's a weird victim-blaming perspective. Hey, Shorn Silk, do you want to come on and debate about this? You know, we haven't had a debate. We haven't had, like, an off-the-cuff debate. Do you want to just come on and debate about this? Like, I get it. If it's not something you're comfortable, I know you mentioned you had some bad experiences, but I don't know. You've decided to engage here, and I feel like you're being rather aggro about this. The idea of personal experience in the industry is a totally separate argument from the idea of porn being harmful in general. Yes, I agree. Is Connor always such a douche? No. He's just very, he gets worked up sometimes. Ugly Pie says, I don't know how to say this, but your ideas about personal fulfillment and happiness have taught me so much. I really do feel happier, hopeful. Fuck yeah, and you're all about to feel a little bit more hopeful after we get through the doom and gloom, because after, whether this debate happens or not, we have some doomering that I need to convert into bloomering together, okay? And then if we have time, we'll do conservative react. If not, we'll do that in the future. Lily Deathbloom, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Deeply appreciate that. The commodification of porn inevitably pushes actors to sacrifice their own boundaries for the sake of making ends meet. The porn industry will have these problems as long as capitalism is around. That is true! True! Consensual fetishization is hot. There's a lot of consensual things that people think are bad that are also hot. Chat can die mad about the EJ thing? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. I recognize it's not only your experience, Shorn Silk, but you're not listening to the argument. There is nothing inherently wrong with porn. It's not victim blamey to say that in ideal circumstances, some people still won't want to do porn. Yeah. There are many, like, in the best of circumstances, in the ideal circumstances, I don't want to do pottery because I don't really like working with clay. Yeah, that's the thing. The industry is the problem, for sure. How it's produced is the problem. It's not the actual thing. Yeah, there's somebody in Twitch chat, yes. Yeah, the conversation was super mild. Uh-oh, I've been clipped. Oh no, I'm a radlib now. Not again. Oh no, the tankies are gonna call me a liberal again. Oh god, what will I do? Oh no, what will I do? Oh my god. Mama beyond, mama beyond, mama beyond. I wanted some context on what the grifter aspect was with EJ non-compete because I feel like I missed something. Oh yeah, here I'll sum it up again, which is I'll sum it. No, it's okay. I'll sum it up again. EJ and non-compete and LunaOi took me doing a very minor comedic, very gentle comedic roast of the American Johnson, you know, talking to the person who did the parody. And then they pivoted into calling me a fascist and saying that I was undermining their revolution, and then they immediately pivoted into how you should support their show if you want to support real communists. So, I think that that's pretty grifty. I sell my show as a show. If you want to buy my show, congratulations. You're watching my awesome show. But they're selling their show as the fucking revolutionary council, and they can suck my cock. Because quite frankly, that shit is cringe. So. Hey, Fawn, will you refill my drink? I would really like some ice in it. That'd be awesome. Thank you so much. Congratulations, you played yourself. Yeah. So, alright, I think that's basically everything on the porn topic, right? I think, I don't know. That's okay. That's okay, Posadas John. Our memes are revolutionary? Yeah, they meant to call me a fashionista. That's what it was. That's what they were trying to say. Exactly. You know what we have to do next? We have to do something else soon. Wait, can I buy the rights to the Demon Mama show? No, you can't. Support the show. Go to YouTube and like the stream. Thank you very much, Pifflo Cakes, for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. Hey, what's the name of that awesome Darkwood track you play from time to time? It's called Dawn, I think it's called. Yeah, it's New Dawn from Darkwood. It's a super good track. Why the fuck is the swamp the way it is? It's very hard and very awesome. I love it. It was my favorite zone in the game. It's so fucking cool. Isn't the EJ situation literally the meme from The Office where Dwight freaked out because Jim dressed like him to make fun of him? Yes. Quite literally, yes. That is so accurate it hurts. That is so painfully accurate. The game is very scary. Horrifyingly scary, but also one of my favorite games. Identity theft is not a joke! Ah! I never thought we would reach this level of like self-parody. I mean, on the good news, I didn't feel bad. Like I thought, I usually, I don't feel bad about poking a little fun at people, but after I found out like all the shit that these motherfuckers say on their channel, I don't feel bad at all. I feel like I should have gone way harder. I should have gone way harder. We should have done a whole thing where we like went through we should have like hammed it up and talked about like LGBT gulags or something. I'm sorry I didn't know EJ was such a cunt, honestly. I assumed you knew or would have warned you, and he and Luna are joyless tanky fucks. Yeah, that's true. They definitely are. But hey, it resulted in some lulz, so that was fun. Thank you. The guy with the puppets was, Aircraft Sparky. Aircraft Sparky. A Sparky. Alright, you want to talk about some, you want to doom out with me for a little bit? But I promise, stick around because you're not gonna doom by the end, okay? I promise you, we're gonna undoom you, but first I have to doom you. I'm sorry, but I hope that you're ready for this. Okay? You ready? Let's doom. Let's doom together, okay? Here we go, everybody. Okay. Massachusetts COVID-19 outbreak mostly infected the vaccinated, CDC finds. Few needed hospitalization. A sobering scientific analysis published Friday found that 3/4 of the people infected during an explosive COVID-19 outbreak fueled by the Delta variant were fully vaccinated. The report on the Massachusetts cases from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention offers key evidence bolstering the hypothesis that vaccinated people can spread the more transmissible variant and may be a factor in the summer surge of infections. The data detailed in the CDC's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report helped convince agency scientists to reverse recommendations on mask wearing and advise that vaccinated individuals wear masks in indoor public settings in some circumstances. Critically, the study found that vaccinated individuals carried as much virus in their nose as unvaccinated individuals, strongly suggesting that the vaccinated people can spread the virus to each other. The CDC was criticized this week for changing its mask guidance without publishing the data it relied on. The report released Friday contains some of that data. This finding is concerning and was a pivotal discovery leading to the CDC's updated mask recommendation. There you go. This is from the Seattle Times, by the way. Seattle Times isn't perfect, but there you go. The outbreak started in early July in Provincetown, the tip of Cape Cod, a tourist destination known for its party scene. The festive July 4th holiday atmosphere provided the ideal for super spreader events. The new research and reversal in the masking guidance put the public in an uncertain position as August and a new school year approaches. Risk calculations have never been easy in this pandemic, and the viral environment just got even murkier. Scientists said the Provincetown outbreak and other recent data on breakthrough infections make it clear that vaccines offer significant protection. They offer significant protection, as they were designed to, against severe illness and death, but do not offer full blanket protection against any chance of infection. Only a handful of people in the outbreak were hospitalized. While the data suggests vaccinated people can spread the disease, the extent to which they contribute is not clear. Walensky says this week that such transmission occurs on rare occasions. CDC internal document obtained by the Washington Post estimated that 35,000 vaccinated people a week in the United States are having symptomatic breakthrough infections out of a vaccinated population of more than 162 million. Vaccination coverage is higher than average in Massachusetts, with nearly 70% of residents fully vaccinated. Okay. So, what does this mean? What does this mean? This means you need to keep fucking wearing your mask. Okay? This means you need to fucking keep wearing your masks. And you need to keep socially distancing. Unfortunately, I've been saying this for a very long time. You all know that I've been saying this for a real long time. I know a lot of you watch me. I know a lot of you have watched me for a while, and I've been fucking saying this for a goddamn while. Okay? We now have at least 2 variants circulating in the United States, and, I think that there is a reasonable... Yes, okay. I know. Ha ha, statistic, ha. Good thing that's not what I'm talking about, gay fesh! I love you, but that's not what I'm fucking talking about right now. Jesus motherfucking Christ. Everybody today. Okay? I'm glad you know your statistics. You potentially made a statistical error that didn't actually happen, and you didn't advocate for that yet, but I'm just gonna make sure that I catch you on the statistical error you didn't yet make. Relevant I'm sorry, okay. Okay, gay fesh. Listen, I get it. Obviously, when you have a population that is vaccinated, predominantly vaccinated, and people are getting sick, the chances are that they're going to be vaccinated. But the point is that the vaccine doesn't make you immune to the Delta variant. Which is what I was saying from the get-go. So, we know that the vaccines help. It's ideal to get vaccinated still. Continue to be vaccinating. Please, continue to be masking. But we need to take this seriously, okay? And I know that everyone is very, very exhausted. We are all exhausted of the pandemic, but we're going to have a second pandemic lockdown if this continues to spread like this. I don't know if everyone has seen the, let's look. Let me just show you. Let's take a look at this. We're spiking back up again. Like, we're spiking back up again, like, really hard. Like really hard. Look at this. We're spiking straight back up again. That is very bad. New cases 65,000. So unfortunately, much like I predicted, much like many of us predicted, we are barreling towards yet another wave of deaths and agony and sickness. Okay? Now, we might not have a lockdown. If we don't have a lockdown, this is where what I'm about to talk about is going to be incredibly relevant. Okay? What do you do with the doo-doo? No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke to lighten the mood. Okay? What do you do? What do you do when the government doesn't give a fuck? What do you do when you have been left behind? Somebody said anarchy. Good answer. Interesting answer. A very, very interesting answer. Because this particular issue intersects with another thing that I wanted to talk about, which is the environment. For the last, year and a half that I've been streaming, some of you remember the old days. And most of you will remember that I have always advocated to not doom out, that I have always advocated that we look at these things seriously, and specifically that I have encouraged my fellow panelists and political presenters to be a little bit more, let's say doomer. I don't want to say doomer, but a little bit more negative towards their prescriptions, because a lot of it's very easy to make positive prescriptions, to gas people up and go, oh, everything's gonna be fine, guys. Let's go get some fucking McDonald's, dude. That is very easy to do. It's super easy to gas people up. And it's super easy to pin everything on convenient things like Biden winning the presidency. Or, hey, maybe we'll win over the Democrats and things will get better. And then you think about that and that's your only goal. But I want to tell you something. What actually happened in the pandemic? Do any of you remember what I talked about at the beginning of the pandemic? Does anybody remember the coverage that I did at the beginning of the pandemic? We could go watch it. That would be super interesting. But I don't really want to. I just want to talk about it right now. We could go watch it. I have coverage up on my channel from the pandemic. At the beginning of the pandemic, I covered it a lot, and I talked about how it was going to be way worse than anybody was predicting. Because I went and I didn't just watch the mainstream news, I'm sorry, but I went and listened to talks by actual doctors and epidemiologists. I studied this shit. And I told people, guys, this is going to be really bad. Unfortunately, at the time, I was still too hopeful because I believed that there would be some chance that we would be able to at least pressure Biden and the Dems somewhat. But I was pretty wrong about that part. I fell short. Everybody else fell super short, but I fell short as well. And I want you to go take a look at what actually happened across the course of the pandemic, because what happened across the course of the pandemic is that a lot of people died. A fucking lot of people died. And a lot of the people who died were poor, old, disabled, immunocompromised, and otherwise marginalized. And we're about to head towards that again, and there's no promise of even the paltry help that we got last time. Which is very concerning to think about. Because, I don't know, can we real quick, I'm just gonna do a simple vote in chat. Ready? Okay, here we go. Answer honestly. Did you encounter financial hardship during the pandemic? Yeah, the eviction thing ends tomorrow. So, about 65% of my audience here encountered some level of financial hardship during the pandemic. By the way, I encountered financial hardship during the pandemic. And I make money from my stream, and I still had a hard time. You did. Yep, Retcon survived. I know almost all of my friends struggled, even the ones who had jobs and were doing good. That was with the paltry help. But guess what? That was also with less people in need in general. Now we have all of the people in need who were in need previously, and now more are going to come. And you might not be able to get the government aid that you want and need. And I don't want anybody in my audience to reach the point where they die because they reached out their hand to the government and the government didn't answer. Does anybody remember what my #1 fucking rule was? Does anybody remember what the #1 rule, the only order I give my audience? Don't fucking die! So if you're not going to die, but the government is not going to help you not die, and the corporations are absolutely not going to help you not die, what do you do? What do you do? Tough question, huh? Die anyway? Better not. You better not fucking die anyway. Will this lead to a cyberpunk scenario? No, it will not. It's not going to lead to like a corporate state either. Okay. I want you to put COVID on the back burner for just a minute, okay? I want you to put COVID on the back burner for just a minute. And we're going to talk about something else, okay? Remember everything that I just said. All of you imps, listen the fuck up. Listen the fuck up. Remember what I said, but put it on the back burner for just a minute, okay? We're going to talk about something else for a second, and I'm going to sew them together. So just trust me. For now, let COVID boil on the back burner, okay? There's another crisis that is facing our country, and not just our country, but our entire planet. And that is climate change. Now, we all know that there's quite a lot of people who've said things like, you know, sometimes even the most optimistic liberals say, oh yeah, you know, I'm totally black-pilled, or I'm doomer on climate change. All right. Oh, is this the Demon Mama Don't Die meme? No. Oh, okay. Somebody did do an edit of that. It was a good faith actor, fucking Tragic Hero did a great one. The Amazon is now releasing more CO2 than it absorbs. This is major. Yes. We're going to talk about that. Recently, I read a fantastic book that I'm going to show on screen right now. See this book? This is called Desert by Anonymous. I highly recommend reading this. It is free to read right here. It is very, very digestible. And it talks about an incredible amount of climate realities that we are facing. Well cited. Well cited. I'm going to link it right here. Here you go. I highly recommend giving it a read. Please consider it. It's an easy read. It is technically theory, but it is not difficult to read at all. It's an easy read. It's entertaining, and you can read it in less than a day. Okay? Is there an audiobook? Yes, there's a free audiobook on YouTube. Yep, there's a free audiobook you can listen to on YouTube. I read this book recently, and I found it difficult to read, because emotionally, but also very, very inspiring, because it is a sort of doomer's perspective on how to not doom anymore, or what you should do even if you are dooming. Because in addition to this COVID nonsense, in which we have seen, let me just open this back up real quick. What do we have? Let's see. Currently, right now, we're at 613,000 COVID deaths in America. 613,000. That's so many dead people. And climate change is infinitely worse. Okay? It is infinitely worse. If you think that COVID fucked us up, you know, let me give you a little anecdote. Yesterday I went to Taco Bell. You know what happened when I went to Taco Bell? We went to Taco Bell and they had a piece of paper stuck on their menu that said, due to food shortages, we are having issues getting this food, this food, this food, and this food. About half their menu wasn't available. That's gonna get worse, everybody. Just so you know, that's going to get worse. And I mean quick. It starts with small things like that. It starts with little things that you can't get access to anymore. The supply chain is getting fucked right up. It wasn't chicken. There is all kinds of supply chain issues right now. And if COVID goes back into a lockdown, that gets even worse. And then we got climate change on top of all of this. Okay? Okay? Smoke season is upon us. Verminhand says, there were and are so many shortages of foods we normally bought at the grocery store, so we had to move on to other usually shittier brands, and now there's still rarely any milk or chicken. It's going to get worse. Learn to cook with other things besides those things. Learn to cook broadly with many different things. Because I hate to tell you this, but let me just give you a taste. This is what the rest of the world has been dealing with already. The rest of the world, the global south, has been dealing with this already. In other countries, they don't always get what they want when they go to the grocery store. They can't always get it. It's just not there. So they make do. Unending consumption. Listen, people talk about like degrowth like it's a bad thing or a good thing. Degrowth is inevitable. We are barreling towards it. If you listen to the predictions of people of how much in the next century, how many people are going to die, humans are going to die, I promise you that number will make you very depressed. Especially when you consider whether or not you are going to be one of the ones who will be counted in the living or the dead. Because I'm going to open up a little draw stream here. You know, occasionally we like to draw things. And I'm going to draw you something. I'm going to visualize it for us here. And then we're going to talk about how you don't doom on this. Capitalism will inevitably end with the collapse of our supply chains. Well, supply chains are fucking collapsing. Yes, they fucking are. Let's see here. Let's show. Here we go. I want to show you something. So, here we're going to have our boy Red. We got Mr. Red up here, okay? Mr. Red's got a big top hat, and he's got a monocle. And here's his other eye. He's got his little monocle. He's got a little mustache over here. He's got a little mustache over here. Goes down like this. And he's got his money bags. Yeah, look at his money bags. Look at him. He's got a fucking buckaroos right there. So here you go. This is our Porky equivalent, okay? So, this is scenario 1, right? This is Porky, and we're gonna grab a pink little, oops, that's not what I wanted here. I'm gonna get this, pink. I want it pink. We're gonna draw the little pink COVIDs coming in, okay? We got the pink little COVIDs. Look at them. It's a COVID. Oh, look, here it is. See, these guys over here, he's got a big bag of money already. But you know what he would really like? He would like additional bags of money. Because right now, he can only afford 36 yachts. And he would really like to afford 37 yachts. But to do that, he needs to get more money. And it's hard to get money because as it stands right now, there's a bunch of, let's put the green ones down here. We'll make them green. Here we go. Actually, no, we're going to make them brown. No, you know what? We're going to make them yellow. No, we're going to make them blue. We're going to call them blue. We'll have the blues down here, okay? Here we go. Here we go. And here's everybody. And you know, it's pesky because they're standing in the way. They've got all these single dollars, you know? It's like, damn, if we could get these dollars, sure, we'd be able to fill up a whole lot of bags of money. We might even be able to send ourselves to space like Jeff Bezos just literally did. You know? But they're holding on to this money. Now the government, we'll have the government be, we'll do them the olive drab. We usually do that. Now let's say that the government, here's our government guy, right? We got our government bureaucrat. And he could say, all right, well, here's this virus coming towards our society. And the guy in red, our little Porky up here, is like, I built a wall. So he doesn't have to worry about the COVID coming in. You know, he just got nothing to worry about. He's got nothing to worry about. The COVID's just gonna avoid him. And we have our little government here, and the government would really, really love if they could keep having power without having to do anything. But maybe, let's say they consider building a wall around these people. But then they realize that Porky will give them one of the red bags of money if they just, you know, didn't build the wall. The anti-COVID wall, not that wall. Listen, words have different contexts. And so they just said, ooh, it's so expensive. And maybe they did super egregious things, like you know, Donald Trump did, where he literally gave money. Or what they can do is they can just wait. And then the COVID will come in here and will turn all of these people into little XX, 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 XX. Oh, and now they're all dead. And guess where the money goes? Oh, their delicious, delicious money just goes right up into here. And then guess what? That just means that they don't have to worry about the COVID because they've got a wall. They've got their what's it called? Microclonal vaccines that save people like Donald Trump. They've got their rockets and their yachts they can go live on where nobody can reach them. They've got private islands they can throw parties on. Isn't that amazing? And you are stuck out here with the COVID. And guess what? If you think that you're in here, you ain't. If you're watching my stream, chances are you ain't Porky. How does the money go to Porky? Oh, well, think of it like this. What happens to your house if you die? What happens to your house if you die and you're still in debt? Anybody know? What happens if you get sick and you can't work and you can't make your mortgage payments? What happens if you can't make your payments on your car, on your phone, on your computer? What happens if you can't on your apartment? You go out into the street. You go out into the COVID, and then you die. And then your stuff can be scooped up by, you know, whatever system is in place. Now, I want you to watch this. I want you to look at this, and I want you to think about this plus fucking this, which we're gonna depict with a flame. Look at this burning flame. Whether it's wildfires or droughts or flooding, charging in alongside the COVID, all the crises that are smashing into you, and all of the little blue people here with their money. And it's all going, and if you try to run, you run straight into this wall. And guess what? Maybe you survive. Maybe you get evicted, but you survive. But guess what? There's no funding for welfare. So you die. Or maybe it turns out that it's illegal for you to sleep in that spot, like we see happening in LA right now and San Francisco. LA now, it is illegal for people to sleep in most of the city. Anywhere. So homeless people are just illegal. It is illegal to be poor in most of LA. You know when we saw this last time? The 1920s. Do you want to know what happened in the 1920s, everybody? People would make shanty towns. You ever heard of a shanty town? Let's see if I can find you a picture of a shanty town. You ever seen a shanty town? Here you go. Here's one. Let's get us a picture of a shanty town. That's a pretty low-res image, but I don't really care. Here you go. Shanty town. Bunch of boxes and... You want to know what happened to shanty towns at the turn of the century? In the Great Depression? You want to know what happened? They got burnt down. They got cleared out by the cops. They got set on fire by accident, and everybody died. Disease spread through the camp and killed them all. And then FDR happened. But do you think we're getting an FDR right now? FDR didn't have to deal with climate change. Guess what? Here's the secret. You know who can't deal with climate change even at their best? The Democrats. They can't move fast enough. And they know they can't. Oh yeah, by accident. Yeah, they accidentally set them on fire. Let me tell you a personal story, okay? I know, I'm gonna bring it all together, don't worry, okay? But let me tell you a personal story. A couple of years ago, I lived in California. Fawn lived in California with me, in fact. Fawn's right there in the background. We lived in California. We lived on a mountain in California in a relatively rural town, but we were within 2 hours of San Francisco, but still quite rural. And when the fire season came around, do you know what happened? Well, the company, PG&E, still hadn't done maintenance on their lines that was required by the state after they were convicted of killing multiple people from negligent fires that were started from their equipment, sparking some of the worst fires we've ever seen in the history of California. The Camp Fire, for example, is one of them. And what happened to us was that they decided to turn off the power to our city. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. They just said, they gave us we got a phone call and a thing in the mail that said, hey, we're shutting off your power for a week. See you soon. It'll be back as soon as we can. And there was nothing we could do about it. There was nothing you could do about it. The Walmart turned off, which was fine because they're a corporation. The Dollar Tree power went out. And if you didn't have a generator, you had nothing. We had one generator, a generator that was enough to run an oxygen machine for the older man that lived with us. That's it. And maybe a TV. We lost internet. We lost warm water. We lost heat. We lost AC. That happened 4 times in the year. It varied. Yep, we had to run, yes, the generator ran the fridge, that was it. It happened 4 separate times, and I'm talking for 3 to 5 days each time. 5 days in winter with no power. Because they had to shut it off to prevent the risk of fucking fires starting in winter. We had fucking late summer, October. They said the fire risk is so high, we're turning off your power. So, right now, you're watching me on the internet. All of you, I bet, take the internet for granted now. You go, whatever, power goes out occasionally. But have you ever had just your internet shut off for 5 days? Just, oh yeah, sorry, your internet's gone. No games, no nothing for you. What the fuck do you do then? You know what we did? We played board games by candlelight. That's what we did. Americans are not ready for this shit, but it is going to happen. The power shutoffs are happening right now in California. There are people, there may even be people in this audience right now who have lost their power this year. Yep, sent 200 years into the past in an instant. Everyone likes to talk about quality of life all the time. Everybody likes to talk about standard of living all the time. But it's going away. And you don't get to decide. Everyone likes to wax lyrical about, socialism doesn't have to remove your quality of life. No, everybody. It's not about socialism. Capitalism is going to take your quality of life, and they're going to give it to Porky. And you're going to have to live in the woods. You're going to have to shit in a pot. You're going to have to figure out how to make sure that your food doesn't spoil. And it's going to go to more and more areas. Did you know that we're having water shortages right now in California and Oregon? Did you know there are droughts all over the United States right now? Do you know of the Quebec ice storm of 1998? I survived the ice storm of 1998, just a Canadian gamer. I lived through it. Fawn can tell you, I just told Fawn that story recently. I was literally there, yes. I told you I lived in New England. I grew up in New England. Hell yeah, represent! Anyway. Yeah, me too. Okay. So we've talked about all this. And prim life. Guys, look, I'm not an anarcho-primitivist. But it is an unfortunate reality that unless you are very, very rich, your quality of life is going to go down in the coming years. Or at least the liberal idea of a quality of life is going to go down. You might not have power. You might not be able to get the food that you like. You may not be able to get the food that you're used to cooking. You might have no warm water. You might lose internet frequently. Maybe you won't. You might luck out. But for a lot of people, that's going to be the case. And if you live in an area that doesn't have these problems, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get priced out because the rich people are going to be moving into your area so that they can have the newfound luxuries that you have as a result of climate change. So what I'm trying to say is, it's time to think a little differently, okay? Desert helped me realize that life is already changed. We have already entered into a new epoch, okay? And if you don't believe that, well, I recommend you look a little closer around yourself, okay? Because it's here. Supply chains are fucked up. Companies can't find workers because a mixture of people not being willing to, people being too afraid of the virus, and too many people being dead. And too many people working gig economy jobs so they can stack up 4 or 5 jobs. Shit is getting worse. Fast. And Biden isn't doing shit about it. In fact, Biden's administration just let the eviction moratorium expire. Now, it is possible they wind it back up tomorrow, but for how long? How long are they going to delay? Because so far they've just kicked the cans, and they still haven't forgiven rent. So there are people who are in debt to their landlords right now. This is really selfish, but I worry about HRT supplies being disrupted. Yup. We got to think about that, everybody. Okay. So I have given you some doom, okay? It's true, I worry about my SSRIs. Hey, you want to know what's an interesting skill set that you could learn? Chemistry. You ever thought about learning pharmacy? Anybody here with a little bit of privilege thought about learning pharmacy? You know what happened, you know, back in the day, right? Oh yeah, we could talk about that too. You want to know what happened back in the day? When people lived in remote towns that didn't have any state support, they would get a town doctor. And that town doctor, or a town chemist, and that chemist would locally synthesize or locate and trade for the medicine that they needed. You want to know what people would do if they needed a specific thing? You find somebody in your town who can make it and you work together with them. Please don't try to make modern drugs if you don't have a degree in it. You will blow yourself up. My dude, I'm telling people that if you're in a position of privilege, you should go consider getting that disease. I mean, you should go consider getting that degree, not disease. Go getting that degree and learn how to synthesize some drugs. Okay? Because I'm just saying, it is very realistic that there will be communities of people who will be very much in need of antidepressants, very much in need of HRT, and those things aren't going to be guaranteed outside of the gated halls of the rich people's cities. If you are in a position, listen, we've all been living this life of pandemic malaise, but this is the time to fucking wake up, okay? It's time to start thinking what resources and funds and opportunities that you have. Take advantage of them. Make something of it. Think about what your community might need in the future and be ready. And also, talk to people. Make actual friends with people, because the times are coming in which if you don't know somebody who can get you your medication, you might not be able to get your medication. And this is the part where we get into the anti-doom, okay? This is the part where we get into the anti-doom, okay? I told you it was going to be doomy. We need the capability to survive. And survivalism, surviving, has nothing to do with watching every single episode of Bear Grylls until you know that you can personally fist fight a bear. Learning how to survive means working together. Humans survive together, you understand? That's it. You find people together, and what you all need to do is learn a couple of key skills. And so one of the things I'm going to try to talk about on my channel and do in the future is a couple of little special segments where I talk about some important life skills. Okay? I want you to think about something right now. Let's just pretend for a second. Let's do some imaginary world building for a second, okay? Here we go. Imagine a future where the climate situation has gotten worse, a lot more people in your town are poor, the power goes off unpredictably, which means you probably can't play MMOs anymore, or at least not regularly. You lose your power from time to time. But you've got a friend who lives in your town who went to school for IT, and they've set up in your public library a super cool intranet. So even when the internet goes down in your town, even when the power goes down in your town, your library has a generator running that maybe you pay a little bit each month to the library to help them run it. And you've got a place you can go and look up and listen to audiobooks and read books and look things up on their intranet. Maybe they've got a local backed up copy of Wikipedia for when the internet goes out, so people can go read shit on Wikipedia. Maybe they've got a whole catalog of movies downloaded in advance. Look at that. What happens if you live in a pseudo-rural area and your local pharmacies have gone out of business, or maybe they're not, but they're just super, super expensive, but you've got a friend who runs a pharmacy, a community pharmacy, and you went to school to be a pharmacy tech, and you decide to offer your work, your skills to your local community pharmacy, and you're able to get the trans people that live in your town HRT. Huh. What if you got a green thumb and a little bit of money, and you decide, hey, I got a little bit of money, I got a green thumb, why don't I go in with a couple of my friends and family members, and we buy a little plot of land, and we have a community garden, a community chicken coop, and a goat. Damn. What if, in the future, we live in a future where corporate book chains have gone out of business because they're no longer viable, and you need to have an Amazon, a $300 yearly Amazon membership to rent books from the Amazon online library, but you have a whole bunch of physical copies of books like I do on my shelf, and you put a little sign on the front of your house, and you say, community library, hours, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Thursday. And you let your neighborhood kids and friends come into your house and look through your cool library, and they can borrow books. Wouldn't that be cool? I bet they would bring you stuff. I bet they would be willing to work with you on stuff. I bet if you had something break in your house, the plumber, whose kids you give books to, would come by and fix it for you. I am familiar with the little free libraries. I love those. These are some things to sort of start thinking about. Okay? So we just do a socialism under their feet? Wow, what a great idea! It's almost like you don't need the approval of an electoral system to start building the structures that you want. That politics are what you do and how you live. What if we just start collectivizing on our own? Oh, interesting. But see, we have to be able to do that without falling into really horrific, abusive structures. Almost everything that you're talking about right now is being done in third world countries within local communities. They're excellent examples for praxis. Yep. Yep. Literally bought some fans so I wouldn't have to pay $50 monthly fees for AC that was separate from my rent. I hate the rich. Evil fuckers so much. True, Mother Mirset. Thank you very much for the $5. Before I ever read any of this anarchist theory, ever, I heard from my friends about what life was like overseas, in the countries that they came from, and where they had lived, where they went to go visit their family members. And one thing that I noticed that is really different from here is that in most countries that aren't as, don't have as high standard of living, quote, 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 as America, is that people still have communal connections. They have a local baker who knows them. They go in, they pay a few bucks to get some delicious homemade bread. They go outside and when they need help, they know their community's craftspeople. Maybe not all of them, because that can be pretty hard, but they know somebody, or they know somebody who knows somebody. There are social connections that still exist. Right now, Americans are at a point where we don't even know what restaurants are in the place that we live, usually because we've had to move so many times to make sure that we have a job. And now we live in a different world than we used to. Because, I don't know if you noticed this, some of you may have, but a lot of the restaurants I used to like are gone now. Over the course of the pandemic, they went out of business. They're gone. The world is not the same as it was before the pandemic. And I think that it's important. Yeah, rip Burger Town, I know. So fucking sad. I'm just wondering why Demon Mama isn't moving to these villages and perpetuating that life. Almost like that's what I would like to do. How interesting! Almost like I literally talk about this all the time. It's going to take years to adjust to a communal lifestyle due to American individualism and consumerism. It's going to suck for that time, and I worry we'll fall into fascism. Guys, it's not that bad. Okay? It's not that bad. Are you ready? Watch this. Are you fucking ready? Watch this. I lived in a multi-generational house with people who weren't my family for a year. Now, it wasn't the best living situation for other reasons. But actually, adjusting to the communal part wasn't too bad. If you learn how to live with people, and that's one of the things I want to talk about, because I have a lot of experience living with a lot of people. I grew up in a house that was packed with kids. I grew up in having very limited space. And we're going to have to do this. I'm telling you right now. Are you stupid? Oh wait, yes you are. My first last Twitch handle. I remember you. Nope. Yes, people don't want to live like people live in the third world. First of all, I wasn't talking about the third world, but secondly, obviously, we are not going to have a choice. We're not going to have a choice. You don't understand that. I'm not advocating we turn the world into poverty situations. I'm telling you, you're going to be you're probably, statistically, the vast likelihood is that you are going to be poorer in the coming years than you were before. What I want to teach people is that you can learn to live together. Privacy is super important. Do you know that you can live in pretty tight quarters with people as long as you make sure that you have good privacy? And I want you to think about stuff like this. It's funny, earlier we were talking about fucking being coomers. You want to know what's really nice? Being able to have a place that you can go and fucking be sexual without any interruptions whatsoever. Make sure you have that. It will ensure that you can live in a more communal situation for way longer with almost no frustrations. Learn to communicate your boundaries. Learn to communicate what to do in emergencies in advance. These are super, super important. That's the understatement of the century, people learning to live together. You're going to have to. Do you understand? And you can either choose to think about it now and do so with relative ease and happiness, or you can be blindsided by it, and when you inevitably have to move in with some people that you don't like because you didn't think about it, you live in hell. I'm just telling you, this is going to happen. There's almost no chance that I'm wrong on this. We have COVID bearing down on us, and climate change is... I'm sorry, if you don't believe me, just go look at the projections for climate change. In the next 50 years, our country will not look the same at all. If you're introverted, build a living situation that is for that. You want to know? Look, it might not seem like it, but I'm actually rather introverted when I'm off stream. I stream because it involves engaging with people indirectly. But I'm someone who needs a lot of quiet time. A lot of quiet time. And yes, you need to talk to those people and say, hey, if you find yourself in a situation, try to find people who can live with introverts. Discuss what you need openly. Discuss your needs with other people and build and try to flex your home in advance to accommodate those needs. I'm very proficient at ignoring people on the bus. That is true. I am very proficient at ignoring people on the bus. I've been thinking about making a template for a decentralized mutual aid organization that teaches people skills and shares resources. I want to start one in my area, but I can't do it all by myself, and I don't know where to find partners. I've already got a structure and a bunch of written stuff. You should go onto my Discord server and talk about that. We have a praxis space just for talking about that stuff. Yeah, this first last Twitch handle person is the type of person I'm talking about who's gonna get blindsided. They're like, I'm gonna go watch the Olympics. Reality is much happier than this nonsense. This is the type of person who thinks that they're gonna be fine until they get evicted. Until something happens in their area that, like, think about this. I want you to think about another thing real quick. What happens? So, right now, we know the government is not doing a very good job fixing things up, right? Right? Do we know this? Can we acknowledge that? Everybody, can we focus for just a second here? Can we focus? Do you know that we're having serious issues with fucking infrastructure, right? You know that here in Seattle, the West Seattle Bridge, which is a relatively young bridge, is fucking busted and closed down? And it's gonna be a long time until that gets fixed. What happens when it's the pipes going to your apartment building? And the government says, it's gonna be 8 months until we can get those fixed. Think about that. And it could be you. It could happen tomorrow. And then you find out, sorry, Biden hasn't put aside the money to fix it. Think about Flint. Have you people just ignored Flint? Flint, Michigan? No. This isn't a plumber issue, by the way. This isn't a plumbing issue. This is a infrastructure issue. Flint still has dirty water. And that's going to be... And why? Everybody knows about Flint, but it's still not fixed. It's still not fixed, and we all know about it. And what happens when it's your community? Because it's coming. When it happens in your community, what are you going to do? This is why it's important to know people. This is why it's important to do your best to build social groups, to communicate with each other, to help each other. Flint's lead is just suppressed back to the point where it was before it got bad, so it's been fixed, but not really. It's always been this bad. Yeah, exactly. The reality is that this is not going to be some sort of apocalypse Mad Max scenario. It's a slow crawl of places becoming worse and worse. I've talked about this before, but how many of you have noticed? Just simply drop in chat, drop a Sag in chat, an Impo Sag or a Sag in chat. If you've noticed that the cars in your neighborhood have been falling into disrepair, or the buildings in your town have been falling into disrepair. Post me a Sag if you've been noticing that, because I have. Oh, every single car in our neighborhood is banged up now. Nobody has the money to fix their cars. Nobody has the money to fix their house. Shit is falling apart. I know, see? Look at the Sages. This doesn't mean that every person needs to learn how to be a mechanic and a handyman and a plumber. What it means is that you have skills that could be useful to help you obey the first rule, which is do not die. And you need to trade those with other humans, mutually. It's called mutual aid, folks. But you need to start doing that. And we need to take that seriously as individuals. Used cars are worth so much right now because the supply is insanely low for cars. Yup. The only skill I seem halfway decent at is medicine. Lamau, so like, fuck my life when I get into a commune. Do you know that that's going to basically make you like a revered individual, right? You aren't feeling anti-doom? Wait, I think the anti-doom is that we will survive. We will survive regardless because we will take care of each other. And I'm trying to get people to change their perspective. When I first entered this political space, when I first got interested in politics, I've been interested in politics a long time. But when I first started getting interested in politics, it always seemed like everybody was looking at this, like looking at the distance, waiting for a flame to light up, you know? And that would be the thing that would help them. And what I'm trying to get people to do is go, hey, fucking look around you, connect with the people that you're sitting in chat with, connect with the people that live around you, connect with the people in the communities that you engage in online, make friends with your local, if you go to a game store, make friends with people, find out about their life, connect, and work together. And the reason why I'm encouraging people to do this is because I think this will save us. I think that what will allow us to survive, allow us to defy the predictions. If you think that acting and singing aren't helpful, they are. What about artists? Wait, you know that people will give you shit for making art, right? Put your creative writing to good use. There's all kinds. There's all kinds of ways you can do it. From writing things like, oh my god, like let me give you an example of how you can be a writer, okay? First of all, communities need entertainment, but secondly, if you're somebody who's competent in writing in your town, you or your community, we don't even need to talk about it like towns. Art is super important. And if you make art, people will give you things for that art. They will. And if you go and you make a show, and say you're an actor and you put on a play in your town and you say, hey, we'd really like to eat, they'll give you food because you just entertained them. Yeah, who could forget the leaders, Sabo? Computer science? Oh, that's going to be super valuable. Remember, the technology isn't going anywhere. We have to make sure that it's still usable to us, even when it's not being maintained by a negligent state. Computer science, internet stuff, programming, these are still valuable. The technology's not going anywhere. The access to the technology might go down. But if you have the talent, you can make sure that you connect people to it. And keep in mind, just so you know, this is another thing I want to talk about. It's going to become important. What if you're good at math? There's so many applications for math. Everything from helping with logistics to engineering to, like, there's so many things. Even tech is getting way more expensive. Important components are getting really expensive. Yes, they are. Everything's getting more expensive. And you want to know why? Here you go. It goes back to this picture. Because these guys up here will always be able to afford the nice stuff. So they can keep raising the prices to squeeze off and knock out more and more people out of the market. And they just keep getting more. And it's convenient. Think about it this way. It's convenient if you die. Because if you die, they don't have to think about you anymore. They don't even have to pretend to give you welfare. They won't say that. But we know that they believe that. Otherwise, they would be disturbed by the fact that 600,000 Americans have died throughout the COVID crisis. But they're not. They're not. Writers can do a lot of things, okay? Listen. Letters, fucking websites are still, like, again, the tech isn't going to disappear. The internet's still going to be there. It's just that a lot of it's going to be more locally relevant. It's just true. I think the anti-doomer pill is how a future crisis could help us transition to it. No. I don't buy into that. And in fact, that's discussed directly in Desert. We are not in the crisis. Crises are part of capitalism now. We live in crisis capitalism. The crises make money for people. We live in disaster capitalism. Disaster capitalism is one that makes money and extracts via these crises. So it's not about that. We're in it now. The crisis isn't going to transition us. We are going to transition us. We are going to transition us into new economic systems by building them ourselves. And we have to do that by starting somewhere. Yeah, Bezos fucking doubles his wealth. And you know what else we need to start doing? As a society, we need to start thinking how we're going to take care of each other when some of us start to get older. There are guides about how to make money during a recession, aka how to make money off of people suffering. Yep. You want to know what's better? Work together. You want to know something really cool? Let me tell you something. One of my friends who used to work in a pizza shop, do you know what they learned? They self-taught via YouTube how to do electronics repair. They're a smart person. Now they are successfully running a small business where they repair their friends' electronics usually game consoles and vintage game consoles and vintage televisions. That is so fucking pog. Our brains can learn so much stuff. But we have to actually do it. And in order to do that, we have to stop buying into these doomer worldviews. We have to start doing it now. And you know what's cool? Get this. If we do start doing it now, we might actually live a cool life. You want to know what would be pretty cool? Let me just paint you. Here's the real anti-doomer segment, okay? I want you to imagine a future together with me, okay? Where we don't die, okay? And people do what the fuck I'm saying right here, okay? Imagine this. Let's think. Close our eyes and let's imagine for just a second. You and 20 of your friends live on a plot of land. You all have you have 2 big ranch houses with modest rooms. You have a couple of computers in your house and you share them relatively. Some of you are gamers, some of you are not. You have some chickens. You grow some weed. You got a nice fire pit out back and a wood stove. Every year, you go and you chop up a bunch of dead trees for wood, and you use it to keep your house warm during the winter. Summers are tough because AC is hard to come by, but maybe you run the AC during the hottest days of the year to keep the costs low. You get to play your video games that are still coming out. Now, maybe you can't buy all of the newest ones that are now $200 with battle passes, but you can play some fucking banger-ass classic games together and some of the new indie titles together. You have a little community library. Maybe you sell or trade some of your, let's not say sell. So maybe you trade your weed for somebody else who's got something else that you like. And you take care of each other. When one of you is sick, there's people nearby to help you get better. If you feel in danger, if there's a crisis on your in your community, you come together. You pool resources when needed. You want to live in a nice walkable city? Well, that might happen. But keep in mind that cities are becoming unlivable for most people. You don't need to live on a farm. That's my vision. I grew up in rural areas. I grew up with fucking no electricity, okay? I'm just so scared this is just not possible for most people to do anymore. That's an illusion. People have convinced themselves that they're scared, they're scared of like going without the internet for one day. But you'll be fine. We'll be fine. And you're going to have to do it anyway, so you may as well embrace it as a possibility and make your life better. Use your talent to record history. Yes! Natasha Nicole, writers and artists, use your talent to record our history. The wealthies will always try to rewrite it in their favor, so record everything. Look at how 6 went. We all saw it, yet they're trying to tell us that we're wrong. We write truth to fight the lies. There you go. You want to know what's crazy? Hey, everybody. You want to think about something that's going to be valuable and potentially in the future? Fucking back up your porn. You want to know you will be a god among men if you have a porn stash that's accessible in the future. Just saying. I'm just fucking saying. Some of this art might just straight up disappear. But if you've got it, you are a god among men. The Judy Hop stash. The Judy Hop stash makes you a fucking local warlord. Don't be a warlord, please. Please don't be a warlord. And if there's a local warlord hoarding all the porn, politely ask them to stop. Okay? Well, Gay Fesh, I don't know how to help you. If that's not got you anti-doom, you might have to seek out answers beyond what I can do. I can't fix everything. I can't fix all of it. The reality is the world is tough. And I'm very sorry, but we're facing some pretty hard stuff coming forward. And there might be ways, just so you know, I want you to encourage yourself to think deeply about these things. To think about ideas I haven't even thought of yet. I am only one person. I can just kind of point your eyes in the right direction. All of you have your own valuable perspectives, input, skills that you can help develop a better future. And we can do this together. We can do this together. And it might, it might be better than I think. I don't think it is. I think it's probably going to be worse than I think. However, Gayfesh, with all due respect, I'm doing my best, okay? And here's the thing, okay? Avocado Child says, I've been offering massage for affordable rates because it's too expensive for your average person and people are experiencing chronic pain more than ever. What a fucking great idea. What a fucking great idea. True, Fawn. This sounds appealing but unlikely? No, it's very likely. And it is us who will decide whether we live in the good situation or the bad situation. Okay? If we start thinking now with what we have and put our minds together and come up with cool stuff, who knows? I'm going to try and make sure that I'm able to make this show in the future. My goal is to be able to have steady internet in a relatively rural and comfortable area where I can safely keep producing stuff to keep us communicating with each other, to keep the community going so we can share resources and warn each other of things to come. That's something I can do. But what can you do? Oh, I'd totally do Demon Radio if the internet was not an option. Of course I would. You know I'd do a good fucking radio show. You fucking know it. I mean, it's funny to watch me and look at me, but you know it'd be a good radio show. And some things, just so you know, we will be able to preserve. I don't think we're going to lose the internet. In fact, I think we need the internet. I moonlight as a mechanic. I help friends and family I can for the cost of parts and a pop. And all are welcome at my hook cookouts too if you're chill. That's so cool. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, what a pog idea, goddess trans girl. What if somebody did porn, but in real life with some people that you like? What if it was like what was on the screen, but it was like your dick in somebody's ass? That would be fucking wild, right? The fuck? Instead, yeah, it'd be fucking wild. Here's the thing. I think that we should make it our goal to ensure that we get internet no matter what. I think the internet is so valuable because we can share information so quickly, whether it's videos about how to learn stuff, whether it's Wikipedia that lets us just immediately have the chemical structure of anything or identify any fucking wild plant or animal instantaneously. I think we need to preserve the internet to the best of our abilities, even if it means we have to maintain it ourselves. Hey, there you go, Phaelia. Me too. So, what I'm trying to say is, we can do this. Okay? We can take care of fucking each other. Okay? Not of fucking each other. Of each... You know what I mean. You know what I fucking mean. Okay? And we need to think about the vulnerable among us. Among us. I mean, true. Why not both? But we need to think about the vulnerable among us. How we're going to take care of each other. We need to be compassionate. Remember that moment last week? Does anybody remember that moment last week when I was talking with Connor about this kind of stuff? And I said, hey, watch this, Connor. Ready? Connor, if you're hungry, I will give you bread. If I am hungry and you have bread, will you give it to me? It's that simple. Learn about each other. Be willing to take care of each other. Be willing to offer a hand. Stop being so afraid of each other. Not everything is going to be perfect. There's going to be struggles. There's going to be challenges. There's going to be hardships. There's going to be disagreements. There's going to be conflicts. But if we work together and if we keep compassion in our mind and we defy our fear, our paranoia that has been driven into us in this post 9/11 world where we think everyone is out to kill us, if we can hold off, you're not useless. No one is useless. No human is useless. Okay? No human is useless. Not one. You might think you are, but you might just not know what it is that your use is, okay? And that can be hard, but maybe you'll find it. All humans are valuable, okay? I probably would have thought I was useless a year ago, but hey, guess what? You all know, listen to this. Just listen. You all know that if I wasn't doing this, I'd be fucking sitting in the local tavern, pouring drinks for people and cracking jokes just like I'm doing now and ranting at people over the bar counter or whatever else, or maybe I'd be selling seeds and ranting people's ears off about stupid politics and 100 people would come to hang out at the fucking seed shop because I'd be blabbing about whatever fucking interesting bullshit. You might be surprised with the type of skills that you have. Spectrum says, capitalism has rotted my brain to think that my skills aren't directly related to production. I feel I'm useless. That is true. Capitalism rots our brain to think that if you can't just work a 9-to-5 job that you're somehow useless, but you're not. Everyone has stuff that they can do. And, to borrow a little paraphrasing of Malatesta, we can't do anything about natural coercion. We have hunger. We have thirst. There's nothing we can do about that. We have to sate those needs. But we can deal with the other things. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, oh, fuck, not Malatesta. But I mean, it's true, though. We can't help that we're hungry. We can't help that we get thirsty, that we need sleep. But we can help everything else. And we can figure out ways to alleviate those needs on one another. Yes, Hippie Punk says all of this. Help who you can, when you can, how you can. Want to make more leftists? Do this. Help your neighbors. Talk to them and get to know them. I guarantee at least one will be cool. Go out. Offer a drink. You may find them less crap than the thought and potentially turn them to our side. You want to know something that I've started doing? When we have people come to our house for whatever reason, we had a maintenance person come, I offered them food and drink. I said, hey, we have a whole bunch of sodas if you'd like it. And we got food if you'd like it. Is there anything you'd like? And they said, oh, I'd love a Coke. And I said, I got a Coke for you. Here you go. And now they know us. You can connect and it's awesome. It's really awesome to do that. Oh, hi, Yoda. You know, Yoda hasn't been in here in a million years. Oh, is she nervous? Oh, okay. Okay, no worries then. Next time. We haven't had a Yoda singing session in forever! And guess what, everybody? You want to know what's really cool? In the future, we will still have dogs. That's really cool. And dogs are super fun, okay? Even if you don't have video games, you could play with your dog. It's so much fun. It's like a video game, but in real life. You throw the ball, they bring it back. You throw the ball, they fucking bring it back! It's like, what the fuck? You could even score yourself. Okay, listen, I am genuinely not a anarcho-primitivist, but I do believe, and I have believed for a long time, and I am more convinced of this belief now than I was before, that we are going to be looking at a different future, and we need to shake the scales off of our mind and recognize that we have a lot more impact on how the future is going to look for us than we think. Okay? And if your neighbors suck, if your state sucks, if your community sucks, well, try to find your way into another one. Okay? Try to find your way into another one. I've done that. Just gotta find a way to make it happen. Zeliad98 says, "Hey, Demon Mama, I've been loving the streams for a few months. Finally got a little spare cash. I wanted to share the good news. I finally started E today. Thanks for the content." Yo, that's fucking Pog! Poggers! That is straight up awesome! Congratulations and thank you for the $5! Holy moly! That's fucking awesome. All right. What a day. Today's been a wild day, hasn't it? Today has indeed been a wild day. Okay? Cleaning is great. Are you kidding? Living in dirty places has profound physiological and physical effects, or psychological and physical effects that cleaning can help avoid. Yeah, it's super helpful. You have no idea. Even basic cooking, even basic cleaning can be a massive benefit to your community. Gotta check the dumb meme. I'm a classic anarchist. Did grain conquer us? What? What is going on? What are you doing? Yes! Holy shit! Oh my god. Oh fuck. I love it so much. I love it so goddamn much. Holy shit, Posadas John. I'm an anarchist, you see. Oh my fucking god. I'm something of an anarchist myself. Old school anarchist from way back. From way back. The conquest of grain? Or the conquest of bread? Or did bread conquest us? The Kropotkin style, old school anarchist moment. There's no possible way I can give you a walkthrough. Socialist Maker, you're just gonna have to go watch the last stream I did from Wednesday. Remember, chat, having applicable skills is important, but having the logistics that keep those skills running is more important. Clean facilities, supplies, hauling things. Yes, you have to work together. Dogs can hunt, retrieve items, track people or anything, and provide mental health care if properly trained. Getting other species to help us, such as dogs, cats, and bees, is key to making good communities. True! I agree! I fucking agree with you! That's actually true! What I'm trying to say is, thank you all for listening to me. All of you, over 300 people who are listening to my words right now. And I encourage you to continue squeezing your brain in the directions that I'm kind of pointing out. Remember, all I can do is plant the seeds. It is up to you all to nourish those seeds. And I encourage you to do that. Because, well, frankly, I think we're gonna need it. I think we're gonna fucking need it. And I wanna see you all fucking live. I wanna see you all fucking thrive. I wanna see, a future of better quality of life that isn't, in the neoliberal term of having 26 Funko Pops versus 24 Funko Pops per household. That's a really good idea, Ugly Pie. This stuff gets me emotional. Millennials have known this was coming, and I hope some of y'all can see the potential silver lining. If we address it, by the way, if we address it, we won't have to live through the hell zone. If we plan now, if we start taking care of each other now, if we start building these things now, then we won't have to be so agonized in the future. We won't have to be so miserable in the future. We won't have to like, you know what happened in the 1920s, right? Is nobody had this shit. And so people just lived in filthy, squalid, box towns. But we can try to prevent that. I think a lot of millennials are work-pilled capitalists. Some of them are, yep. But that's not going to stick around for very long. I'm not a work-pilled one anymore. I'm not a work-pilled capitalist like I was when I was younger. Some of the older ones are, yeah. It's not going to fly for long, though. It really isn't. Don't be work-cucked. Yep. Work is the poop. Work is the poop. Don't be work cucked. When I say don't be work cucked, oh yeah, the term work cuck was being work cucked is when you basically kiss your boss's ass because you think it's gonna pay you off in the future, but then they just fuck you over. Basically, if it's not written down on paper, if it's not part of your job description, just never do it. Never do a favor for your boss unless they're literally your personal friend and you know that they will pay you back. Other than that, you should be as cutthroat as possible with every job. I don't have enough energy to do conservative react tonight, but that's okay. We'll do that in the future. My previously work-cucked ex started talking to me. He's now an anarchist. Based. Do you think the threat against fascism is a good way of uniting people? Yeah. But you want to know what's a better way of uniting people? I don't think that we should use... I don't think fear should be the one way. I think we should look at a future where we can thrive. You know how I keep myself going? I don't know about that. I don't know if I agree with that, Iron Q-Bolt. Has defense been brought up? There will be entire bands of people trying to destroy anything better than what they have. Now, that's like the Mad Max shit. Humans don't really do that. Like, humans don't do that. They do sometimes, but, humans don't, have, roving bands of, Mad Max people. But yes, community defense is important. Well, the cops are going to be another problem, and that's something we'll have to talk about another time, okay? We'll talk about that another time. Of course there are evil people out there. There are bad people out there. And we'll talk about self-defense another time. But that's not right now. Some of you know about self-defense, and if you know about self-defense, maybe you can teach your community about it. Should we learn to shoot guns? I think that people should learn to shoot guns as long as you're, relatively, as long as you're not in a position where you're at immediate risk of, killing yourself. I think it's very valuable to know how to shoot a gun. I know how to shoot a gun very well. I know how to clean, care for, disassemble a gun. It's very valuable to know how to do. That's okay. That's why we work together, Phalia. Some people can't, okay? Some people can't shoot guns or are not safe with it. That's why we have other people to help you with that. See, if I am in a community, I know that I can wield the gun. I know that I can go do the hunting if I need to. And that means somebody else doesn't have to. Yeah, bow is great. I learned how to shoot. I know how to shoot a bow. I did archery for most of my life. That's a good way of doing it, Shazy. Me hunt with big rock and big stick. You're thinking more like Black Wall Street? Okay, that might happen, but that is a anomaly, and not the norm. Obviously, we need to be able to do that. How do I have so many skills? Here's the secret. I've been a borderline nomad my entire life. I spec'd when I was younger. I went I went full into mostly academics, but I lived in a rural state, so I learned how to fish, I learned how to shoot, I learned how to make a fire in the wild. I took wilderness survival when I was younger. And then, when I left for college, my life went to hell and I became a poor trans woman, and I had to learn how to survive. And as it turns out, in the process of learning how to survive, you have to learn all kinds of skills. And I've worked so many jobs that I have a lot of varied knowledge. And now, for sort of the first time in my life, the first time in my adult life, outside of when I was working for a corporation and literally didn't have the time to even use the money that I made when I was there, I actually have a relatively stable income. How do you start fire without a lighter? Oh, it's super easy. But I could probably teach you someday. In fact, I've already told you before, in the future I want to do camping mama streams. The easiest way to do it, I stacked int early on, and then it burnt out and I respec'd into Wiz. And now I don't have any int. Can you talk about how based cats are for helping us find and kill food, keeping away vermin, and literally producing a chemical that makes us less scared, providing excellent mental health care? Cats are based. Cats are super awesome and super based. You want a barnyard cat. Well, yeah, but see, cool thing, Hootie Hoot. You don't have to have the cat in the house. You can have an outdoor cat. Yeah, dogs and cats are fucking great. Okay, so we talked about a lot. We talked about a lot, okay? But I hope that you recognize that even though we're looking at a lot, first of all, go read Desert. Go fucking read it. You will be very happy that you did. It's a very easy read, and you can claim you've read Theory. Wow. Won't that be cool for your clout online? You'll be very cool. You'll be very cool. Desert by Anonymous. It's by whom indeed? By whom indeed? Here you go. I'm going to link it one more time. Hey, Shazy, I'm very happy that you've come by. I hope you'll stick around. Join our Discord, Shazy, so you get the stuff. Join the Discord, Shazy. I send out alerts when I go live. All right, everybody. I have to go get some rest because I am very tired and it is 10:45. Jesus motherfucking Christ. Okay, we're gonna find somebody to raid real quick. Thank you all for being here. Please, make sure you like and subscribe if you haven't. Check out my videos. Join the Discord. We're gonna have more conversations like this in the future. Piftle Cakes, thank you so very much. Holy shit. Thank you. Let me figure out who we're gonna raid. I think it's probably gonna be, I'm guessing Keffels is on? Keffels! Yeah, Keffels! Keffels is doing gambling on sausage gambling. Okay, look, you guys go enjoy your Keffels sausage gambling, okay? Wait. Bam. Okay, raid Keffels, everybody. Go! Go, 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 go! Okay? Much love to all of you. Go enjoy gambling on sausages with Keffels. And I will talk to you all on Sunday for some motherfucking video games. We're gonna do fucking video games on Sunday, okay? So I'll see you on Sunday. Much communal love to all of you. Keep your fucking minds looking forward and do not motherfucking die. See you soon. Mwah!